to this VUCAD world, a world that is highly volatile, uncertain, complex, ambiguous, and diverse. And according to Nelson Mandela, education is the most powerful weapon which we can use to change the world. And indeed, in this program, we are investing on education. And this morning, I believe this is the first activity that we are gathered face to face for the year 2023, and that is for a very good reason. Today, ladies and gentlemen, is the regional convergence of educational leaders on curriculum and instruction. This is a two-day activity with everyone present among the 14 schools division. And of course, with us is our very own regional director, Dr. Arturo B. Bayoco, CESO 3. A round of applause, please. And with him is our Assistant Regional Director, Dr. Victor J. D. Gracia Jr., CESO 5. Good morning po, RD Art. Good morning po, ARD Vic. And with this, I request everyone to please rise for the singing of our Philippine National Anthem, singing of the prayer and the Reunions March to be rendered to us by Cagayan de Oro City National High School, Junior High School Special Program for the Arts. Everyone, please be seated. And of course, let's give a hand to the very good rendition coming from Cagayan de Oro City National High School, Junior High School Special Program for the Arts students. Thank you very much. That was a very nice presentation. Now, for this morning, I know you are receiving a kit, and inside your kit, you have this notebook. And inside the cover page, you will see the flow of our program. And you will be seeing very exciting topics for this morning. We will be listening to different talks, which will discuss about reading leadership, education for sustainable development, the role of teacher agency, and of course, updates on curriculum and instruction. And to officially welcome everyone to this activity, help me welcome our Assistant Regional Director, Dr. Victor G. De Gracia Jr., CESO 5. ARD.
Thank you very much, Sir Boots Mahinay. Our beloved Regional Director, Dr. Arturo B. Bayocot, dearest SDSS and ASDSS of the 14 divisions, with their chiefs and chiefs of the CID and SGOD, our CLMD Chief, Mamperi Magnaong, regional and division supervisors, both here in person and those on virtual, our valued speakers, other chiefs of the functional divisions of the region here present, valued speakers, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It gives me great pleasure to extend the warmest welcome to all participants to this hybrid regional convergence of educational leaders on curriculum and instruction. This gathering is important as a continuing effort to discuss and learn from one another in the implementation of our dynamic basic education curriculum as it is being revisited. With the inspiring leadership of our CLMD Chief, Ma'am Perry Magnaong, curriculum and instruction in our region continues to be delivered in a timely and relevant way. Thank you for your presence and enduring commitment to the noble work of caring for our learners and teachers. May you have a fruitful engagement and meaningful learning experience with one another and with our speakers. As the late Professor Marijo Ruiz of Ateneo would say, who is one of the outstanding scientists of the Philippines in the field of mathematics, she said, the best students do not always make the best teachers. Those who experience some difficulties may likely be better. So having the right attitude towards challenges always brings good result in the end. May the Lord's blessings and safekeeping be with everyone. Thank you and welcome.
Thank you. Thank you very much. That is our Assistant Regional Director, Dr. Victor G. De Gracia. By the way, we are live. No, this activity is streamed via Facebook Live, but we are limiting it in a Facebook group. And so far, we have 163 viewers in this activity. And I hope in our own division offices, we have set up for our education program supervisors, education program specialists to see what is on this activity. Now, to present to us all the participants and to give the statement of the purpose, help me welcome the Chief Education Supervisor of the Curriculum and Learning Management Division of DepEd Region 10, Ma'am Malaepra B. Magnaong.
Thank you, Sir Boots. Merry Christmas to everyone. Happy New Year and Happy Epiphany. Di ba, di pa late? Okay, today we're going to explore on or revisit the curriculum and instruction, especially for 2 years we were able to underwent the distance learning delivery mode. So ladies and gentlemen, this hybrid regional convergence of regional leaders and curriculum and instruction will be participated by the assistant schools division superintendent, assistant schools division superintendents, assistant schools division superintendents, and the two chiefs of the curriculum and the SGOD, and of course the regional office staff led by our very own regional director, Dr. Arturo V. Bayocot, and assistant regional director, Dr. Rector G. D. Gracia Jr. So we're expecting that we have a four for each division, and others are on the way, and we consider them present already. So from the 14 divisions, we have we're expecting of 52 participants in the virtual, and for no, no, in the face to face for the virtual, we're expecting of 382 participants from the 14 divisions, and these 382 are the school education program supervisors of the 8 learning areas and program holders of other programs and projects, as well as the PSDSS of the 14 divisions. So expected supposed to be that we're going to have more than 300 participants of this regional convergence of regional leaders on curriculum and instruction. Our aim, our aim of this activity is we will try to revisit the curriculum and instruction, try to look at the main issues, the strategies and innovations in understanding the curriculum as a driver toward quality learning opportunities, processes, and outcomes for all learners, and reorient educators to education recovery towards sustainable development amidst emergencies in education. And with that, this more than 300 participants will try to explore the theme today, which is revisiting curriculum and instruction in light of the key issues, trends, and strategies for sustainable development in a post-pandemic era in the region. Today, we will have to join speakers that will help us understand more, especially that we have now the new learning landscape, that we are having the experience of not only the traditional way of the teaching and learning process, but we are now on the experience of having every now and then the distance learning delivery mode. This is an answer to us if we have some problems in the implementation of the curriculum, especially if it's being threatened with calamities or conflicts. So, ladies and gentlemen, I hope for 2 days we will try to achieve our experiences, our aim for today. And with that, we would like to extend our gratitude for joining us these 2 days regional convergence of educational leaders on curriculum and instruction. Once again, a pleasant morning to everybody.
Thank you very much. Let's give a hand to our chief from the Curriculum and Learning Management Division. At this point, we will be again entertained by the students coming from Cagayan de Oro City National High School, Junior High School Special Program for the Arts for their production number. A round of applause, please.
Ihip ng hangin ay nag-iba. Dating nahihiya't tinatanggi, ngayon'y taas noong pinagmamalaki. Naririnig mo ba tunog ng pagbabago? Dating binubulong lang ng patuto, ngayon sinisigaw mo na sa buong mundo. Pilipino ako, aking Pilipinas, sa tibay ng dibdib buong mundo'y bumilib. Pilipino ako, mahal kong Pilipinas, sa ganda at tibig buong mundo'y bumibig. Ang sarap ang saya, maging Pilipino. Ang sarap ang saya, maging Pilipino. Sa puso kong nakasubigay, buong mundo'y manghasilihal. Ang sarap ang saya, maging Pilipino. Napansin mo ba, bago ng ating ugali, dating di nagkakaisa, kanya-kanya, ngayon'y sama-sama na nagdadasagay. Pilipino ako, ating Pilipinas, mabilis tumangon sa hangin ng panahon. Ang sarap ang saya, maging Pilipino. Ang sarap ang saya, maging Pilipino. Sa puso kong nakasulahan, buong mundo'y maghasilihal. Ang sarap ang saya, maging Pilipino. Ang sarap, ang saya, ang sarap ang saya, maging Pilipino. Ang sarap, ang saya, ang sarap ang saya, maging Pilipino. Kaya halika nating sigaw sa Bulacan, putihan, dilaw. Sa Bulacan, putihan, dilaw. Bulacan, putihan, dilaw. Kaya halika nating sigaw sa Bulacan, putihan, dilaw. Pilipino ako, aking Pilipinas, sa tibay ng dibdib buong mundo'y pumilip. Pilipino ako, mahal kong Pilipinas, sa ganda at tinig buong mundo'y bumibig. Pilipino ako, aking Pilipinas, Pilipino ako, mahal kong Pilipinas, sa ating puso, sa kalor, sa mundo ako'y manghasilangan. Ang sarap, ang saya, maging Pilipino. Ang sarap, ang saya, maging Pilipino. Ang sarap, ang saya, maging Pilipino.
A big round of applause to our students from Cagayan de Oro City National High School, Junior High School, Special Program for the Arts. Pilipino ako, mahal kong Pilipinas, sarap maging Pilipino. Do we agree to that one? I know we do. At this point, ladies and gentlemen, we will be hearing an inspirational message, of course, coming from our leader, the head of DepEd Region 10. Help me welcome our Regional Director, Dr. Arturo B. Bayocot, CESO 3.
Happy New Year. Sorry, namamalat ako. I had a long talk at Malay-Balay yesterday. It was the opening of our regional workshop on the reconciliation of accounts and the preparation of 2022 year-end reports. Because we conduct it too early, because the national workshop will also be soon conducted. This is the only time that the national reconciliation is conducted second week of January. That will actually be next week already. So, my respect to our Assistant Regional Director, Dr. De Gracia, to all the chiefs of the regional office. I want to see you at the second row. Isa may chief Nadia sa likod. And of course, our superintendents and assistant superintendents and the chiefs of the respective divisions. I know that we have struggled and we have hurdled the challenges of 2022. But for now, I know when the year opens, you have lots of questions. Some of those are operational questions regarding the positions on the positions of DepEd in the issue of those that were affected by the memorandum circular for the non-CESOs, whether they are to stay or to leave. The question has been answered. Whether the movement and reshuffling of third level officials will be affected. I know that's in the heart of everyone because everybody is anxious whether we are moving or not. And just to give you update, I already have received a communication from Yusek Revsi Escobedo to submit already our final plotting. My version is still not final because I still have to talk to some of you, uh, which will require engagements considering that your assignments happen to be not in the top 3 preferences as you texted me. We will talk about it. No? But that's not the focus of my talk. This activity is sponsored by the curriculum because I believe that when the World Bank has declared that the Philippines, at least 90% of the students are affected by the learning poverty. That is sad to know the figure of 90%. Curriculum, which is the core mandate of DepEd in terms of delivery, is the most affected strand down the line from the central office up to the school level. That is why the convergence is born and conceptualized because we have to talk one-on-one. And we have invited speakers to bring to you the current issues and concerns about curriculum implementation, whether there is a need to do revision, because we all believe that a curriculum is active and it has to undergo a review and revisions at least every 3 years of implementation. Many are commenting, why do we keep on changing or revising the curriculum? Because we just want to make it relevant. No? We have to make it relevant. As the time evolves, then things also have to evolve. And that is why our curriculum needs to also be at par, especially on the needs of our learners. Currently, we are confronted with so much problems, not just on curriculum, but the implementation of curriculum is affected even by the weather conditions of the region and of the country. I just heard that those coming from Misamis Occidental has passed areas which now are declared, schools are declared suspended because of, it's not just because of the trauma, but because seeing the weather, which is not really stable. I just received a message from OIC Superintendent Mary Ann Aliera that even Hingo August suspended classes for the entire division today. So, and it's not just us. In our Viber group of the Execom and Mancom, we see there, time after time, executive orders from local chief executives declaring suspensions of classes. And this has affected our curriculum implementation. Earlier on, in December, last week of December, the Office of the Director released a memo on ensuring that we implement education in emergencies. That's why I do not like to use the term class suspension, because we would like to impress upon you, and if you have not If you have not been able to see how the mechanics are done, let us ascertain that classes are going on at the respective residences of children through our distance learning delivery modalities. We don't have to ask on our capabilities and the capabilities of children learning by themselves. The past 2 years is more than enough to prove that education is taking place even outside of the confines of the classrooms. So, let us also discuss. Tomorrow, there will be ample time to discuss on issues relating to our operations. Let us try to thresh out gray areas in terms of how distance learning is to be implemented when areas are hit by flood, for example. Many would probably say, sir, is that still a question for now when we were able to do that for the past 2 years? Now, I think there is still a question because, for example, if one school is hit by the flood and all the learning resource materials, for examples, are also taken by the flood out, then when we go to modular learning for students that live in the area where classes, in-person classes are suspended, now how else can they go to modular learning when the SLMs I'm talking about are taken away with the flood? So we have to take a look at the possibility of doing adjustments in the mechanics. Whether the neighboring school who has the supply can provide the neighboring school who needed the help the most in terms of access to SLMs. We will talk the nitty-gritty of that tomorrow. But I would like to start this by telling you, I hope you are able to do your own strategies. Even just by texting today to re-emphasize that, because there were at least 2 divisions who have texted me for class suspension in-person classes. Today, I do not like, again, to believe, I do not like to ride on to the declaration of class suspension because classes must go on in distance learning modalities that we have been used to doing for the past 2 years. It's not just because we're over with the very apparent challenges of COVID that we can no longer, that we will no longer go back to our radio and TV-based instruction, which some of you, some of the divisions are very famous, have been famous in terms of your implementation. So distance learning delivery does not limit only to the modular approach. I toured some of the division offices. I still see a lot of SLMs that are probably delivered, just delivered. We make sure that all these are already delivered to the schools in proration so that in cases of emergencies, then students have to continue learning on their own. Question, it's not just about giving the module. Without studying, where are they now? So meaning the teachers who are doing the teaching and learning right in the classroom should also should keep track on the SLMs that have to be used in cases of urgent declarations of in-person classes suspension. Hindi lang dahil tuloy-tuloy na magbigay agad, hindi naman lang inalam kung talaga akma ba doon sa aralin na pinag-aaralan sa linggong yon o sa mga araw na yon. I'd like to thank many of you who are very generous enough to give assistance to our brothers and sisters in DepEd that were hit with the pandemic. Sorry, I'm tasked to give an inspirational message, but I'm just being inspired on what I am seeing in times of difficulties. No? Immediately when we were hit by that flood, I wrote the Secretary of Education, course through Undersecretary Revsi Escobedo, about our situation. I got a call from USEC Revsi asking, what do you need? Because the office of the secretary is asking, what help do you need? When I got that question, parang ako natameme. But of course, spontaneously I answered, well, the basic needs of our affected employees affected by the flood, and of course, the inclusion in terms of prioritizing our schools for the repairs that have to be done in the damaged classrooms and the learning resource materials. You know. And we continue to engage until January 3. I got a call, no less than Attorney Shine Fajarda, the head executive assistant of secretary, that the report we submitted on December 28 was the basis for the proration of 50 kilos per sack, 304 sacks of rice distributed to the four divisions that were reflected in that report. But Attorney Shine Farda was telling that buti na lang meron pang natira. Kasi nung nag-hit na ng flood, hindi lang po tayo sa buong Pilipinas, nagbigay na rin ang Office of the Vice President. And when I was coursed through General Manager Jean Rose Texon of the satellite office of the Office of the Vice President, she assured me that there's 304 sacks of rice at 50 kilos per sack for the 304 affected employees. And I'm thanking the leadership of the region and of course the Philippine Association of School Superintendents headed by Angelo Roy Gaso for, and of course Jean Veloso for responding immediately the needed funds that we have to use in terms of the howling. Kasi alangan naman tatanungin ko pa siya, paano ang howling? Binigyan na nga tayo, so pag director tayo, nag-strategize tayo paano. I have the reserve fund at the MOOE of the regional office, but considering the challenge that we have just opened the year, probably funds are not available. And I think the quick thinking I was able to arrive at is connect with PAS with some few amounts left as balances to use it. In our group chat room, I saw there lots of reports that you also have shared resources to the hit divisions. And we would like to thank you for that. I'm sure we will do accounting on those because some of that really are just delivered direct, coursed through PAS and have not yet been received by the beneficiaries. With all these complications of as what our MC was talking about, VUCA, the volatility, complexity, ambiguity, and uncertainty of conditions, we cannot help but continue to develop strategies to answer the current problems that confront us. Who would say that we have not moved on and live our lives the way we used to live? By that, performances of children are very excited. I'd like to thank again the Oro City for allowing the students to perform. And on the issue of class disruptions, they are SPA schools, and these are the usual things they do at the classrooms. And I was imagining there, because when these performances similar performances were posted at Facebook, my friend in Kuwait was commenting, I hope that the fantastic dance performance also show the translation of lessons, the way they should be learned by the students as modeled, as delivered by the teacher. So parang natameme ako doon sa comment niya. Because if that complications of dance steps were performed perfectly and accurately, and I know that's difficult to perfect, even if those that are gifted already with the skill, it's the same way process of transmitting lessons from the teacher to the students. So again, that's a manifestation that things can be learned and things have to be learned. In a while, we have invited good speakers. I'd like to thank Dr. Felicitas Pado, who is now in the call. You will have your turn, Madam Pado. And we are colleagues at the National Reading Program, which is now currently done by the Technical Working Group, and Dr. Pado of the Miriam College and UP is a consultant. She will talk with us now on the importance of reading. And I told her that she will be talking this morning to leaders who should provide that leadership in terms of the National Reading Program implementation. Even if it is still not launched, I know that in her talk right now, we can revisit how reading initiatives are done in our respective divisions and classrooms and do some revisions, inputting and incorporating our gained insights from the talk of a reading expert, Dr. Pado. The reading now is the most important skill to be learned by the students because it is a tool to learning other disciplines. I cannot overemphasize the consistent low performance of the Filipino students at participating in international large-scale assessments. The PISA, the TEAMS, the CPLM, and even our local national achievement tests and our regional achievement tests consistently prove that our students are not learning enough. And the major reason, if we go to the dynamics of learning, is really on the students not being able to harness the proficiency in reading. That's very important. That's why Department of Education now will be launching soon the National Reading Program, which incorporates the different reading initiatives that are done in the respective schools all over the country. And as a matter of fact, even reading programs that are partnered by education partners with DepEd, like World Vision, like Basa Pilipinas, like ABC Plus. These are programs with international partners that use also international funding that also give contributions to the national reading program, which is currently done. And even in the regular initiatives that we do to increase literacy, we also have to bring the numeracy together. So later on, as we go through the school year, you will realize that every day in our schedule, there is a specific time allotment for national reading program apart from the usual subjects that we do. And you will realize there are even subjects that are merged to ensure that there's time created for the National Reading Program implementation and the National Mathematics Program, which is now currently done by the Bureau of Learning Delivery. So the NRP and the NMP will be two important national programs that are designed to help the literacy problems of our students, especially in terms of learning other disciplines. I also would like to inform you in advance, sorry, this is a message, but it also captures the initiatives that are in the pipeline right now to the regional office. We'd like to inform you that the National Achievement Test for grade 12, as I announced, will already soon be conducted. But there is a problem which I know all of you are updated. I hope you are abreast with the problems that's concerning Region 10. Because in the 31 core competencies of grade 12, there are two core competencies. Core competencies ba or core subjects? There are two core subjects that are still at the start for teaching to students in the second semester. The exam will soon be on June 30 and probably January 30, sorry, January 30. And these two core subjects I'm referring to, the MIL and the contemporary Filipino arts, these two core subjects are still on its take of a start off point for delivery in second semester. But how else can the students answer questions on the matter when they are still not taught with the competencies? Tonight, I will have a meeting. We have a meeting with all directors, virtual, and I will present this problem. The problem existed because of the initiative in the region to harmonize the implementation of our curriculum in senior high school. And we did that as our own initiative because addressing the problem, if there are transferring of students within the semester and we are not harmonized on our curriculum delivery, then how else can the students go outright with comforts when he is in school, just transferred to a school of which the core subjects are not aligned in terms of scheduling for the implementation. Matter of fact, Chief Perry Magnaong assured me that mas arang-arang na lang kuno ta kaysa uban. Why? Because at least in the 31 core subjects, only two are not I mean, only two are not yet taught because they are set for second semester. But what about the regions who do not harmonize their curriculum delivery at senior high school? So baka iba-iba ang problema. Dito, apat. Dito, tatlo. Doon, lima. No? So we really don't know. And I think we have to bring this issue to our meeting this afternoon to be able to address. And test materials are already delivered. We cannot change the test items because they have been scribbled already and reproduced. And I think the only proposal I will bring this afternoon is to defer the conduct of the exam because January is too soon. And it's unfair for the students to be tested on the lessons that have not yet been taught. Di ba? So that's my position, and I hope you will agree with me on that. No? And then there's also the regional achievement test, the usual, that which is, well, I said usual because we already have successfully delivered this even during the COVID years. We will do an online regional achievement test as usual for key stages 2, 3, and 4. But for key stage 1, I would still push for a paper pencil exam for our grade 3 learners will who will be subjected because the test is random sampling, randomized school selection, and random student selection. But for our grade 12 students, this is census testing. All grade 12 students enrolled in the current school year have to be tested by the National Achievement Test. And of course, the issue which I always remember, the insistence, the very passionate concern of Babi Napere in terms of hiring applicants for several positions, of which the guidelines, mechanics, and the tawag niyan, the minimum qualification standard requirements are still not aligned with the new MSP. And sometimes the current guidelines are not really, should not be applied, but according to guideline have to be applied on positions that do not really match in terms of the process for selection. Example, hiring a driver and criteria includes research, speakership, and how else can the drivers and driver applicants can do speakership and of course I know that you did not do that. I know that you also created your own similar guidelines which are fit for the position in terms of hiring. I know that there are also cobwebs in your mind whether what you're doing is legal and is backed up by a guideline. The answer now is available. The new merit and selection plan, which is supposed to be implemented January 1, but because the guidelines and the implementing rules and regulations are still not finalized, this is still hold in abeyance. So wala pa. And I know we'll go into that tomorrow for a specific time for our issues and concerns. All these concerns rolled into one would really be affecting our curriculum implementation. Hiring has to do something, has immediate relevance to curriculum implementation. I know that you have your struggles in terms of navigating political interferences of hiring of teachers and even non-teaching personnel. The memo issued by VP Sara on the politicization of transfers of third level officials and hiring hiring teachers still are enforced. But I know it's not going to be that easy. You have your shares of challenges in terms of navigating politics and to ensure that we maintain that partnership we built and we have to nurture. So again, these really are also affecting curriculum implementation and curriculum accomplishments. So we cannot get rid of that, but to talk about this. And in the topics that are arranged for this 2-day activity, you will notice that some of the answers to our questions will be given out. And make sure that this is going to be interactive. Our speakers cannot come physically, but we have the technology to ensure that our our concerns should be raised up and be addressed by our speakers. And to close my message, parang nakita ko yung mga mukha nyo nung minention ko na even hiring, because you have to navigate political interferences on that. No? Parang it rang your bell because many of you probably are into the dilemma. But I know you have hurdled them. Reason why you are still in the position. And I haven't heard a complaint from a superintendent on the matter. I'm very happy that you take care of yourselves on taking this, no, into accounts. And may I share to you some nuggets of wisdom that I would like to leave to you before I sit down, that will somehow give us the push on how do we play our role as education leaders in this. No? This is, go back to number 1, please. So good, makag-8 dong. Okay, go ahead. Backward pa, backward pa. Back. Sige pa. Ano ba, paatras? Dili man ko na may number 1. Okay. Okay. So that's it, no? These are some important realities that we have to take a look at and reflect on, no? Do not educate your children to be rich, because sometimes it's always becoming rich as the end goal of every individual living in this world. Because if we inculcate in the minds of our children about becoming rich, then they will appreciate more of the cost or of the price. They will value more of the price and not the things. It says here, educate them to be happy. So when they grow up, they will know the value of things and not the price. I am very sad. When we had our family reunion, I have to prepare some gifts for the 52 immediate members of my family. Ganun na kami kadami. And I was, of course, to include the helpers of the family. Kasi lahat po ng pumunta, kailangan kong pagbigyan ng mga gift. And sometimes, it pained me so much to see some faces that are not happy with what I have given them. No? And I said to them, I can afford to give you Lacoste or Levi's if I'm only giving to 5 or 6 or 7. But remember, you are 53. I cannot give that much, no? But of course, I have the wide range of tolerance, considering that they're still immature. I'm very old, no? So I'm looking at them, no? Some do not appreciate, even I just give them, mahal bang puto nga to alyo, pero wa man nalipay akong gitagaan. The challenge is how to inculcate in the minds of our growing children that it's not really the price. Sometimes we appreciate bags because of labels, because of brands. From a distance, we were attracted to a bag. But when we see up close and the brand is not famous, we say, pangit pala yung bag na yan. No? But even if the bag is not really good, I mean, in terms of appearance, but because of brand, we always appreciate that. And there has to be a connection the way we are teaching our kids. Let's value the things that they have and not really the cost of these valuable things. Next slide, please. Go ahead. Eat your food. Ito, talagang tatamaan tayo nito. Eat your food as a medicine. Otherwise, you will eat your medicine as a food. Who are now eating their medicines as food? Marami na, mga maintenances, no? Yeah, I think now is the time. And to me, it is never too late to realize. No, I am suffering from diabetes. I just went to St. Luke's and I was informed by the doctor that my cholesterol is too high, that I really have, kasi akala ko yung cholesterol, wala lang problema yan, no? It triggered pala for the vulnerability of having a stroke, no? And so, now, we have to be choosy in terms of what to eat. Choosy not because of the cost, but choosy in terms of contributing nutrients to our health to be able to continue living our lives. No? So do not reach to a point that you will be eating your medicine like your food. Amen? Amen to that. No, I can see faces that can relate to that issue. Pero marami pa kasi dito mga very healthy, no? Like siguro si Jonathan, wala pang sakit, no? Sino bang walang sakit dito? Marino Dal, walang sakit? Again, there are problems, no? Sako-sakong problema dumating sa buhay natin. Unahin natin yung health. Kasi that's most important. Next slide, please. How else can we address the other problems if you are not able to maintain that health that is required? The one who loves you will never leave you because even if there are 100 reasons to give up, he will find one reason to hold on. Wow, sana all. Even to the difficulties of understanding your situations, do not give up because I know there must be one minor reason that the person you love and the person who loves you is really worth fighting for. Di ba? Sino ba? Baka marami ang fina-fight ninyo. Dapat isa lang talaga ang fina-fight. No? That relationship to fight for. No? And you cannot underestimate us. I know you are smiling because does this person have the credibility to talk about that? No? Next slide, please. Next slide. You are loved when you are born. You will be loved when you die. In between, you have to manage. In other words, what counts most are the in-betweens. What is good is the thing in between. Huwag namang isipin yung iba yung ano yung nasa in-between. In-between. When you were born, that's a gift. When you die, that is also an accomplishment. But what matters most is how you live the journey in terms of the in-betweens, birth and death. That's very important. And it's not really just about reaching that age, no? I know everybody dreams to really live long, but I think the real McCoy of living life is really the how-tos in terms of living the in-betweens. That's most important. Never mind about what's going to happen on your death, whether you will be in a casket, which is really, wala na, huwag ka na mag-isip na, patay ka na nga eh. Isipin mo yung buhay. Paano mo sinasabuhay yung buhay mo. Next slide, please. And of course, if you want to walk fast, walk alone. But if you want to walk far, walk together. Ladies and gentlemen, it's not about the speed. It's about the distance traveled. So, when you grow up together, well, minsan kasi, literally, when you walk alone, you can really walk faster because you don't mind people that would probably bothering your focus of running or walking. Kasi ikaw lang eh, walang storbo. But that's about speed. But when you want to walk far, you've noticed that when you are walking, literally, when you're walking with Sam, you won't really feel the boredom. You don't feel tired because you are enjoying the walk. And you realize no matter how long it takes you in terms of time, but the distance that you have traveled is longer than what you have traveled by speed walking alone. Of course, if you want to achieve your dreams, make sure you bring your people to your dreams. It's not just about bringing to yourself. And I think our superintendents and assistant superintendents and even the chiefs agree with me and have living this challenge all along. It's not good to ambition of climbing the ladder, leaving our people behind. I really remembered the first time I visited Oroqueta City and delivered my talk during the installation of, I think, Lorena Serrano, when I was there. No? And I installed Lorena as the OIC Assistant Superintendent. And in my talk, because I had a prior knowledge for one school who had teachers retiring teacher one after almost 4 decades of service. Itutukan ginako ang principal ato nga school dungo gid siya gayo. Why did I know that? Because the husband of my relative happened to be that person I'm referring to, who retired from service almost 4 decades, teacher one. So it's really not being able to walk together. Kasi the person is just concerned about reaching far and in speed all by themselves. Okay? And I already have shared to you the favorite story about the rabbit and the turtle. Maganda talaga yun, no? Kasi sabi nila, okay lang yung walking slow, sir. Hinay, basta kanunay. Is it a good characteristic to do things slowly but consistently? The answer is yes. But is it the best? No. When the turtle and the rabbit had a race, the turtle won in the first round kasi si rabbit kumpiyansa kasi ang bilis-bilis niya. Nagpahinga siya, bago niya tinapos, nakatulog siya, he was overtaken. And the turtle said, it's really good to be slow and consistent. Second round, binilis din talaga ng rabbit and finished the line without resting. So, it's better to run. It's better to do things fast and consistent. But the third round, kasi ayaw na talaga magpatalo ng turtle, sabi niya, sige, we'll do it again on the third round, but in the opposite direction. Kasi alam ng rabbit na dito may river na tatawirin. Alam ng turtle. Ang rabbit hindi naman makakalangoy. So what is the message? The rabbit ran fast but could not cross the river until he was overtaken by the turtle, and the turtle swam then won the race on the third round. And what's the message? It's really also knowing your core competence. It's not enough to be fast and consistent. Look for your core competence and work and build on it. And that's what the rabbit found. The turtle found. At dahil hindi pa rin napigil si rabbit, ayaw magpatalo, nag-argue-argue sila, and then they did not realize that in their engagements, negotiations, and disagreements, they became friends. And it was now an issue of matapos ba ito ng mabilis. Sabi niya, mabilis ka namang tumakbo, o di sumakay na lang ako. Tumakbo ka, mabilis naman ako lumangoy, di sumakay ka sa akin when we cross the river. And the password is walking together, partnership. You can really do better things when you are together. Next slide, please. Sige. And finally, the 6 best doctors in the world, which are for free, but people do not take advantage of. It's free. Sunlight. Ayaw magpainit kasi ayaw mangitim. Do not like to take the swim even if it's very inviting because the sun is very, very hot. Sinong hindi sumama sa Sperm Island in Jimenez? I hope your reason is ayaw niyong mangitim. When I told Myron, prepare yourself because I will soon assign you in Camiguin as the assistant superintendent. Sabi niya, sir, may iitim pa ba ako sa Camiguin? Parang itim na ako. Ganon. Rest, very important. Alam nyo, it's easily said than done. Kung naapay baligya aning rest, dugera ko himpalit. Because among the 6, I think 2 things I really do not have is number 2 and 3. The rest and the exercise. These are for free, but I have never taken advantage of this. When I was assigned in Region 12, the director's quarter is really just behind the athletic oval rubberized. And because the director stays there, there's an exclusive entrance, gibangagan ang koral, so that the director can get out from his kitchen and straight to the athletic oval. Pero in my 2 years and 8 months of living in that house, I was only able to do an exercise, jogging, walking, or running, one evening at isa lang beses. That was the first and the last. Isang gabi lang talaga nagawa ko. No? But of course, a classic example is ARD Victor de Gracia. He wakes up early and he walks along the premises of the regional office while the director is still asleep. Because he sleeps at 8 o'clock, but ako I slept at 1 or 2. Kagabi, 2 o'clock na ako nakatulog. So ganun eh. And then exercise, diet. This is one thing achievable to me. So we can work on this. Self-confidence and of course, friends. We will always live our lives to the best that we could with friends. So never lose. And I hope this will challenge you. Which of the 6 doctors you have? And if you do not have, it is never too late to have them. Next slide, please. If you see the moon, you see the beauty of God. If you see the sun, you see His power. But if you see the mirror, you see the best creation of God. So do not feel insecure about your looks. When you look at the face, always say, this is the best God's creation. Di ba? Sige nga, ikaw, makagawa ka ba sa pamamagitan ng kamay mo ng tao na may pilik mata? You know, if you look at the nitty-gritty of the looks of a human being, very hard to understand. But it's really a miracle. Kasi mabilis nyo lang naman ginawa yung tao. Then nung lumabas siya, bakit siya kumpleto na with all these features? Because it is always created through God's likeness. No? So ganun yun. So you believe in yourself. That's the message. Next slide. The last, number 8. Wala na? Ladies and gentlemen, there is a big difference between human beings and being human. And I hope you should be able to identify that difference. I know all of us are into one of the two, but maybe others have not been able to live consistently in the other one. We are human beings, but being human probably is not demonstrated very consistently. And that's a challenge. Thank you very much and magandang umaga po sa inyong lahat.
Thank you so much, RD Art, for that inspirational message and for sharing to us nuggets of wisdom. Truly, it was emphasized the importance of work and life balance. At this point, we will be entertain again students from the Special Program for the Arts from Cagayan de Oro City National High School, Junior High School. Let's give a hand to their Rondalia Ensemble. Once again, students from Cagayan de Oro City National High School, Junior High School, Special Program for the Arts. Palakpakan po natin ang mga students. Very nice performances. And of course, to our teacher trainers. Congratulations din po sa ating mga guro sa Cagayan de Oro City National High School. And that is our preliminary part of this activity, and we now proceed to the convergence proper. For the convergence proper, we will be hearing a total of 5 topics, and each of these presenters will be introduced to us accordingly by select education program supervisors. And to each topic, there will be an open forum to which we will be having 3 to 5 questions per forum, again to be facilitated by our regional education program supervisors. And without further ado, let us now proceed to our first forum. Our presenter will be introduced to us by Education Program Supervisor Carlos Llamas III. A big round of applause, please.
Okay, thank you for that, Sir Boots. Thank you for that, Sir Boots. Our first speaker for this morning is the head consultant of Basa Pilipinas, literacy project of EDOC USAID, and a consultant of the Department of Education in various literacy programs and projects like PhilErie, and currently one of the lead consultants of the National Reading Program. She is also currently a member of the Commission of Higher Education's Technical Panel for Teacher Education and chair of the Early Childhood Education Committee. Before joining Miriam College, she was a full-time professor of the College of Education at the University of the Philippines. She was likewise the reading consultant of the World Bank, Jesus de Rosario Foundation, and McDonald's Bright Minds Read Project. She serves as a project director of DepEd's OSAID commissioned research on a review of Muslim initiatives in 2013, and the result of which were presented in the Redlands University, California, and Madison University at Wisconsin last January 2017. She is renowned and she received various awards and recognition, and to mention few are Outstanding Teacher of the Philippines awarded by Metrobrak Foundation in 1991, and Natatanging Guro Award given by the UP College of Education, University of the Philippines in 2013. Help me welcome our first speaker this morning. Virtually is none other than Professor Felicitas E. Pado. A round of applause, please.
Magandang umaga po. Okay po ba ang sound ko? Ma'am, sir, naririnig po ba ako?
Loud and clear. Go ahead, ma'am.
Yes. Okay. So my greetings to the educational leaders on curriculum and instruction and the other officials of DepEd North Mindanao. Special mention to Director Bayokot, who I met last week in the workshop on National Reading Program. Also, thank you, Mr. Llamas, my new email friend. And I think Mr. Dodong Ener, my co-member in Noted, is also around. Congratulations for putting up this kind of meeting with educational leaders. This is something that is so new to me because I usually conduct seminars to reading teachers. Now I am doing it to the educational leaders who will ensure that the reading program is carried out successfully. So, sino po ba ang mag-aano nung aking PowerPoint? Sir, meron po ba? Okay. So, hybrid regional convergence of educational leaders on curriculum and instruction. Next slide. The theme is revisiting curriculum and instruction in light of the key issues, trends, and strategies for sustainable development. And my topic, next slide, developing reading leadership. Okay, so leaders in teaching reading in the elementary. My belief And I hope you agree with me that reading is the most important skill that the students should learn. One very important aspect of reading leadership is to pay attention to the reading aspect of the curriculum. Next, please. So, we revisit the reading curriculum. In my talk, we're going to revisit the reading curriculum in the early grades, meaning kindergarten, grades 1 to 3. Reading curriculum in the upper grades, and teaching or the role of reading in teaching the content subjects. I hope I'll be able to uh, discuss all of them. Okay. Next, please. Okay. Let us first uh, be let us first agree on the definition of reading. Reading is getting meaning from and giving meaning to the printed symbols. So it's not just word recognition, it's not just spelling the words, it's not just reading with proper phrasing. The ultimate goal of reading is getting meaning from and giving meaning to the printed symbols. Next, please. The reading curriculum and instruction in the early grades. In the early grades, the objective is to develop learners who can read and who will read. Di po yan pareho. There are children who can read but who don't want to read. Okay. We want to develop uh, learners who can read and who will read in the mother tongue, in Filipino, and in English. Next, please. Okay. Because the reading curriculum aims to produce multilingual and multiliterate Filipino learners. Okay. Next, please. Okay. So let's review the reading curriculum, which DepEd did or in 2012-2013. So the reading curriculum, there are the domains of language, literacy, and literature, and the grade levels that they are introduced. Next, please. So you have it's not only reading curriculum, it's language, literacy, and literature. So there are 14 domains: oral language, phonological awareness, book and print orientation, alphabet knowledge, positive attitude towards language, literacy, and literature, phonics and word recognition, fluency, spelling, writing and composing, grammar awareness, vocabulary development, listening comprehension, reading comprehension, and re-study strategies. Please take note that we uh, suggested to DepEd to separate listening comprehension from reading comprehension so that even before children learn to read, they already develop their listening comprehension. Okay, out of these 14 domains, 9 are introduced in kindergarten, and 5 other domains are introduced from grades 1 to 3. And you have the other domains being introduced in the upper grades. Okay, next please. Okay, so let's talk about literacy development in kindergarten. Okay, based on these characteristics of kindergarten learners, we have the curriculum in reading for them. In kindergarten, the children gain control of oral language. They cannot read yet, so they rely on pictures in text, but they pretend to read. They recognize rhymes, So we always tell the kindergarten teachers introduce poems and rhymes. Kindergarten children love them. They start recognizing letters. They are ready for it. They can write their own name and they love to listen to stories. One motivation for coming to school regularly is because the teacher will read a story to them. Next, please. Okay, so as I mentioned earlier, there are 9 domains introduced in kindergarten. Okay, next, please. Let's talk about them one by one. Oral language in the language of literacy. Knowledge and use of the structure, the meanings and uses of the language. They start with uh, their mother tongue, but they are also exposed orally to the to Filipino. And to English. Okay, next please. Okay, so we encourage the kindergarten teachers to develop the oral language of the children to do story reading. They pick up words and expressions from the stories read by the teacher. Uh, we always encourage recitation of poems, rhymes, jingles, and finger plays, dramatizations and dialogues, lots of talking activities in the classroom, and play activities. So we expect a kindergarten classroom to be a noisy classroom because the children are starting to develop their oral language. Next, please. Then phonological awareness. This is a neglected skill in kindergarten. Phonological awareness, work with rhymes, syllables, onsets, and rhymes. Onset, the beginning sound of a word. Rhyme, R-I-M-E, is the ending sound of a word. Phonemic awareness is the ability now to notice, to think about, and work with the individual sounds in spoken words. Remember, phonological awareness is an oral activity. Okay. Next, please. So, how do we develop, or how should kindergarten teachers develop phonological awareness? By counting the number of words in a sentence. The teacher gives a sentence orally, and the children clap every word in the sentence. The teacher introduces poems, and the children detect the rhyming words. They give the rhyming words of the poems listened to. They count the number of syllables in a word. They detect the beginning or the ending sound of a word. Notice, as I mentioned earlier, my dear leaders, that phonological awareness is or should be introduced in kindergarten. Kindergarten teachers often neglect this. Next, please. So, example of exercises. Mga bata, makinig sa 2 linya ng tula. Ang aming pamilya palaging masaya. Pamilya, masaya, magkatunog ba? Or may sasabihin akong salita, ipalakpak ang bawat pantig nito kasama. Or ano ang umpisang tunog ng mata? Ano ang huling tunog ng matamis? So notice that during the early part of the kindergarten lesson, there are oral exercises to develop phonological awareness. It is very important prior to introducing alphabet knowledge. Next, please. Okay, book and print knowledge. It refers to knowing and being acquainted with book and how print works. Next, please. So, what are the book orientation skills that the teacher in kindergarten introduces? That a book has a cover. Okay, this is my storybook today. Look at the cover. And the teacher reads the title of the story. She discusses the pictures on the cover, which tell about the story. She reads the name of the author and the name of the illustrator. And she tells the children the author introduces or writes the story while the illustrator draws the pictures in the book. Then the teacher flips the pages one page at a time, and the storylines are tracked from left to right. So that in kindergarten, it is better if the teacher uses the big book so that the children can see the storylines very clearly. Next, please. Okay. Developing book and print knowledge. You talk about the cover of the storybook and point or read the title. You tell the children, tingnan ang babasahin kong kwento. Ituro ang pamagat nito. Then the teacher reads the title of the storybook. If the children can already read, challenge them to read the title. Okay. Discuss the pictures on the cover. Ano-ano ang nakikita niyong larawan? Next, please. Reading the name of the author and illustrator. Ang kwentong ito ay sinulat ni Christine Cannon. Ang mga larawan sa kwento ay ginuhit ni Mariano Ching. Minsan sasabihin ng mga bata, ay, pang-ilan na yan na book na sinulat ni Christine Cannon. Ibig sabihin, naaalala nila. Then the teacher flips the pages sequentially and reads the text. She demonstrates that one reads the left page first before the right page. Then she pauses after several pages and asks questions. Next, please. In kindergarten, the teacher also introduces alphabet knowledge. The ability to recognize, to name, to sound out all the upper and lower case letters of the alphabet. So the teacher teaches the letter name. Ito ay titik M. Introduces the letter sound. Ang tunog ng M ay Ganito ang pagsulat ng malaking M. Ganito naman ang pagsulat ng maliit na M. Next, please. Okay. So, how do we develop alphabet knowledge in kindergarten? By discussing objects and pictures whose names start with a target letter. Giving the letter name and the letter sound. Ang pangalan ng bawat larawan ay nag-uumpisa sa M. Ang tunog ng M ay showing how the big and small letters are written. Ganito ang pagsulat ng malaking M. Ganito naman ang pagsulat ng maliit na M. And then, giving appropriate exercises. Okay. Continue. Next, please. Positive attitude towards literacy, language, and literature. Having a sense of being a reader and developing individual choices of and tastes for text to read for various purposes, such as for learning or for pleasure. So when you read a story to the children regularly, they develop positive attitude towards literacy. I want to learn to read, towards language, and towards literature. Teacher, ano po ang kwento natin bukas? So they look forward to the story reading. Next, please. So you develop positive attitude uh, by conducting regular story reading session and by displaying storybooks in the reading corner which the K learners may browse. So it would be better if we have storybooks that they can browse in our classrooms or in the kindergarten classrooms. Next, please. Okay, so look, story reading by the teacher develops positive attitude towards reading. And look, they are not seated on the desk. They are seated on a mat very close to the teacher, especially if the teacher is using the regular sized book, so that they can look at the pictures, they can listen very well to the story reading. Next, please. Okay. Dorothy Strickland, one of the presidents of the International Reading Association, emphasized that children who have positive attitudes and experiences about reading are more likely to be motivated to learn to read. I know that because I was a grade 1 teacher in the laboratory school of UP. That was my entry point in the university as a grade 1 teacher. And before leaving the class, they would ask, teacher, ano po yung kwento natin bukas? So they develop that positive attitude towards literacy because of story reading. Next, please. Writing and composing, being able to formulate ideas into sentences or longer texts and represent them in the conventional orthographic patterns of written language. You might ask, kinder pa lang hindi pa naman tinuturo ang magbasa, bakit meron ng composing skill? Let me show you in the next slides uh, the composing skills of the kindergarten children. Next slide. Okay. Encouraging the learners to write scribbles about the picture drawn. And we call that invented spelling, which is acceptable in kindergarten. And a kindergarten learner may read to the teacher or parent the scribbles that he or she wrote. Next, please. Okay. Here are some examples of composing skills using invented spelling. I asked the boy to read it. Ano ba yung pangalan ng drawing mo? Teacher, hamburger. Tama lang naman letter H, but that's invented spelling. Let me show you others invented spellings. Next slide, please. Okay, so you have lollipop. And then I asked the boy, ano tong drawing mo? Teacher, kare, kare. Then you have hamburger, pitter patter, down came the rain. Ito, which is sitting on a chair. And parachute. Look at the invented spellings. Next, please. Okay. After reading The Most Beautiful House in the Forest, I asked the children to draw their own house and label the parts of the house. Look at the spelling of roof. Post is correct. Window, bed, door, and stair. Okay, next please. The king's birthday. Charlotte knows how to write from left to right, but she does not know yet that you have to read from top to bottom. Look, happy birthday, King Charlotte. Okay, so these are examples of invented spellings in kindergarten. Next, please. Vocabulary development refers to knowledge of words and their meanings in both oral and print representations. Okay. When do you develop vocabulary? Next slide, please. Okay. You introduce vocabulary prior to story reading. The meaning of difficult words in the story are discussed prior to story reading. So, the first step in pre-reading is unlocking of difficult words. Then, during the lesson on alphabet knowledge, you also show objects or pictures of words that start with a target letter. So vocabulary development is being developed prior to learning how to read. Next, please. Listening comprehension. It is a complex and active process in which vocabulary knowledge is a crucial component and which requires an intentional and thoughtful interaction between the listener and the text. They listen to the teacher read a story, they have some questions in their mind. I see, no. Saan? Bakit? Ano? So, they have questions in their minds as they listen to the teacher read a story. So, notice how important story reading is for developing listening comprehension first and later reading comprehension. Next, please. Vocabulary development prior to story reading, discussion of the story after story reading, and asking the proper questions develop listening comprehension. Next, please. Okay, after story reading, the teacher discusses the story by asking questions of different levels. Some questions have answers that are directly found in the story. Sino, ano, nasaan. That's the literal level. But we don't stop at the literal level. Next slide. We also ask questions whose answers are not directly stated in the text but are suggested or implied. These are the interpretation questions. Mga bata, ano kaya ang naramdaman ni Lilian nang wala pa ang sundo niya paglabas niya sa klase? And the children will say, siguro po malungkot siya kasi po nung paglabas ko sa klase wala pa ang mama ko, malungkot po ako. So, that's an interpretation question. Implying the feeling of the character. Next, please. Evaluation involves the making of personal judgment on the text by the reader, usually based on his or her experience. Mga bata, sa palagay nyo, tama ba ang ginawa ni Pikpakbum sa kapatid niya? Bakit hindi? So, notice or imagine the answers of the children when you ask such question. Next, please. Integration or application to self involves the reader putting himself or herself in the place of the character. Mga bata, kung kayo si Pikpakbum, gagawin ba ninyo ang ginawa niya? Bakit? Bakit hindi? Okay, so you get answers and sometimes their responses surprise you. Uy, kaya niya na tong isipin. Next, please. Creative reading involves coming up with new ideas or reproducing the text information in other forms, like dramatizing or giving another ending or drawing. Sabi mo, isadula ang bahagi ng kwento na nag-uusap si Tik-Tak-Tok at si Pikpak-Boom. Or i-drawing ang bahaging ito ng kwento. These questions are sequenced and asked according to the flow of the story. They are not grouped according to the levels, but according to the sequence of the story. And the same type of questions are asked in reading comprehension once the children can already read. Next, please. The ninth skill in kindergarten is study skills, a general term for techniques and strategies that help a person read or listen for specific purposes with the intent to remember. Okay. What study skills are introduced in kindergarten? Next slide, please. Following simple directions orally given, such as bilugan, guhitan, lagyan ng check, lagyan ng X, kulayan. Okay, this study skill or these simple directions which are clearly given orally by the teacher are examples of study skills starting in kindergarten. Next, please. How are these different literacy skills introduced and developed in kindergarten? Next slide. Okay, you have this schedule in kindergarten. Arrival time, they browse storybooks. So you start already developing positive attitude towards language, literacy, and literature. Some children come early because they want to browse storybooks prior to the start of classes. Then meeting time 1, which is 10 minutes, the teacher asks the children to recite poems, to sing songs, to share some news. Di naman yung national news. Ang news nila, magandang umaga mga kaklase. Meron po akong ibabalita sa inyo. Kagabi po, nanganak ang aking alagang pusa. Meron po akong 3 kuting. That's already news sharing among the children, which develops their oral language and also their phonological awareness. Work period 1 is literacy learning. This is the part where they learn the letters of the alphabet and the study skills. And stories Rhymes and songs, 15 minutes. This is the time for story reading by the teacher and reciting poems and rhymes, where the children develop positive attitude towards language, literacy and literature, book and print knowledge, and book and vocabulary development. So, my dear school leaders, let's look at the kindergarten classes and see to it that they have these different activities which develop the children's literacy skills. Next, please. What if, since the child is studying or studied at home, guided by a parent during this pandemic who may not be a teacher, some skills might not be learned, such as maybe the parent does not know about phonological awareness. Do the pair of words rhyme? What's the beginning sound of this word? What's the ending sound of this word? Next, please. Alphabet knowledge. What if the kindergarten child was not taught the correct sound of each letter? Was not taught the correct strokes in writing the upper and lowercase letters? It's very possible, my dear heads of school. The parents may not know the correct sound of each letter or may not know the correct strokes in writing the upper and lowercase letters. Next, please. On story reading. What if the child was not exposed to story reading at home because storybooks were not available? Or if story reading was done at home but the proper discussion questions were not asked? So, medyo lugi ang bata pagdating sa school na grade 1 na siya na wala pala nitong ganitong activities. What will the grade 1 teacher do? Next, please. Some suggested remediation activities. Naalala ko, hindi pala remediation ang sabi natin kasi grade 1 pa lang, no? But we try to uh, uh, give them what they were not taught in kindergarten at home. The grade 1 teacher should conduct exercises on phonological awareness. Prior to teaching word recognition, the teacher should review alphabet knowledge. And he or she should conduct regular story reading, and after a story reading activity, he or she should discuss the story and ask questions of different levels. So prior to teaching the grade 1 curriculum, the grade 1 teacher should conduct these exercises which they missed in kindergarten and which are very essential prior to learning to read in grade 1. Next, please. Okay. Teaching now in grades 1 to 3. The skills in the different domains introduced in kindergarten continue to be developed in grades 1 to 3. Additional domains of literacy are introduced in grades 1 to 3. What are these additional domains of literacy? Next slide, please. Phonics and word recognition, spelling, fluency, reading comprehension, and grammar awareness. So please take note that we don't teach them word recognition in kindergarten. The requirement in K is mastery of alphabet knowledge. word recognition, spelling, fluency, reading comprehension, and grammar awareness are introduced in grades 1 to 3. Next, please. Phonics and word recognition refers to the ability to identify a written word by sight or by deciphering the relationship between the sounds of spoken language and the letters in written language. So that's phonics and word recognition. But it's not entirely uh, reading. Ma'am, nakakabasa na po ang aking mga bata ng mga words. Isa lang po yan na part. Meron pa po. Okay. Next slide, please. One reason why learners may not comprehend text is they are spending all their attention and energy on figuring out the words. So dapat po may mastery ng word recognition. Okay, next please. The languages of instruction for teaching literacy. In the 2013 curriculum, the languages of instruction for teaching literacy are kindergarten mother tongue, grade 1 mother tongue, grade 2 first semester, continue teaching literacy in the mother tongue, and introduce Filipino literacy. Next, please. Grade 2, second semester, continue teaching literacy in the mother tongue and Filipino, introduce English literacy. Grade 3, teaching literacy in the mother tongue, Filipino, and English with varying degrees of competence. And grade 4, literacy in Filipino and English. This is undergoing review in the National Reading Program. That's why we had a 1-week workshop last week. So we will wait for the final decision on the languages of instruction in kindergarten to grade 3. Next, please. Spelling, being able to convert oral language sounds into printed language symbols. The learners should be taught to write the correct spelling of the words that they learned to read. So, word recognition, kasunod yung spelling. Para kung ano ang nare-recognize nilang words, dapat na isusulat nila ng tama. Next, please. Fluency, the ability to read orally with speed, with accuracy, and with proper expression. Next, please. Fluency refers to accuracy, automaticity, and proper expression in reading. Word recognition must be accurate, rapid, and require little conscious attention so that attention can be directed to the comprehension process. So, reading the word should be accurate, automatic, and there should be proper expression in reading. Hindi po word by word reading. Okay, next slide. Fluency is often a neglected skill. Pupils read in a word-by-word manner. So I always encourage the teachers have exercises on proper reading of phrases to develop their fluency. Remember that reading in a word-by-word manner does not lead to comprehension. Kaya po, mahina sila sa comprehension kasi ang reading nila word by word. I-develop po sa mga bata ang reading with proper phrasing or fluency. Next, please. suggestions to improve word recognition and fluency, drill on reading the words that are often misread. Dapat nakalagay po yun sa bulletin board ng teacher. Kaya my dear school managers, tingnan po nyo kung nakalagay yun sa uh, ano ng teacher. Kung nakadisplay po yon. Prior to asking the learners to read sentences and short stories, the teacher should conduct drills on phrase reading. And prior to asking the children to read a selection as part of pre-reading activities, the teacher should conduct phrase reading prior to unlocking difficult words, motivation, or motive question. So that nung grade 1 teacher po ako, 4 ang pre-reading activities. Phrase reading, unlocking of difficult words, motivation, and motive question. Bago nila basahin ang kwento. So, hindi po to during story reading, but reading a selection by the pupils. Phrase reading po ang umpisa para masanay sila ng fluency or reading in proper phrases. Next, please. Reading comprehension. It is a complex and active process in which vocabulary knowledge is a crucial component and which requires an intentional and which requires an intentional and thoughtful interaction between the reader and the text. Next, please. So, notice, ano pa po, isa pang slide. Okay. Notice the interaction between the reader and the text. The reader, the text, and the context. Next slide, please. Ano pa po. Okay. So, the context refers to what is the child's purpose for reading? Is the text interesting to him or to her? In what language will he read? Does he have prior knowledge about the or schema about the text? Next, please. Next slide. Okay. Why should I read the story? Did I motivate enough the children to engage in reading? Did the teacher tap the pupil's interest? And this is done during motivation and motive question. Pag sinabi mo, ngayon, meron tayong babasahing kwento tungkol sa magkapatid. Uy, excited yung mga bata. You tap their interest. Next, please. Do the learners understand the language? Were the difficult words unlocked? Do the learners have schema or prior knowledge of the topic? If they don't have a schema for it, was some background information given during the pre-reading? Next, please. So, notice the requirements for developing reading comprehension. The children should be able to recognize the words, should understand what the words mean, should read with proper phrasing. If these 3 skills are present, reading comprehension is easier to develop among the children. Next, please. Okay, so the prerequisite skills for reading comprehension are reading comprehension, vocabulary development, and fluency. please take note, my dear school leaders, that the grade 1 teachers, the grade 1, grade 2, and grade 3 teachers develop these prerequisite skills for reading comprehension. Because I have been going around the schools, reading comprehension is a big problem. Children may read or may identify the words, but they don't understand what the story is all about. From grade 1 up to high school, this is a problem. Next, please. So, the types of questions to be asked, like listening comprehension, we also have the literal level, interpretation level, evaluation, integration or application to self, and creative reading. Again, these different levels of questions are arranged according to the flow of the story that the children will read. Next, please. Grammar awareness is introduced starting grade 1. Wala pa pong grammar ang kinder. Knowledge of language features and sentence structures in written language. Next, please. Okay, so notice the grammar lesson starting grade 1 up to grade 3 and even up to upper level. Sentence or not sentence. The nouns or naming words, pronouns, verbs, adjectives, and in grade 2, adverbs, prepositions, and other parts of speech are introduced. Next, please. Okay, so in a grammar lesson, you have these different parts. Introduction of grammar, which uses the story as a springboard for introducing the language structures. So kung ang grammar lesson ay pangalan, gamitin yung pangalan ng mga characters sa binasa ng teacher na kwento. Then through a skillful questioning, rules about the correct use of the language structure are used. So you have, kailan natin ginagamit ang siya? Kailan natin ginagamit ang sila? Okay. Based on the story. Next, please. Guided practice, group practice, contests to see if the pupils learned the correct use of the structure. Independent practice, a written practice or quiz is given, and application using the structure in oral activities. Okay, next please. Meron lang po kang tanong. Kasi po hindi tayo nag-start on time. Until what time po ba ang aking talk? Okay. So, paki-text na lang po. Study skills following oral or written directions. Study skills are like alphabetizing is introduced in grade 3, grade 2, getting information from tables, from table of contents, from diagrams, from an outline, or from the different graphs. Okay, this is already introduced in the upper grades. Introducing or interpreting a pictograph, a line graph, a bar graph, a pie graph. Medyo mahina po dito ang ating mga bata hanggang high school. Kaya po dati akong member ng UP College Admission Test. Medyo po mahina sila dito sa interpreting different graphs, different outlines. So pakisabi po sa upper grade teachers, to develop these skills. Next, please. Okay, languages and reading, as I mentioned, hindi pa masyadong nating alam kung kailan ituturo ang mother tongue, Filipino, and English. Next, please. Okay. Shifting from mother tongue to Filipino to English. You might ask, does literacy in one language transfer to another language? And Cummins said, once students have established a literate base in one language, they should be able to transfer knowledge and skills gained in that language to reading in a second language, as long as they are adequately exposed to the second language and motivated to acquire it. Okay, next please. So, you talk now about bridging among the literacy domains. Paano po ba yun nabibridge na ang knowledge nila in one domain transfers to another domain? Next slide, please. So, you have, there are always possibilities for explicit bridging except oral language and vocabulary development. Each language has its own oral language and vocabulary. Okay, next please. So, more variable and limited ang transfer ng oral language and vocabulary. Next please. Phonological awareness. What skills transfer? Detecting rhyming words, number of syllables, beginning sound of a word, and ending sound of a word. Nagtatransfer yon from mother tongue. Yung skill po, nagtatransfer from mother tongue to Filipino to English. Only the terms change. Filipino, sabi na magkatugma, pantig, umpisang tunog, huling tunog. Pagdating sa English, they learn new terms, rhyming words, syllables, beginning and ending sound. But the skills are the same. Next, please. Book and print orientation. What skills transfer? A book has a cover. Pictures tell about a story. The author writes the story. The illustrator draws the pictures in the story. So, iba lang po ang terms. Pag Filipino, sabihin natin, pabalat ng aklat, may akda, tagaguhit, at mga pahina. Then sa English, sinasabi natin the cover of the book, the author, the illustrator, and the pages. Next, please. Alphabet knowledge. Makikita po nyo that alphabet knowledge is taught from kindergarten to grade 3. Maybe you will wonder, bakit hanggang grade 3? It's because some letters of the alphabet in the mother tongue are in the mother, there are letters of the alphabet in Filipino that are not taught in the mother tongue. And that there are letters in the alphabet that have different sounds in English. So, what letters were not taught in the mother tongue and should be taught in Filipino and in English? What letters have the same sound in the three languages? What letters have a different sound in L1, in Filipino, and in English? Next slide. Okay. Phonics and word recognition. We all know that in different languages, the skills are the same. Letters are combined to form words. One blends sounds associated with letters or symbols to decode a word. And the reader combines words to form phrases and sentences. And these skills are the same in the three languages. Next, please. Remember, it is more difficult to decode words in English because not all the words are phonetically consistent. Sa Filipino at sa mother tongue, kung ano ang baybay, siya ang bigkas. Hindi po yan totoo in English. My grade 1 children used to say, "Teacher, brother pala, bakit ang spelling ay brought her?" Sabi ko, ganun talaga ang English. Okay. Vocabulary development should be intensive. The teacher should use varied, effective techniques to ensure that the learners understand the words that they can decode. Next, please. Grammar. What skills transfer? The parts of speech are the same. Nouns, pronouns, verbs, adjectives, adverbs, and so on. But there are some differences. Possessive nouns, sa Filipino, ang lapis ni Ana. Pag English, Ana's pencil or the pencil of Ana. Pronouns, sa Filipino, kahit babae, kahit lalaki, sasabihin lang natin siya. Pag English, pag lalaki, he, pag babae, she. Okay, so may differences. Next, please. Composing. You have some same conventions and mechanics. Capitalization, punctuation, margin, and indentation. Same format for writing a paragraph or for writing a letter. Next, please. Comprehension strategies transfer across languages. Noting details, sequencing events, cause and effect, problem and solution, making inferences, and outlining. Okay, next please. Study strategies are the same, only the terms change. Alphabetizing, the use of table of contents and index, dictionary skills, following oral or written directions, and interpreting tables and graphs. Next, please. Reading in English. It is more difficult for our Filipino children to read or shift to reading in English. Here are some anticipated difficulties. English is a foreign language to most learners. They may be able to decode the words, but they may not understand what the words mean. What is beg? Madaling basahin, pero ano bang beg? Ano bang bin? Ano bang caught? Okay. So, ang unlocking should be intensive. Next, please. The learners have learned the sound of the letters, but in English, some vowel sounds are different from the vowel sounds in Filipino. The children at the start may read it as soon, kasi ganun sa Filipino, or box, or mat, or hug. But we correct them and say it is read as sun, box, mat, and hug. In the mother tongue and Filipino, kung ano ang baybay, siya ang bigas. It is not true in English. We don't read it as bake, but bake. We don't read it as brought her, but brother. Next, please. In English, each vowel has more than one consonant, has more than one sound. Hence, The beginning reading in beginning reading in English, only the consonant sounds are taught in isolation. We don't teach them the vowel sounds in isolation. We don't say this is letter A and the sound is A. Hindi po tama yon kasi in English meron tayong short A as in bat, long A as in bake. They are controlled A as in barn, and we have silent A and so on. So that in teaching beginning reading in English, we teach them according to word families. Beginning reading words in English are in consonant, vowel, consonant pattern. So nagtuturo po ako ng grade 1 kasi ang umpisa naming reading ay Filipino. Ang Filipino words natin ay 2 syllables. Baka, bata, lata. Pag inumpisan ko pong turuan ang beginning reading in English, nahirapan silang huminto sa umpisa sa 1 syllable. Pan, na, pen, men, ten, kasi sanay sila sa 2-syllable words. Understand them, my dear. Tell the teachers to understand them. Galing sila sa reading in Filipino na 2-syllable words ang umpisa ng beginning reading. Ma'am, before I continue, tutuloy-tuloy po ba ako? Alam ko may isa pang speaker na bago po ba ang schedule? Kakahiya sa next speaker. So, paki-text na lang po sa akin what should be done. Next, please. What if some pupils in grades 1 to 3 cannot read most of the grade level words? Galing din sila sa tinuruan sa bahay. They cannot understand most of the words. They read in a word-by-word manner because they have not developed phrase reading. They cannot spell most of the grade level words. They cannot answer most of the comprehension questions. Take note, my dear heads, that these are some problems that will be met by our grades 1 to 3 teacher. So what should they do? What should we advise them? Next, please. So during some parts of the reading period, the pupils may be grouped into those who are reading within the expected grade level and those who need extra help in reading. Nung grade 1 teacher po ako, kahit na wala pang pandemic, talaga pong mayroong different levels of reading maturity ang ating mga bata. So required na po kami noon na may grouping during the reading part by the children. Next slide. So here are the class activities and the grouping scheme. During story reading, whole class po ang treatment natin sa lesson. During the language lesson, whole class din po. Then during the reading lesson, reading by the pupils, we group the learners into group 1, regular readers, and group 2, slow or even non-readers. Minsan nga po, may 3 groups pa kasi hinihiwalay pa natin ang slow readers sa non-readers para po siguradong pagdating nila sa grade 2 or grade 3, lahat na sila nakakabasa. Next po. Next slide. Okay. So, reading a selection by the teacher. So, you unlock difficult words. Reading a selection by the pupils. Ito na yung third part ng reading lesson. Unlocking difficult words of the selection, whole class activity. Motivation, whole class activity. Motive question, whole class activity. Okay, next. Next slide. But during reading, the pupils who are reading within the grade level may read the short selection silently or read it orally with a reader, while the slow or non-readers are reading orally phrases from the selection and oral reading by parts with the teacher. Teacher asks question after a part is read. Next, please. Post-reading, again, answering questions about the selection read for those who are reading within the the reading level or the grade level. The questions may be written and the children answer them in their notebooks, no, written activity, while the teacher guides the slow learners by letting them answer the story read orally. Then during the post-reading, the story is answered by the children. During the post-reading, they are together. They discuss. You give other activities such as dramatization or writing. So please, my dear heads, please tell the teachers that in some parts of the reading lesson, they may separate the slow or non-readers from the regular readers so that when they leave the classroom after grade 1 or after grade 2, all the children are reading. Okay. Then, lungkot na lungkot po ako pag ako iniimbitang mag-lecture ng remedial reading, especially nung inimbita akong high school pala ang aking sasalitaan. May mga hindi pa po nakakabasa. So, siguro po, let's pay attention to the slow or non-readers. Next slide po. Bridging among the domains. How does proficiency in one domain bridge learning the other domains? Pag dinevelop po natin ang oral language, piniprepare na natin sila for word recognition, grammar awareness, listening comprehension, and reading comprehension. Pag dinevelop po natin ang phonological awareness, piniprepare na natin sila for alphabet knowledge and word recognition. Next, please. Pag alphabet, tinuruan na natin ng alphabet knowledge, hinihahanda natin sila for phonics and word recognition. Pag dinevelop natin ang phonics and word recognition, nadidevelop or nahahanda natin sila for fluency and spelling. Pag dinevelop natin ang vocabulary development, first listening, we are preparing them also for reading comprehension. The development of fluency skills will lead to the development of reading comprehension. So wala po tayong dapat na neglect na skill because one domain of literacy will lead to the development of the other domains. So ang tanong po sa akin ng teachers, paano po yan kung grade 2 na hindi pa po nakakabasa? Pero po sabi ng principal ko, dapat ang sundan ay yung curriculum pang grade 2. Sabi ko, hindi po pwede. Dapat turuan mo nang magbasa kasi kung susundan mo yung curriculum ng grade 2 and you will not pay attention to the non-readers, hanggang mag-grade 6 yan o hanggang mag-high school, non-reader pa rin. So mayroon pong grouping na dapat ginagawa ang teacher. Next please. Okay. Ma'am, may time pa po ba ako? Paki-text na lang po kasi kawawa naman ang next speaker. Or meron po bang rescheduling na gagawin? Okay. We
Ma'am
now
Pado,
have, ano po?
Ma'am Pado, you take the whole morning. The second speaker will take
Okay po. O sige po. So, medyo minamadali ko po ang akala ko po kawawa si Dr. Liz Marie. Okay. Teaching now literacy in grades 4 to 6. From grades 4 to 6, the languages of instruction are Filipino and English. And aside from teaching literacy in grades 4 to 6, some content subjects are taught in Filipino and some content subjects are taught in English. So, in grades 4 to 6, there should be greater emphasis on vocabulary development, reading comprehension, study skills, and composing skills. Wala na pong listening comprehension except kung gusto pa nating mag-story reading once in a while sa grade 4 children. Ang emphasis po, reading comprehension. And then we want them to be able to write original compositions. We start with writing original sentences, then combining several sentences to write a paragraph, and writing a letter and longer paragraphs. Kapag po matyaga ang teacher pagturo nito at sinusundan po talaga ang different skills, all children are capable of learning to read. Next, please. Study skills involve getting information from tables, from outlines, from different types of graphs. Okay, so yun ang sinasabi kong dapat po ma-develop ito. There are more demands also for composing skills. We don't only ask them to write sentences. We ask them to write paragraphs, compositions, letters, essays, using now the proper format: indentation, margin, capitalization, punctuation, and the flow of ideas. Next, please. Developing the competencies in the different domains through an integrated lesson. So paano po ba ang lesson na integrated para po nadidevelop yung different literacy skills? Next, please. Okay. So, activities. First, we have sharing period. We ask the children to recite poems, to sing songs, to talk about oneself and one's experiences. So, may sharing period po. And I always call 3 to 5 children to share their experiences. So, noisy po yung first part ng morning or afternoon because they recite poems as a group, they sing songs. And then I ask several children to talk about their experiences. What competencies are being developed? Oral language, phonological awareness, vocabulary development, and even grammatical structure. Because children will ask, Teacher, paano po ba sasabihin to sa Filipino? Paano po ba sasabihin to sa English? Okay, next please. Okay, pagbigkas ng tula. Okay, tuturuan mo sila ng tula. Ang aming mag-anak. Ang aming mag-anak ay laging masaya. Maligaya kami ni ate at kuya. Mahal kaming lahat ni ama't ni ina. Meron ba kayong ganitong pamilya? You develop oral language, vocabulary, rhyming words, listening comprehension, and even grammar. At ito pong tulang ito ay nakapost sa blackboard or sa bulletin board ng grade 1 or ng grade 2. Next please. Then story reading, we develop oral language, vocabulary development, listening comprehension. Indirectly, we develop grammatical structure. And in some cases, if we want the children to write sentences or a short paragraph about the story read, we also develop composing skill. Okay. After story reading, next slide. Okay, so for example, I read the story. Kung grade 3 na, grade 2 second sem, grade 3, I start reading or we start reading English. We show the cover of the book. We read the title, we talk about the picture, we read the name of the author and the illustrator. So we develop book and print orientation. Next, please. Okay, when we read every day, the little boy pulled up the weeds around the seed and sprinkled the ground with water. So look at the vocabulary that they listened to. Pulled, weeds, sprinkled, and ground. And because they listen to these words in a story, chances are they will remember what the words mean. Next, please. Then listening comprehension. After reading the story, we discuss who planted the seed. What seed did he plant? What did his mother say? What did his father say? What did his brother say? What did the boy feel when they said the seed won't come up? If you were the boy, would you feel the same? So notice the questions that will develop listening comprehension and later will be used for reading comprehension. Next, please. Still on listening comprehension, sensing feelings. What did the boy feel? Paste or draw a happy face or a sad face. The boy planted a seed, happy face. Mother, father, and brother said the plant won't come up. It's a sad face. The seed grew into a big plant. It's a happy face. So, listening comprehension, sensing feelings of character. Next, please. Okay. Possibilities for dramatization, which develops their oral language. The boy said, I planted a carrot seed. And mother said, I'm afraid it won't come up. And father said, I'm afraid it won't come up. And brother said, it won't come up. So notice the short dramatization which develops the children's oral language. Next, please. Grammar awareness. Notice that we use the story as a springboard for developing grammar. So if our lesson is on the past tense form of the verbs ending in ed, we use the story during the introduction of the grammar lesson. So we ask the children, let's read what the boy did. The boy planted a carrot seed. He pulled the weeds. He sprinkled water on the ground. He visited the plant every day. He showed the big carrot to his brother. Okay, so that's the introduction part of your grammar awareness for grade 2 second sem or grade 3 first sem. Next, please. Remember, ang story reading natin dapat from kindergarten to grade 3. Okay, so springboard yon for composing. I planted a blank seed. I blank it. I blank the weeds. So, nagko-compose siya pero actually, verbs lang sa umpisa ang isusulat niya. Next, please. Okay. Ito naman, example ng lesson sa alphabet knowledge. So, I gathered several examples from my previous lectures. Okay. Halimbawa, ang lesson ay titik K. Ang unang bahagi ng lesson ay talasalitaan. Mga bata, tingnan ang mga larawan. Sabihin nga sa akin, ituro ang larawan at sabihin sa akin ang pangalan. Teacher, nakakakita po ako ng kurtina. Ay, meron pong keso. Meron pong kawali. Meron pong cake. Meron pong kutsilyo. Meron pong kandado, and so on. Okay, so you discuss mga salitang nag-uumpisa sa titik K. Meron pa ho palang kuneho. Okay, next slide. At ito dapat nakalagay din sa bulletin board afterwards. Mga bata, ang umpisang titik ng pangalan ng mga larawan natin ay titik K. Okay. Sabihin nga natin ang pangalan ng titik K. At ang tunog ng titik K ay K, K, K. Tunugin nga natin. Okay. Ganito ang pagsulat ng malaking titik K. Ganito naman ang pagsulat ng maliit na titik K. Okay, tingnan po natin kung ganyan ang pagturo ng letter knowledge ng ating kindergarten. Next, please. Okay. Hindi na pala to kinder, grade 1 to. Introduction lang yung pagkilala ng titik at pagtunog. Ang sunod na pagbasa ng mga salita na binubuo ng K at iba pang titik na napag-aralan na. Kung ginagamit po nyo yung Marungko approach in teaching beginning reading in Filipino, ganito po ang sequence ng letters. So, natutunan na ng bata ang titik M, S, A, I, O, B, U, T, at E. At nababasa na nila ang mga salita na binubuo ng mga titik na to. So, ang babasahin na nila na binubuo ng titik K at mga titik na napag-aralan na nila ay kama, keso, kubo, kuko, sako, suka, siko, tuka, kamote, butike, kabibe, kamiseta. Okay. So tingnan natin kung nababasa na to ng ating mga grade 1 or mag-uumpisa sila sa mother tongue sa grade 1. So ito ay babasahin nila first semester ng grade 2 unless pinalitan natin ang schedule ng ating languages instruction. Next please. Okay. Pagkatapos nating basahin ang mga salita, ipapabasa natin ang mga parirala o phrases para ma-develop ang fluency. So, ang keso sa mesa, ang kamatis sa basket, ang tuta sa kubo, ang biik sa sako, ang suka sa bote. So, let's see to it that the children read these phrases with proper phrasing. Next, please. Tingnan ang mga larawan, basahin ang mga pangungusap tungkol dito. Fluency pa rin. Nasa kama ang kamiseta. Nasa sako ang mga buko. Nasa kubo si ama. Nasa mesa ang tutubi. Nasa tasa ang mami. So, see to it that the children, when you observe the grade 1, grade 2 classes reading, see to it that the teacher lets them read with proper phrasing or development of fluency. Next, please. Basahin at sagutin ang mga tanong tungkol sa mga pangungusap. We are developing now reading comprehension. Nasaan ang kamiseta? Nasaan ang mga buko? Sino ang nasa kubo? Ano ang nasa mesa? Ano ang nasa tasa? Okay, see to it that the children can read the story and can answer correctly the comprehension questions. Next, please. Basahin ang kwento. Ang butiki sa kisame. Okay, you are developing fluency and reading comprehension. May butiki, may butiki, may butiki sa kisame. Mataba ang butiki, mataba ang butiki sa kisame. Takbo, takbo Kiko, takbo Mika. Nakita ni Mama sina Kiko at Mika. Takot ba kayo sa butiki? Opo, Mama, takot kami sa butiki. So, see to it that the children read it with proper phrasing and with proper phrasing and comprehension. Okay, let's see if they can answer the comprehension questions. Next, please. Next slide. Okay, sagutin nga ang mga tanong. Nasaan ang butiki? Anong salita ang naglalarawan sa butiki? Sino-sino? Okay, dapat yan. Di ba ang bagong spelling ng sino-sino? Pareho. Sino-sino ang nakakita ng butiki? Ano ang gagawin ni Kiko at Mika? Bakit sila tatakbo nang makita ang butiki? Sino ang nagtanong kung takot sila sa butiki? So notice that you are developing reading comprehension. Kaya hindi po pwedeng hindi nako-comprehend ang story sa upper grades kung proper ang development sa lower grades. Next, please. Okay. So, stages of reading development from kindergarten to grade 3, learning to read stage. Dapat natuturuan at natututong magbasa ang mga bata until grade 3. Pag grade 3, dapat readers na sila. Kasi pag grade 4, they are now using reading in order to learn. So learning to read stage, kindergarten to grade 3, grade 4 up, reading to learn stage. Learners are taught to read from kindergarten to grade 3. Reading becomes their tool in learning in grades 4 up. The implication, children who are poor in reading may be hindered from learning. So palagi po akong malungkot kapag nagkakandak ako ng training programs at sinasabi ng teacher na grade 6 na ang ibang pupils niya hindi pa nakakabasa. At lalo na yung inimbita ako na akala ko beginning reading ang aking ititrain grade kinder to grade 3. Pagdating ko po doon sa training program, high school teachers pala ang tuturuan ng beginning reading. Sana po hindi na yun mangyari kasi kawawa naman yung mga estudyante. Next please. Okay, from learning to read to reading to learn. The pupils are expected to be readers in grade 3. By grade 4, the pupils should be able to use their literacy skills in order to read and understand the concepts in science, in araling panlipunan, in math, and in other content subjects. And the early grade teachers should prepare the pupils for this. So ito po ang responsibility ng early grade teachers, kindergarten to grade 3, to prepare them for reading to learn by developing their skill in reading in the mother tongue, in Filipino, and in English. At ang ating pong role, responsibility ng national leaders, kayo po yon, ay to see to it that the reading program of the schools are followed para po ang mga bata ay nakaka-develop ng expected reading skills for the grade level. Next po. Parang patapos na po ako. So, in applying the quotation po to reading leadership, the real role of leadership in education is not and should not be command and control. The real role of leadership is climate control, creating a climate of possibility. So para pong sana habang pong sinasabi ko tong reading program, naiisip na nyo, paano ko makikreate ang climate of possibilities sa schools. Na yes, it is possible to teach them how to read with comprehension. Maaaring may mga kakulangan sa school, pero madidevelop ang kanilang reading skills. Okay, next slide. Okay, so ang next slide ko na po ay maraming salamat po sa pakikinig. At kung may mga tanong po, ewan ko po kung mayroong time for asking questions. Meron po atang 5 questions, di po ba?
Ayan, so thank you for that, Dr. Pado, for sharing your input. It has been a very meaningful and fruitful sharing for this morning. There's one question, though some other question will follow later on po. First question is that we understand that in the Philippine curriculum po, especially in the K-3, English and Filipino and also mother tongue is actually introduced. First question is that, as a reading expert, How do we handle the realities in the K-Stage 1 curriculum where English and Filipino are introduced together in grade 1 and onward? How then learning to read can be handled, especially that letter sound, blendings, and spelling vary in these languages, English and Filipino, plus the issue of mother tongue.
Okay, thank you po. Ang pag-introduce naman po niyan ay nakaschedule po na ah, kapag kindergarten, alphabet knowledge muna in the mother tongue. And then, meron tayong story reading in the mother tongue din. So, nakakapakinig ng kwento. Pag grade 1 po, ang i-introduce lang nating formal reading ay mother tongue. Pinapabasa natin sa mother tongue. So, yun na yung word recognition, spelling, fluency, reading comprehension in the mother tongue. Maaari pong may oral activities in Filipino such as dahan-dahan natin silang binabasa ng kwento in Filipino, may mga expressions in Filipino like magandang umaga, magandang hapon, maraming salamat. Pero po, wala pong formal reading in Filipino sa grade 1. Pag grade 2, first semester, saka po natin ini-introduce ang reading in Filipino na medyo madali sa bata kasi pareho ang mother tongue at ang Filipino na kung ano ang baybay, siya ang bigkas. Pagdating po sa oral language lang po ang English. So meron na tayong story reading in English. Dahan-dahan na nating pinapapakinig sa English. Pero wala pa pong formal reading. Second semester ng grade 2, saka na po natin ini-introduce ang reading in English. And as I mentioned in my talk, may anticipated tayong difficulties. Una, vocabulary. Hindi naman familiar sa mga bata yung vocabulary in English. Pangalawa, iba po ang English kasi hindi siya kung anong baybay siya ang bigkas. Ano po yun? Iba ang, as I mentioned earlier, may short vowel sound, may long vowel sound, and so on. At iba po ang introduction natin ng words. Nag-uumpisa tayo sa English sa 3-letter words. Sa Filipino, and I think sa mother tongue, wala naman tayong 3-letter words. Lahat na tayo bata, mata, sarili, bayan, 2-syllable words lahat. So mahirap. So, beginning reading in English, second semester po yon. And then, pag grade 3 po, they are reading in Filipino, in the mother tongue, and in English with varying degrees of competence. Maaring mas mabilis na silang magbasa in mother tongue and Filipino, medyo dahan-dahan pa sa English. Pero continue po yun. Buong grade 3, they are reading in the 3 languages. Pag grade 4 po, wala nang mother tongue. Sa ewan ko po, as I mentioned, maaring may changes sa use of the different languages. Pag grade 4, ang tinuturo na lang natin reading in Filipino and reading in English. At some subjects are taught in Filipino, some subjects are taught in English. So we have now learning to read and reading to learn. Okay. Did I answer your question po?
So thank you for that, Dr. Pado. So klaro naman po yung sharing niyo po. So there's another one question po from our one of the division offices here in Region 10. Clarification lang po kasi they're conducting a training right now on reading specifically for grade 2. Clarification on the number of syllables for words which compose a statement and example for K to 3 learners. Example po yung na-present niyo po kanina, nana, kama, yung mga suka, mga doon po na merong two-syllable word po. The question is the number fixed like two-syllable word for grade 2 po or can we have a three-syllable word when we teach reading po?
Okay. Sa grade 2 po, they're starting to read in Filipino. So, kung familiar po kayo sa Marungko approach, nakikita po nyong una munang padalhan ko kayo nga ng may lecture ako doon. Una po muna syllables, then reading ang usually ang beginning reading sa Filipino nag-uumpisa sa two-syllable words na consonant, vowel, baka, mata, lata, yata, and so on. Pagkatapos slowly po nating ini-introduce ang two-syllable words na mayroong consonant, vowel, consonant. Gaya ng bahay, patay, and so on. Two-syllable words pa rin, pero may consonant, vowel, consonant na po. So tinuturo po yun sa grade 2 starting first semester. Since nakakabasa sila in mother tongue, mas mabilis na silang magbasa sa Filipino kasi pareho po ang way of reading. Ang mahirap po pag second semester kasi while they are reading in Filipino, babasa din sila in English. At sabi ko nga, ang English reading, consonant, vowel, consonant. Bat, cat, sat, pen, men, ten. So medyo mahirap sa bata. Plus the vocabulary, mahirap. So dahan-dahan lang po. Okay, did I answer? Medyo nalimutan ko kung ano pa yung tanong.
Yes po, Dr. Pado. So is it a qualified yes po, ma'am, na once we notice that there's already mastery in terms of the two-word syllable po sa reading ng bata, even in grade 2, we can introduce now a three-word syllable po ba? Three-syllable word po ba?
Opo, depende po sa skill ng bata. Basta dahan-dahan lang po ang pag-introduce. And palagi kong sinasabi sa teachers, always give the children a feeling of success. Masaya po ang bata na ay nakakabasa na ako. So dahan-dahan po ang pag-introduce natin ng new words na medyo mahirap sa kanila. Kapag po dahan-dahan at meron silang feeling of success, motivated po sila to learn to read.
Ayan, maraming salamat po, Dr. Pado. Indeed, no, gradual psychological unfolding and the feeling of, po ma'am, parang accomplishment is indeed needed for our students to fully understand and love reading po, ma'am. So, any further question po? Yes po. We have one question from RD Art, Dr. Pado.
Yes.
Ma'am, as a teacher of the University of the Philippines, I think if not all, but most of the tertiary schools offering education courses do not really include in the subjects beginning reading. And this is very important regardless of what areas of concentration or major fields, because you cannot also teach the lessons in math if teachers are not readers. So I really feel the importance of beginning reading as a non-negotiable subject in education courses, whatever the major fields are considered by the students. And even in Region 10, almost, I think all universities and colleges do not introduce this in college. What's your point about this, ma'am? Especially,
Totoo po yan. Member po ako ng technical panel sa CHED at ako ang chair ng early childhood. At ang kinder to grade 3 belong to the early childhood level. Tinitingnan po namin talaga ang curriculum. And in fact, pinagawa ako ng CHED, may bago pong offering sa curriculum ng early childhood, teaching beginning literacy. At ayaw ko man pong introduce nito, pero po, pinasulat po to sa akin. Teaching beginning literacy. Lahat na sinabi ko po nandito. Inintroduce po to noong 2019 sa mga schools at ginagamit po. Siguro ginagamit na reference ng ibang teachers. I wish sana pala nabigyan ko si director ng magkita kami. Okay, so teaching beginning literacy po. Nandun po yung ano. Kasi po talagang medyo may problema ang iba nating, hindi ko naman po nilalahat, and maybe I'm sorry for saying this, hindi po talaga masyadong natatouch sa college yung teaching beginning reading na napaka-importante po. So, yun. Kung pwede nga lang, ilagay ko na sa PowerPoint yung ano ko para reference ng mga teachers. Kasi talaga po namang lahat ng bata nakakapasa pag tama lang po ang pagtuturo. Okay.
Ma'am Pado, I know you are a linguist and I know your position about the teaching of reading using the mother tongue. But there are skepticism, especially of legislators, at least in the budget hearing that we hear, on their negativity about mother tongue, even if the law was passed also by the Congress, and it seemed all of them approved it, but now they're cynical about the mother tongue-based multilingual education policy of DepEd. And
Oh, okay.
I know your position about this, but I know that there are complications in the policy evolution of central office, which for now, they're not still giving the final decision on the use of mother tongue. And there's really a confusion in the field whether to let go of it and use it as just a means of teaching and learning, or is it really one of the subjects and will be used to teach other subjects in the key stage one?
Okay. Ako po, as you said, gusto ko po yung pagtuturo ng mother tongue. But I also understand the difficulty of the teachers in the field in using mother tongue. Kasi po, ilan lang ang approved nating mother tongues. And then, grabe po yung variations ng mother tongue in the different provinces. Ewan ko po kung totoo sa inyo. Pero sa amin po sa Bicol, pumunta ka lang sa next 5 towns, iba na po ang Bicol nila. Bicol Camarines Sur, iba sa Bicol Albay, iba sa Bicol Masbate, and so on. So, pag sinabi mong reading in Bicol, gagawa ka ng iba-ibang materials for iba-ibang Bicol languages or Bicol dialects. So yun po ata ang difficulty nakikita ng central office at even ng legislators natin sa pag-approve ng mother tongue as a medium of instruction. Unless the regions or the schools will assign a teacher in kindergarten to grade 3 who is a native speaker of the mother tongue of the place. And then ang problema siyempre natin po, reproduction ng materials in the mother tongue. Iba-iba po ang mother tongue. Yung hindi ko na naiintindihan ng mother tongue sa Masbate, ang mother tongue na Bicol sa Catanduanes, pero lahat po yun Bicol. So yun ata po ang nakikitang problema in implementing mother tongue-based multilingual education.
I perfectly agree with you, ma'am. Ako din naman po is a graduate of postgraduate studies in applied linguistics. And I know that L1 is a prerequisite to learning language too, no? Ang problema talaga sa field, ma'am, is the materials to be used. Because for
Opo.
example, when we did writing of the SLMs during the modular learning during the 2 COVID years, well, Bukidnon has 7 tribes. And the materials, the languages in Bukidnon are not part of the 19 languages recognized by
Tama po.
DepEd. So we did our own contextualization. But the question is, how many of us in the entire country are doing what we are doing here in the region to ensure that materials, at least SLMs for that matter, are available. But in terms of massive implementation in the whole country, I really spoke to Yusek Gina Gonong that the problem really is on the materials. Besides the fact that we probably have the insufficiency of teachers speaking the language. Pero kung may materials naman, baka pwede pang magawa ng paraan. Materials talaga ang mahalaga kasi nagtuturo ka ng lingwahe na yan, pero yung materials naman ay hindi nakasalin doon sa iyong ginagamit na lingwahe. Di ba disconnected siya?
Opo, tama po yun. Yung tinitingnan ko nga ang workbooks nga sa Bicol, uy, kawawa naman ang Bicol sa farther part ng Camarines Sur, hindi na to maiintindihan. And it's not politically correct. Kasi noon sabi namin, ay ang Bicol Naga ang totoong Bicol. Lahat naman po yan totoo. Diba? So, hindi natin pwedeng sabihin Bicol Naga dapat ang gamitin sa mga workbooks. That's not possible. Hindi po yan maiintindihan ng mga bata at kahit na ng teacher. Sabi ko nga, lumayo-layo lang ko sa Camarines Sur, hindi ko na naiintindihan ng ibang terms. So yun po ata ang malaking problema natin. Grabe po ang variations ng mother tongue and we cannot always assure the field na ang ilalagay kong teacher dyan ay yung nagsasalita ng ganyang klaseng language at magpuproduce ako ng books para sa kind of language, a kind of mother tongue in that place. So, yun po ata ang nakikitang hirap.
Ma'am, personal opinion mo lang, with all these complications and difficulties in the use of mother tongue versus the materials and the capability of teachers, in your personal opinion, do you propose now to DepEd that we will just go on the using of Filipino and English in the teaching of reading?
Okay. Balik po tayo doon sa dating Filipino and English. Pwede naman po, although sabi nila ng ginagawa natin yung curriculum, the different subject areas will still be taught in the mother tongue. So pareho ding problema yon. So kung magsishift tayo ulit dun sa dating curriculum na Filipino and English because of the difficulties, then the subject areas should also be taught now in Filipino first and then they shift to English when they go to the upper grades. So, dapat po pag-aralan nating mabuti. And I always tell DepEd, if you want to include me in the para makita natin ano po talaga, marami po sanang advantages ang use of mother tongue. Kaya lang hindi po uniform ang mother tongue sa particular place. So malaki pong problema in terms of materials production, in terms of training teachers.
Ayun, so totoo naman po ma'am, we agree with the theory of Krashen that L1 is prerequisite na dapat merong mastery before coming to the critical period para po higher yung possibility ng bata to master the L2. So tama po. Ma'am, one last question ma'am coming from our CLMD chief, Ma'am Malaepra Magnaong po.
Ma'am, a pleasant morning.
Morning
Isa
po.
mo ako sa client mo sa early language literacy and numeracy. Ah, being in the curriculum, naniniwala ako na if there is leadership crisis, there is leadership crisis. As reading expert, ma'am, what are your advice to educational leaders in sustaining improved outcomes in reading?
Okay. So, ako po, dahil sabi ko nga, member ako ng technical panel sa CHED, ang una ko pong tinitingnan ang professors natin sa reading sa college. Are you preparing the would-be teachers for what they are supposed to teach? Okay. So yun nga po, parang sabi ko nga kay director, sana sa mga conferences on reading, imbitahin naman natin ang mga professors sa reading. So kasi po, yun ang unang training natin. Tapos, intensive training po natin sa reading teachers kailangan po. Reading teachers in the early grades, reading teachers sa grade 4 to 6, reading teachers even sa high school. So, maaari po sana sasabihin natin sa ating mga school leaders, intensive training po, and the heads of school should really observe to see to it that the teachers uh, implement the teaching of reading properly. So yun po ang ano. So mahalaga po ang papel ng mga school leaders. Kaya tuwang-tuwa ako, sabi ko, mayroon silang training for the school leaders. Nag-uumpisa po doon. And then training po ng ating teachers. Kailangan pong kung kulang po yung training nila sa higher ed, dapat isusupplement po pag sila ay nagtuturo na sa DepEd.
Ma'am Pado, I'm taking advantage that our participants today, right here at the war room, are our superintendents and assistants. And there's a problem raised in our NRP engagements regarding the fast turnover of teachers who were trained already in ELLN but are transferred the next year to higher grades or to other schools that are to the detriment of the children because the one taking over were not trained on early language literacy and numeracy.
Yes.
And I would have wanted the superintendents to speak up on the matter because as what I have said in our meeting, we cannot also deprive those who wanted to transfer to a nearby school, highway school, when they were assigned in the IP school, because that's their right. And if they also want to transfer to higher grades, then that is upon the disposal of the superintendent and the principal to decide kung anong grade. So I think our superintendents are listening because this is a policy issue on hiring. Superintendents, when the NRP will be launched, this will also be talked about because there were tentative policy recommendations of the technical working group that the teacher hired to handle key stage 1 and are trained in key stage 1 should remain in this grade at least for the succeeding 5 years.
Yes.
I know that's a problem, but these are policy recommendations that need approval of the central office.
Wala po bang kontrata yung mga teachers? Kasi kami sa UP, pag pinadala ka for training, parang may contract that you have to stay. Yung nandun ako sa UPIS, may ganong kontrata na since you were sent to this kind of training, you are to stay in this grade level for 3 years, parang ganun po. Para at least nagamit mo yung skills na natutunan mo sa training in handling a particular grade level. Ang isa pa pong nakikita ko, ewan ko kung totoo po sa region nyo, kung sino yung mga bagong teachers, siya po ang ina-assign sa kinder grade 1, grade 2. Akala nila madali ang magturo ng ganitong levels. So, sana po, yon sabi nga ni Sir, yung mga na-train on teaching beginning literacy, yun po dapat ang i-assign sa lower grades. It does not mean na kung nagtuturo kang grade 1, lower ang status mo. In fact, sinasabi namin sa reading department sa UP, the best teachers are the early grade teachers. Kasi talagang sila nag-uumpisa eh. Pag binigay mo sa grade 4 teacher, magaling nang magbasa. Pero ikaw ang nagtuturo ng paano pagsulat ng letter, paano pagtunog, paano pagbasa ng mga words. So, sana po ganun ang maging ng region na the best teachers should be in the early grades. Hindi po yung bagong teacher, kaka-hire pa lang, yun ang i-assign sa kinder o grade 1 o grade 2.
Yes po, tama po. Siguro that's an advance assignment po kasi we already have discussed last week po. That will be one of the questions we'll be doing for the DEDP conference. What's the mechanism for every division po in terms of its complexity and dynamics po? Kung ano po yung mechanics natin as to keeping our K to 3 or ELLN train or even those inclusive education po na implementation, paano po na maintain ng SDO yung mga teachers nila in keeping them to ensure that our learners will not be compromised. Ayan, so seeing no hands raised po for further question, we could say na this one SEM na training po is a one SEM na lesson is actually taught to us in just a matter of 2 hours. Maraming salamat po, Dr. Pado. Indeed, there's no other like Dr. Pado when we talk about reading. Maraming salamat po. That's coming from Region 10.
Maraming salamat din po sa pag-imbita sa akin. Sana po next time face-to-face.
Indeed. Maraming salamat po.
Opo.
Yes, thank you so much,
Thank you
Dr.
po.
Felicitas E. Pado, on her topic, Developing Reading Leadership. And with this, may we request Sir Ralph to please post the plaque as we'd like to give this plaque of recognition. Let me read the citation. Republic of the Philippines,
Oy,
Department of
ganda.
Education, Region 10, Northern Mindanao. This plaque of recognition is presented to Dr. Felicitas E. Pado for her meritorious contribution as resource speaker during the hybrid regional convergence of educational leaders on curriculum and instruction at the Audiovisual Center, DepEd Region 10, Upper Balulang, Cagayan de Oro City, today, January 10, 2023, signed by our Regional Director, Dr. Arturo B. Bayocot, CESO 3. Can we give a big round of applause to Dr. Pado for her topic, Developing Reading Leadership. And thank you so much,
Thank you so
Sir
much.
Carlos, for the facilitating the uh, topic one and the open forum. And with this, we have posts no, in our Facebook group. And of course, still with us are 200 no, participants in the Facebook group
Wow.
intended for this regional convergence of educational leaders on curriculum and instruction. Time check, it's already 12:07. But before that, may we request for a photo opportunity with our regional director and assistant regional director. And we will do this by batch together with our speaker on screen. So with this, may we ask RD Art and ARD Vic. First, with our superintendents, may we request po coming from the 14 divisions here po on stage. And ayan po. And after this, we will be requesting our assistant schools division superintendents, our CID chiefs, and our SGOD chiefs. Ayan po.
Paano ba yun?
Ma'am Cherry is here. Um, Smile po, Dr. Pado. You are part of the photo po.
Ay,
Okay, superintendents will stay. The ASDSS will join. May we request all the ASDSS from the 14 divisions to please join in the photo op. Ito po, naka-hybrid din po ang ating photo taking.
oo.
Yes, the third row is vacant po. Ayan. Our leaders from Region 10, di ba? Sige po. Smile po. Okay, so uh, will remain po ang mga ASDSS po. SDSS, thank you so much po. Ayan. Uh, para may moment din ang mga ASDSS natin with RD and ARD. Sir Bob, if you can stay here with, ayan, with Ma'am Mai. Ayan, para balance po. Up next, CID Chiefs. CID Chiefs and SGOD Chiefs. Please po, join RD and ARD. CID muna daw. Sorry. CID Chiefs. CID Chiefs and after SGOD Chiefs. Ma'am Perry, you are requested to join po in the photo op. The second row po, pwede po doon sa likod. Makita naman. Ayan. Okay po, RD. Be ready, SGOD Chiefs, to join our CID Chiefs. Okay, perfect. SGOD Chiefs, please join our CID Chiefs. RO Chiefs are requested to join also. Sir Myron, Sir Alan, Sir Roy, Sir Iner, Ma'am Edith. You are requested po to join. Okay, CID Chiefs, thank you so much. To remain po ang mga SGOD Chiefs natin. RO Chiefs, please remain po. Okay. Okay, thank you so much, SGOD Chiefs. Requesting po, RO Chiefs and RO EPSS. Ayan, Ma'am Becky, Ma'am Lori, Sir Marines, Ma'am Gina, Ma'am Edith. Okay, dito ako. Okay, lunch is ready.
Sarap.
Dr. Pado, thank you so much po for gracing us in this activity in our regional convergence. Happy lunch po, Dr. Pado.
Okay. Thank you din po.
Yes
Okay.
po.
Thank you and hope to meet you face to face someday. Sige po.
Okay, everyone, let us pray siguro no for our lunch. May we request everyone to be silent and feel the presence of our Lord. In the name of the
Okay.
Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit. Amen.
So,
Bless us, O
uh,
Lord, for which thy gifts which are about to receive from thy bounty through Christ our Lord. Amen. In the name of the Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit. Amen. Happy lunch, everyone. And we will be starting on time, 1 o'clock in the afternoon. See you.
bye-bye
Bye-bye po. Good afternoon, everyone. This is to request our participants to be back to the AVR, Audio Visual Center, AVC, I mean. So if you can call in your friends to be back here in the center, please do, so we can start our program. Leaders on curriculum and instruction. So for this morning, we did our preliminary activities and we did our topic number one, which was about developing reading leadership with Professor Felicitas E. Pado. For this afternoon, we are having three topics on deck, and I know they are as substantial, especially for our next topic, because I know this is everyone's concern. So far in our Facebook group, we have 154 already on deck, and I believe some will catch up because earlier we had almost 300 participants in the field with us for this regional convergence. And so, without further ado, let us now proceed to our plenary session and forum number two. To introduce to us our next speaker, please help me welcome Education Program Supervisor, Dr. Benvenido Tagolimot. Tagolimot. A round of applause, please.
A pleasant afternoon, everyone. It gives me great pleasure and honor to introduce to you our speaker this afternoon, who will discuss to us on reorienting the Philippine basic education for sustainable development. She is a multi-awarded educator and a teacher trainer for 27 years, an associate professor of the Division of Curriculum and Instruction in the College of Education of University of the Philippines. From the same university, she graduated cum laude with a degree in Bachelor of Arts in Communication Research and received her master's and doctorate degrees in educational psychology. As called by her teachers, Professor Liz worked in market research industry for 3 years before deciding to teach at UP College of Education, where she handles educational foundations such as learning theories, adolescent and developmental psychology, and also research of undergraduate and graduate level courses. She was recently awarded the 2022 to 2024 one UP professorial chair in education for outstanding teaching and public service in UP Diliman. For 2019 to 2021, she was also awarded the one UP faculty grant in the same category. And in 2021, she received the World Excellence Award in Education for her display of leadership in education and service towards teacher professional development. And in recognition of her research and mentoring effort, the UP Centennial Faculty Grant was awarded to her from 2020 to year 2022. She has conducted seminars and has been involved in research concentrating on education for sustainable development, education in emergencies, education resilience, constructivist, student-centered approach to teaching and learning, project-based learning, critical pedagogy, positive psychology in schools, and alternative ways to assess and evaluate learners. Her advocacies include mentoring educators through action research, promoting wellness in school, and promoting safe, equitable, quality, and relevant education. She is a project leader of the emerging interdisciplinary research on promoting well-being in basic and tertiary schools, an interdisciplinary action research approach supporting the continuum of care from 2021 to 2023, and is one of the consultants of the nationwide research on pedagogical approaches of Semeo Inotech in coordination with the Department of Education. She is also the project leader in the development of short videos on student agency and social studies sponsored by Rex Bookstore and the development of the Department of Information and Technology's massive open online course or MOOC on action research for educators. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a massive applause to our speaker this afternoon, Dr. Lisa Marie Campo Amor Oligario.
Good morning. Good afternoon. Regional Director of DepEd Region 10, Dr. Arturo Bayocot. Assistant Regional Director, Dr. Victor De Gracia Jr. Chief Education Supervisor of the Region and Curriculum and Learning Management Division, Malaepra Magnaong. Regional Chiefs of Region 10, School Divisions Superintendents, Assistant Schools Division Superintendents, Chiefs of Curriculum and Implementation, Education Program Supervisors, Public School District Supervisors, ALS Supervisors, and the teachers who are listening to the live stream in the Facebook group. A pleasant day to all of you. May I see the slides now? I'm going to talk about reorienting the Philippine basic education for sustainable development. If you're having difficulty with this, ayan. Okay. So next slide, please. Now is the time for the Philippine education system to lead the transformation that is needed for sustainable development. The main issue that we are responsible for is the quality of education, and this has been an issue in our country for decades. The Philippine basic education has been in crisis, and this became more evident and worsened during the pandemic. This 2021 infographic by an advocate group, the Philippine Business for Education or PIBED, shows that I think you need to click to highlight what I'm going to say. Kindly click, yes. 72% of 15-year-old Filipinos are low achievers in reading, math, and science based on PISA 2018. You already know that. Kindly click again. The learning adjusted years of school is only 5.9 to 6.5 out of 12 years, which means that out of the 12 years the students are staying in school, they are only actually learning for 5.9 to 6.5 years. So you can see there that there's a big learning loss even before the pandemic. Kindly click. Junior high school students move up despite having low proficiency in math, English, science, Filipino, and social studies. This does not include the other subjects that are not studied yet, but most probably we will have the same results. No? So despite having low proficiency, they move up. I think that's connected to what we've been hearing. No, we've been observing that there's the mass promotion being practiced, although frequently denied. Next, kindly click. Grade 5 students do not meet the proficiencies of their levels with very low scores, ranging from 2 out of 100 to 7 out of 100 in reading, writing, and arithmetic. Next slide, please. Some more of the issues presented by PIBED include, kindly click again, 1 out of 4 kinder age children are not in school. This is very important. No? All children should be in school, but in our country, 1 out of 4 kinder age children are not in school. Kindly click again. 1.1 million students did not go to school in 2021. Okay, that's pandemic, but again, we should have addressed that. They are the ones who are referred now to as the schooling deprived. Kindly click again. The overall passing rate in the board licensure examination for professional teachers from 2009 to 2019 was 28 in the elementary level and 37% in the secondary level. That low average passing rate, imagine only about one-fourth to one-third, okay, points to the fact that there's a need to improve the quality of education of teachers in the teacher education institutes. Okay, kindly the K to 3 teachers, okay, the K to 3 teachers who were surveyed scored 44 mean percent correct out of 100% in the mother tongue based multilingual education instructional knowledge. Okay, earlier, I heard the discussion. There's a difficulty in implementing the mother tongue based, and I will explain later no, how interconnected the problem is. And lastly, for this slide, 1 out of 4 parents say, but this was during the pandemic, that their children are not learning. Okay, next slide, please. According to the Borgen Project report in 2019, the Philippines has the highest dropout rate among countries in the Association of Southeast Asian Nations. That's bad again. The dropout rate was 6.38%, but I know it's higher, among elementary students and 7.82% among secondary school students. At this point, we have to reflect why the students are dropping out, okay? But according to the study, the top 3 reasons were number 1, hunger. Students will skip class to find something to eat when there is no food at home or at school. Number 2, work. To help provide for their families, students will stay at home and work on family farms or businesses. Number three, conflict. This problem is primarily in the southern regions of the country in Mindanao, your area, where there have been insurgents disrupting life for the past 50 years. Next slide, please. Recently, the World Bank, you already know this, has released a report measuring learning poverty, which means inability to read, which was the discussion earlier, and understand short age appropriate text by the age of 10. Okay, the Philippines is one of the countries with the highest rates of learning poverty in the East Asia and Pacific region and among lower middle income economies. Some experts attribute the low performance in exams to the language used in the examinations. English daw kasi. No, but some experts like me say that it's more than just the language issue because most of the Philippine textbooks are in English and the periodical tests of our students are in English. So we are supposed to be used to the language, okay? So it's not just the language issue, but it's more than just the language issue. Next slide, please. So we need to address the learning loss that we've had even before and aggravated by the pandemic. Okay, we cannot just blame the pandemic. We've had it before. Among about 2014 countries, Philippines belong to the top 25 countries with the longest duration of school closure. And you can see in this graph that there can be a relationship between proportion of children who can read at a simple text at age 10 and the number of weeks schools were fully closed. Okay? So next slide, please. Yeah, next slide, please. The Philippine education system crisis is complex and may be attributed to many factors that are interconnected, just like how the sustainable goals are interconnected. Spending on education has not been enough and does not meet the UNESCO's Education 2030 framework for action benchmark on education financing, where 4% to 6% of the country's gross domestic product should be allocated to the sector. I'm glad that I'm given a chance to talk to leaders now. No, I thought I will be just talking to the teachers, but now you are the leaders. We have to move for it. No, we have to request that the allocation becomes higher because at present our country is only allocating 2 to 3% of our GDP, and that is only half of the ideal allocation across other nations. Next slide, please. Another factor that affects the quality of student learning outcomes is the overloaded duties of the teachers. We've been hearing this. Aside from the 6 hours of actual classroom instruction a day, a public school teacher needs to make a portfolio of accomplishments for submission for usually performance based bonus. Am I correct? Write reports for additional designations in line with student guidance, budget, disaster response, and health. And then participate in the implementation of various government programs such as mass immunizations, community mapping, conditional cash transfer, deworming, feeding, population census, anti drug, and elections. Recently, the Department of Education stated that the removal of admin tasks from the teacher is being reviewed and that additional non teaching personnel can assist with administrative tasks and provide ancillary services will be employed so that teachers can focus on their core role of teaching. I hope this will happen. Next slide, please. Due to the numerous tasks other than teaching, the teachers lack time for improving teaching, research, and professional development. To add, the professional development opportunities offered to the teachers, this is according to the World Bank, okay, frequently fail to meet even minimum levels of quality and fall short of what teachers want and need. The public school teachers say one-time, short-time seminars are not enough, even if it's 1 week, for them to develop the skills that they need to improve on. We all know that learning takes time, especially when there's a need to have a paradigm shift, as what I will propose today. Don't worry, I have suggestions for all of these problems later. Next slide, please. But not the financial ones. The solution to the financial is a bigger budget. Okay? The salaries of Filipino public school teachers must be raised to make them at par with the average teacher's salary in the ASEAN. The average annual teacher salary in the Philippines, inclusive of benefits, is $18,160, while the ASEAN average is at $27,742. Many public school teachers have been complaining of this inadequate take home pay. This is also one of the reasons that we lose good teachers because they decide to have a different career or work in other countries where pay is higher. We all know that. Next slide, please. In the Basic Education Development Plan 2030, the two key issues in the implementation of the Philippine K 12 curriculum that directly affect the quality of student learning outcomes are: one, high cognitive demand for learners, and two, weak pedagogical skills of teachers in addressing the 21st century skills. Next slide, please. Indeed, the Department of Education will once again address the overcrowded K 12 curriculum, which was earlier decongested already. So you can imagine how overcrowded it was before and how overcrowded it is until now. Part of this paradigm shift that I will later present is the need for us to focus on quality and not on quantity. Okay, next slide, please. Another factor that contributes to poor quality of student learning is large class size, particularly in Metro Manila and the Calabarzon zones, which are the most populous regions in the Philippines, comprising of 22% of the country's population. Based on studies, the ideal class size is only 20 students per class. Take note of that, and less in the lower levels. In UP, we did a study on the ideal class size during the pandemic, and the finding is that we needed to have a maximum of only 25 students, adults na, diba, in the class, considering that we are already dealing with young adults. Okay? This great disparity between the ideal and the Philippine reality points to the need to have more classrooms and more teachers in order to decongest the classroom and reduce class size. The 2021 World Bank assessment of the basic education service delivery in the Philippines report that the public infrastructure improvement systems suffer from many problems which result in poor quality and incomplete classrooms and water and sanitation facilities. I remember one time, Dr. Biona said that World Bank should not be too harsh in reporting. But for us to really improve, we have to take criticisms. We have to take these reports seriously because they might be actually telling us a lot of things already. Okay? So still, no, according to World Bank, local government funding to basic education is relatively low and declining. We all know that. Look at the facilities of our public schools. Of course, not all public schools, okay? But again, are we satisfying the ideal, or are we at least close to the ideal numbers that I am presenting now? Next slide, please. There is also a high incidence of malnutrition in our country. As I've told you, everything is interconnected. Okay? These are all factors. One in three, or 29%, or almost one third of the younger than 5 years old children suffered from stunting or being small for their age. And the rate is higher in all regions in Visayas and Mindanao, with ARMM having the highest rate of 45.2%. This one, we are not denying this fact because recently I read that there's a budget for it, no? So that we are able to address it. So it's really we are accepting this fact, no? That we have a great number of malnourished, stunted children. Stunted growth reflects a process of failure to reach linear growth potential because of suboptimal health and or nutritional conditions according to WHO. Take note of this. Childhood stunting is correlated to future adult productivity losses in the Philippines, which means that the more malnourished children that we have, the higher our productivity loss is in the future when they become adults. Lack of education of parents also causes malnutrition. No? So there's a need also to educate parents. Aside from the fact that they may be lacking the education to begin with. And the lack of education of parents also causes malnutrition symptoms to go unnoticed, and malnutrition causes lower intelligence quotient among students. Our country is among the countries with low average IQ average among citizens. When individuals are hungry, their learning and cognitive development cannot be optimized. Thus, as early as now, I'd like to tell you that feeding programs should be a necessary part of the public school system nationwide, as what is happening in many other countries. You know, during the pandemic, some other countries are worrying because they didn't know how to continue the feeding program. No, so they wanted to deliver still the feeding program despite the lockdowns, and but here we are, even without the pandemic, not all schools no have this feeding program. We have to address that. Next slide, please. So you can see that poverty and lack of education, along with the other issues such as hunger, poor health and living conditions, low income, lack of opportunity, and inequality are the targets of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. It's high time that we actively take our part as educators in this endeavor. The Sustainable Development Goals, as I've said, are interrelated. There you can see diba, the poverty and lack of education form a vicious cycle. Thus, we should accept that low IQ average of our country, as well as the other related issues that I have presented, are our responsibility. Okay, next slide, please. According to the UNESCO, education for sustainable development empowers learners to take informed decisions and responsible actions. Again, take note for environmental integrity, economic viability, and a just society for present and future generations while respecting cultural diversity. Let me highlight the three. Okay. There's the wedding cake model of the sustainable goals. If you don't know about it yet, no, you can Google it. It's the updated model of sustainable goals because there's a belief that these sustainable development goals are not separate from one another but interrelated, as what I've been saying. And the base of the sustainable development goals are the ones that belong to the environmental integrity. Okay. So we really need to work on the environment. That's why it's very important in the educational sector to educate the students, no, on green skills, no, not just knowledge, but green skills or sustainable development skills. At the second layer, no, so that's the base. At the second layer is the just society. So these are the reasons that in this discussion on sustainable development, I mentioned poverty, inequality. No, we need to have a just society, hunger. No, so all those belong to the second layer of the wedding cake model. At the top of the model is the economic viability. Okay, so economics. No, so if we have the poor, you'd know what happened if we have the poor base and the second layer. Now our economic viability will also be affected. To attain this goal, there's a need for educators to reorient ourselves in learning outcomes. No, so this now, no, learning outcomes, what we are discussing now, learning content and pedagogy. Next slide, please. The world is increasingly becoming interconnected. And we have experienced that, especially during this pandemic, when we are able to collaborate with individuals, even from different time zones across the globe. Okay? Today is an example of how collaboration can be made possible even at a distance. But while the world may be increasingly interconnected, human rights violations, inequality, and poverty still threaten peace and sustainability. Today, citizens are expected to care about global problems, okay, as well as local ones, and to be capable of getting involved and undertaking responsibility in solving these problems. Next slide, please. You might say, dami na nga problema, di ba? Tapos gusto ko pang global, no? But you will see that it's the values, okay? So the ideas, the values, and the skills. The global citizenship education is UNESCO's response to these challenges, and it works by empowering learners of all ages to understand that human rights violations, inequality, and poverty are global, and to become more active promoters of peaceful, tolerant, inclusive, secure, and sustainable societies. Next slide, please. Now I'm going to give you examples on what we can do. Okay? So, for example, Oxfam, a British founded confederation of 21 independent charitable organizations focusing on the alleviation of global poverty, provides these key elements for developing active and responsible global citizenship. If you don't want to focus on the global area yet, still we have to develop active and responsible citizenship. Oxfam provides an outline of curriculum breaking each of the key elements to show progressing from early years through the 16 to 19-year-old phase. The curriculum offers an exhaustive and non-prescriptive guide merely to stimulate to further thinking, discussion, and planning. Which among these? I hope you can see that. No, I hope it's big enough. The screen is big enough for you to see the topics. No, which among these are your targets in your classrooms? But you can observe that the first column is on knowledge and understanding. No, so these are the topics, no, on that need to be discussed. Take note that the curriculum, this is the one-page curriculum of kindergarten up to 19-year-old children, kindergarten to grade 12, something like that. Okay. So the first layer, the first column is for knowledge and understanding. The second column is for the skills. So take note, no? There's a need to develop these mostly 21st century skills, these thinking skills. And then the third column is on the values and attitudes. We have to remember that teaching is not just for knowledge, no, but we also have to target the skills. I want to target the skills, no, and also the attitude and values yan eh, no. So values and attitude magkakasama yan, no. We tend to focus on knowledge. Okay, when we develop curriculum, it's and that's why we have too many topics, diba? That's why our curriculum is overcrowded. It's because we want the students to learn too many things, but these too many things are just the knowledge. We have to realize now that practice and values, practice is actually the most important. No, the skills learned is are the most important as well as the values. Next slide, please. To give you an example of the curriculum for global citizenship, which you can access in the indicated website, or simply search Oxfam's curriculum for global citizenship. You can see here that in the knowledge and understanding of global social justice and equity at the top, the lessons start from, so here they divide according to age level. No? So for every target, they have objectives per age level. Okay? So the lessons start from what is fair and unfair, and the importance of caring and sharing among ages 3 to 5, to challenges and dilemmas associated with social justice and equity, and the different perspectives on social justice and ways of achieving it among aged 16 to 19. So you can see the so values talaga, 'di ba? It's not just topics like when we tackle history, all topics, but there's no value, no yung value na about social justice and equity. Okay? All the targets are divided according to the age groups, which serves as a guide to the teachers who use it. Next slide, please. You can take a look at those curriculum on your own. Another example of citizenship curriculum framework is this one created by Association for Citizenship Teaching in London. ACTS ACT, no, one-page citizenship curriculum highlights active citizenship. Okay, because if we want to have a sustainable development, we want to achieve the sustainable development goals, we need to develop active citizens, which is another process to involve students become change agents as they learn how to take part in democracy and use their citizenship knowledge, skills, and understanding to work together in trying to make a positive difference in the world around them. The framework provides an outline of the citizenship skills and attitudes, values and dispositions, knowledge and understanding, and concepts. No? So, ganun pa rin. No? So, cognition, affect, and psychomotor. Okay? That children will develop and learn about. It is designed to help teachers to think about the key aspects of the subject when designing, planning, and implementing a high quality citizenship curriculum that contributes to personal development. Next slide, please. Let's take a look at the curriculum closely. We see that the organization spelled out the learning outcomes very clearly. Here you can see the target citizenship skills and aptitudes such as critical thinking, perspective taking, cooperation, problem solving, and participating in active citizenship. You know, on the side, no, when we are targeting, for example, the performance tasks, okay, these are the performance tasks that should be targeted. Okay, so the student should be doing critical thinking activities, perspective taking activities, cooperation, problem solving. I would emphasize the word problem solving, and participating in active citizenship. It's interesting to note that they target recognizing forms of manipulation and persuasion which citizens need to develop, especially now in the age of digital information when disinformation and fake news abound. Next slide, please. Here we see the target citizenship values and dispositions, such as concern for human dignity, equality, respect for self, others, and the rule of law, and resilience in times of challenge. Now you may ask, what subject is this? Is this social studies? Not only social studies. No, so we are. I'm part of a project. Actually, not yet a project, but we made a proposal to Save the Children Philippines, um, proposing how the green skills, no, the sustainable development skills can be embedded in the curriculum. No, so we are targeting science courses because, as I've said, it starts from the science courses, the environmental muna, di ba, the first layer of the wedding cake, and then wedding cake model, and then the second layer is on the social society. No, so the another target is the social studies, and then another layer also is the values education, and of course what they can learn in English and Filipino can be also on these areas. Okay, next slide please. In this slide, the target citizenship knowledge and understanding includes news and political issues in the local, national, European, in our case, ASEAN, and global arena. So as I've said, even in English classes, we can read the news, right? We can read articles. Not ano tayo eh. Based on PISA rin, no? I think we are overly focusing on literature when in fact students should need to read, for example, news and other areas, no, or even the literature, for example, of medicine, yung mga ganun, no? Yung mga iba-ibang babasahin. You can see that other topics include voting and decision making, fairness, human rights, consequences of discrimination and crime, and at the bottom, economic and financial choices and decisions that affect us. So for example, in mathematics, we can discuss these matters, right? Financial choices, no? We talk about money. In statistics, we talk about a lot of things, no? So those can also be included. These topics can also be included in mathematics and statistics, mathematics courses. For sustainable development in our country, topics such as biodiversity, climate change, disaster risk reduction, yes, we have that among the higher levels, but not among the lower levels yet. Pollution minimization, poverty eradication, and sustainable consumption. They can be included. Next slide, please. And lastly, the citizenship concepts that the students need to develop understanding of. Do take note that this summary shows the overview of UK's active citizenship curriculum from primary to secondary level, just like the Oxfam. Okay? What we can learn from this is that we can target less. Napaka-konti ng listahan niya. Diba? The competencies are just all those, but they are of high order and are more meaningful competencies. So the focus is on depth, not on breadth. Breadth. Okay? Next slide, please. Breadth. In the Philippines, what we have is the Active Citizenship Foundation, a non-stock, non-profit organization which is committed to promoting active citizenship as the main driving force for societal reform and transformation in the Philippines. As stated in their page, ACF envisions itself as a strategic institution that provides venues for the development and articulation of an orientation geared towards the meaningful engagement of the different arenas of governance. So they seek to assist civil societies in building their capabilities and competencies towards translating their organizational strengths into significant power within Philippine society. So this group, this foundation, firmly believes that active citizenship, which means people positively engaging in government and society at all levels, is the most effective answer to the culture of dependency and apathy, which is the legacy of the several decades of patronage politics experienced by the country. Okay? Imagine if schools adapt the framework of the Active Citizenship Foundation. We can develop students become change agents, not just students, but also teachers of and for the society. Next slide, please. To attain sustainable development, we need to empower students to become change agents. This can happen, for instance, in social studies classes, but other classes as well, wherein students are involved in service learning projects. Service learning is an educational approach where a student learns theories in the classroom and at the same time volunteers with an agency, usually a nonprofit or social service group such as ACF, and engages in reflection activities to deepen their understanding of what is being taught. Making them brainstorm on issues in the community raises their A. No, so that's a first step. Okay, they brainstorm on issues in the community, which raises their awareness of areas that need change. Okay, so we actively think about our community problems. No, that's how we deal with our classes. Then, for letter G, after having chosen the issue that they want to focus on, they generate knowledge. No? So they are not passive recipients. No? So we have to move away from over focusing on for example modular approach. Okay, but students, especially the older ones, can generate knowledge by interviewing experts and doing research on it. Now, research is a very important component. Then, students brainstorm on the ideas on how to solve the issue or address the problem. Okay? When they brainstorm, this empowers them. But when they brainstorm, actually when for example, we help people, okay? Like yung mga issue, no? Earlier there was a discussion on, for example, what happens to the multilingual MTBMLE, right? The teachers are having problem, but the solutions come from the top. Okay, we have to brainstorm on how to address. It was for example lang there was a mention that there are no materials, but isn't that sad that we have that language but we don't have the materials, existing books for example, existing stories for example. I think some of my friends in the that are active in the MTBMLE would propose, for example, teachers, for example, creating or graduate students, actually those people in the community, creating big books on the existing stories that all the communities have. We have all those stories, no? So we just haven't developed the writing na, 'di ba? Parang during the time of Spaniards kasi, yung writing system natin sinunog, no? But we have to put things into writing to make our language prosper further, okay? But going back, no? So all these kinds of actions empowers individuals, okay, and makes them realize, take note that they can make change happen. No, we have to believe we should not always blame or say that we are helpless, but we can make change happen and solve issues and problems in the society that affect us. Okay? And letter N, the students navigate and negotiate pathways for change. So we put everything, our lessons into action. No? Kaya nga, students can create big books, but the older students, for the younger ones, for example, these are projects that are meaningful and would be helpful for our communities, okay, for our country. When they create a plan for the project, ito yung sinasabi na performance task, okay? So when they create a plan for the project, which may include generating funds for the project also. Afterward, the students, letter T, take action and implement the plan. So most like for I'm the type of teacher who does much of this. Okay, most of my classes are action oriented. not very much into just discussion and nabobore ako sa ganon, no? So I put everything into action. There's an output each time, okay? For a semester, for example. They reflect and report to the public how they became, no? So that's the last part, the speaking out, change agents. Okay? Next slide, please. It's important to see to it that students' active participation is indeed in place. No? So that's a paradigm. When thinking about students' participation in projects, this ladder of participation can serve as a beginning topology. Okay? This diagram, formulated by Roger Hart in 1992, identifies 8 levels of participation by young people in democratic life. According to Hart, democratic countries should provide opportunities for young people to actively learn and practice how to speak out for themselves and to contribute to social progress. Okay? As early as now, I will tell you, no, I see a lot of meaningless performance tasks. Such as for example, sa Bayang Bigkas, yung mga ganun, no? Tapos ang taas ng ng ano, no? Yung sa Bayang Bigkas, I'm not saying that it should not dominate the time, okay? Yeah, you can have sa Bayang Bigkas, but with the proper objectives. No? So how would you know what the proper objectives are? Okay? Pwede naman yun pwedeng palalimin ang sa Bayang Bigkas. For example, no, na project ng mga estudyante or gagawa ng mga movies, may mga gano'n na how will you make it more meaningful and more, yun nga, more participative. Next slide, please. Let's look closely at the model of heart. This lower part of the model shows the types of non-participation. No? So meaning these are the ones that we have to avoid. Okay? An example of manipulation, no? So the lowest rung, the worst type of the ladder of participation is, for example, when preschool children carry political placards concerning the impact of social policies on children. If children, of course that can be done, but if children have no understanding of the issues and hence do not understand their actions, then this is manipulation. Okay? So that one. Okay, number two, so not just children, but patanda ng patanda yan. Decoration, the second rung on the ladder, refers to those frequent occasions when adults simply use the children to bolster their cause, such as when children are given t-shirts related to some cause and may sing or dance at that event in such dress, but have little idea of what it is all about, and no say in the organization of the occasion. No? So, again, no, kung decoration lang, like for example, yung mga nagdo-donate tayo, 'di ba yung mga ganun na hindi naintindihan ng meaning eh. It's all for donation, no? Helping the poor, for example. Mabababaw 'yun, actually. Okay? Tokenism, the third rung of the ladder, is used here to describe those instances in which children are apparently given a voice, but in fact have little or no choice about the subject or the style of communicating it, and little or no opportunity to formulate their own opinions. An example is when articulate, charming children are selected by adults to sit on a panel with little or no substantive preparation on the subject and no consultation with their peers whom it is implied they represent. If no explanation is given to the audience or to the children of how they were selected and which children's perspectives they represent, this is usually sufficient indication that the project is not truly an example of participation. No. Okay, next slide, please. The 5 models of genuine participation range from the children simply being assigned to participate, but informed about the purpose of the participation, to child initiated projects. So that's the highest ladder, okay? Highest rung of the ladder with shared decisions with adults. Hart in 1992 states that For a project to be truly labeled as participatory, so there's an emphasis on participatory, okay, projects. Number one, children should understand the intentions of the project. Number two, they know who made the decisions concerning their involvement and why. Number three, they have a meaningful rather than decorative role. Number four, they volunteer for the project after the project was made clear to them. Okay? Next slide, please. Aside from empowering students to become change agents, we also need to shift our focus from what students need to learn. No, we should not be content oriented, okay, to how students learn. Okay? The process of learning. And from what to think, cognition, to how to think. Okay? That's a skill. It's a thinking skill. Now, now I'm showing a framework created by the Critical Thinking Consortium or TC2, an educational not-for-profit founded and based in Canada. Okay? So this conceptual framework supports a curriculum embedded approach to critical, creative, and collaborative thinking. These four key elements of creating a thinking classroom or context, which we need to consider in our efforts to help children to learn to think and think to learn. No? So yung pag-iisip talaga ang kailangan nating ituro. Okay? Are number one, no, shaping the climate to support thinking or creating the climate for thinking by nurturing a community of thinkers. So that's one. I will elaborate that later. Also, number two, I will elaborate. Creating opportunities for thinking or framing learning around critical challenges. Number three, building capacity for thinking, puro thinking, di ba? Or explicitly addressing the intellectual tools required for student success and providing guidance to inform thinking or assessing for understanding and competence. This conceptual framework allows educators to find powerful ways to reframe lessons by tweaking and fortifying what they already do in their classrooms. Okay, next slide, please. If we want to shape the climate to support thinking, we should expect students to make up their own minds and not to simply accept information as truth. Take note, this is according to the Critical Thinking Consortium. Okay? We expect students to provide reasons or examples in support of their observations, conclusions, and behavior. So it's not just lecturing in the classroom. We discuss about our observations, what their conclusions are, and what are their behaviors and what are their rationale for their behaviors. All persons are to be treated respectfully by everyone, even if their ideas seem wrong. Disagreements are not only allowed, they are encouraged. Remember, we don't want to have group think, no? Yung parang isang pag-iisip lang. That's dangerous to have group think because we have to have disagreements because in disagreements we grow, but never as an attack on the person. It is not acceptable to merely criticize and complain, but we have to listen to the pros of a position because they may be possible solutions to problems. 'Di ba ako narinig niyo ako siguro yung iba no, napaka-nega naman ito no, nag-start ako puro nega. But you have to listen to the pros, no, to the criticisms, to the complaints because in consideration of these things, we may be able to find solutions to the problems. Okay, next slide, please. In providing guidance to inform thinking, we shift learning targets from recall to reason. Okay? So, not the memorization type, but to the reasoning skills, development of reasoning skills. And from correct answer, we move away from just having one correct answer for all the questions, no? And then to sound answers. And we shift assessment methods from recall and routine cognitive tasks, yun yung mga paper and pencil. The tasks that require thoughtful application of knowledge to offer reasonable assessments, solutions to authentic tasks. Again, most of my classes, I feel I don't give exams anymore. Okay? Most of my classes are performance task oriented already because I make them solve problems. Most of the time, because yun eh, no? So that's what I believe in. We ensure that criteria for judgment focuses on the qualities of good thinking and evidence of reasoning rather than descriptive features such as quantities and frequencies. There have been a shift from summative paper and pencil assessment to formative and embedded assessment, which explains actually the focus of the Philippine K 12 curriculum on performance tasks and project-based learning. Eh, ginagawa naman pala natin, no? Yung pala ang focus ng K-12 curriculum. But why are we having problems still? Ayun na yun, no? Actually, no, so I've been doing a lot of training already and I get to talk to a lot of teachers. There's one big misconception, no, that performance task is performing arts. Yan, one big misconception yan. So there it is observed that there is a confusion in the implementation of these assessment principles. Next slide, please. To promote a thinking classroom, we need to have a paradigm shift to transformative pedagogy, no? From transmissive education to transformative pedagogy, where learning is grounded in learners' own directly lived context and experiences. Instead of the banking model where the teacher merely deposits knowledge to her knowledge, pedagogy is transformative when it is problem posing, as in the case of problem based and project based learning. We need to be truly learner centered in our pedagogy and allow students to construct their knowledge as they explore and discover open ended experiences. As teachers, we do not simply tell them what to know and what to do, but we create interactions with our students that are facilitative and dialogic. When we do this, we can tap higher order thinking skills among the students and they develop self regulation and become empowered to improve the society where we live in. Now, you may be asking, paano kaya yon? Diba? Ano yung mga pinagsabi nito? That's why later I will tell you that there's a need for mentoring. But before we go to that, let's go to the next slide first. Next slide, please. The K to 12 Philippine Basic Education Curriculum Framework actually, okay, maganda siya. Upholds the learner-centered, constructivist, inquiry-based, reflective, collaborative, and integrative pedagogy. So, it's not the curriculum that needs to be changed. Okay? It's the practice that needs to be changed in our country. Because the transmissive type of pedagogy still proliferates in schools. This points to the need for teachers to become change agents, or agents of change too. Next slide, please. According to PISA 2009, okay, the quality of education system cannot exceed the quality of its teachers and principals, okay, and supervisors and all of you who are here right now. Since student learning is ultimately the product of what goes on in classrooms. While some students may be more intelligent than some teachers, the quality that the teacher brings in developing thinking skills is crucial. Next slide, please. According to Villegas Reimer in her UNESCO booklet on teacher professional development, teachers are not only one of the variables that need to be changed in order to improve their education systems, but they are the most significant change agents in these reforms. This emphasis has been actually welcomed by teachers and educators in general, as it represents a much needed appreciation of teachers' work and also promotes the concept of teaching as a profession. Next slide, please. We have to professionalize teaching. For relevant professional development, the bottom up approach, where teachers are consulted, just like how we are doing to that's how we should be doing it with our students, where teachers are consulted, decide on how and what they want to develop, and reflect on their practice, not too much on the um uh certificates and all, 'di ba yung mga ano nila, portfolio, but it's really on practice, has more promise in alleviating the crisis in Philippine education. When teachers are not consulted, the professional development is called top-down approach because decisions come from above by the administrator. When we're not going to solve the problem when we just tell teachers what to do, but we don't consult them. Us, we are not consulted. Okay, I'm also a teacher. Research indicates that teachers are more satisfied with their professional development when they actively work on their development and are not simply told on what to do for compliance. Next slide. I'm not against compliance, but it only means that the teacher should take a more active role in this change, no, in this improvement of the quality of education. For teachers to become change agents, the teacher's professional development should be transformative and constructivist too, where training is related to actual classroom experiences. The mentoring, not just mere seminars and webinars, should be collaborative and consultative. The new I wanted to say, I do that. No, I mentor teachers through action research. No, so I have classes that conduct action research. No, so I have students, and then we partner with teachers, and we get to help those teachers, no, and become more improve their teaching and learning problems, even the reading problems. No, we have addressed that. No, at least in the small classrooms that we are handling. The new perspective of professional development is perceived as a process that relates training to actual classroom experiences. The professional development activities need to be relevant and integrated into the daily professional life of the teacher and should be situated in schools and classrooms and not in training rooms. Schools are transformed into communities of learners, communities of inquiry, and professional communities. The teaching mentoring program that I recommend is a continuous, one-to-one, if possible, coaching. Pwede namang one-to-many rin with mentors and mentees. I'm willing to become a mentor. I've been mentoring. Okay? Meeting at least once a month. The teacher, or once per sem, once per quarter. But it's an active thing. Hindi siya yung parang for the sake of having a meeting only. The expert teacher gives announce classroom visits and converses with new teachers for them to gain professional knowledge and skills. It's observation that I think I many public school teachers dread observations because it is simply done for grading. No, but I think it should be more than the grading, but more for the development of professional knowledge and skills of the teachers. The mentor and the mentee learn from one another as they solve teaching and learning problems and perhaps document the process in an action research and collaboratively create instructional materials. Next slide, please. Yung instructional materials, like yung MTB-MLA problem kanina. The teacher professional development in the Philippines tends to follow the traditional inspectional model. In the traditional inspectional model, an administrator comes into a classroom, takes notes or check whether the teacher is meeting a set of criteria, rings a bell ba, and then leaves the classroom. The worst is giving no feedback to the teacher. Based on this belief, brief evaluation, the teacher may be renewed, tenured, or promoted. The recommended model is that of clinical supervision, which was originally conceived at the Harvard Newton Summer School. In this model, teacher development is fostered through discussion, observation, and analysis of teaching in the clinic of the classroom. Observations are conducted in a gentle way and feedback is given in a respectful manner, and teachers regard observations and assessment of their work as an opportunity to grow and develop their career. Next slide, please. I'm supposed to give you a video, but I don't think I will give you that video anymore. Okay, so I can just share with you. Next slide, please. Oh, there's much that's a video, no? So I'm not going to show that anymore to you. But next slide, please. You can visit. Actually, ano to? Para nag-advertise ako, no? But it's a very good discussion on agents of change, student and teacher agency. Next slide, please. Yan yata yung video, eh. There, no? So you can go to the website. There are lots of discussions on student agency, no? In different subjects, no? How can we apply student agency to different subjects, no? So I'm very proud of that project, although private project siya, no? So sorry for the advertisement. Pero yun nga, maganda siya kasi, no? And although it just gives an idea, no? So at least we start from an idea. Next slide, please. So you can see that the essence of my talk is the move from teacher-centered to learner-centered and to the much-needed learner-driven pedagogy. When we are able to achieve this, our students are not just compliant to. Hindi ko sinasabing wag sila compliant, no? But not just, hindi compliant lang to whatever we ask them to do. They start taking responsibility for their learning and find collaboration relevant. But what's most important is that they become motivated about what they learn and experience. These principles apply to teacher development too. Okay? We do not aim for teachers to be compliant only. Okay? But we need teachers who actively think, who have passion. No? Kasi yung hindi nagko-comply lang no? They are acting on it and actively move to address the many issues that we face. Teachers need to collaborate and take an active role in solving teaching and learning problems, as I've said, primarily through action research. Pag nabawasan yung work ng teachers, action research is already possible in collaboration with experts in the field. No? So pwede naman ganun eh. Action research should not be solo. No, we should be encouraging group action research and for own professional development. The Csikszentmihalyi concept of flow in this slide, which is a state of intense engagement, focus, and contentment in the present moment and current activity, need to be targeted because flow states are known to enhance creativity and performance and spark innovation. You know what? The many problems that we have need for me to simplify, creativity and innovation. Laging may solusyon ang mga problema. Next slide, please. The biggest keyword for my presentation today is empowerment. As students and teachers move toward more voice and more choice, they become more empowerment. We aim for empowerment and not compliance because we want students and teachers to own their own learning and development. When students and teachers are empowered, they believe that they can always grow. They develop that growth mindset. They are more committed to improve and make quality education not just a dream or a seemingly unachievable goal for decades. Take note, it's been our problem for decades, since 1920s, but a reality. Next slide, please. Let me end my presentation with a quote. The risk of compliance-based management systems is that they can force people to comply, but not to excel. Okay, thank you so much for listening and have a good day. The next slide is my contact information. If you need anything, like for example, a copy of this slide, I can send it back to you. No? So thank you and have a good day. There.
Thank you so much, Dr. Liz. Please accept our sincere appreciation for the outstanding presentation, research-based information, and for sharing your time and experiences with us. We all agreed that your lecture was interesting and stimulating. Your talk was not only extremely informative, but also kept everyone reflect in their seats. This is Benz, the education program supervisor from the Curriculum and Learning Management. I will now serve as moderator for the open forum. I think there are questions from our participants. So may I request all the participants to please submit your questions, or you may ask your questions directly to our speaker. Here's the microphone. Anybody? Do you have any questions? Hello, everyone. Yes, we have our.
Hi, Ma'am Liz. Good afternoon. Uh, well, it rang my bell when I saw the slide you presented that talks about examples on ladder of participation. And the one on the bottom is manipulation, which is manipulating students to join political demonstrations without understanding the cause. And well, that triggered me to ask you, being a professor of UP,
Yeah.
and I think this has been done. I mean, this is a regular crusade of UP students. No, how is that to you? Well,
In the first,
I'm not
oh,
underestimating that the students of UP do not really understand the causes of their alliance or their efforts to do rallies. No,
ayun na nga, no? Medyo merong ano agad doon, no? Meron agad feeling or thought na they are manipulated, no? But there should be the question first whether they are manipulated or not. We have to remember that most students in UP do these things on their own. Of course, you would hear stories like the teachers making them join the rally. No, you also have to know that although there's that kind of, I don't know no bakit naging ganun ang perception sa UP. The not majority of the students of the UP students are rallying in the first place. No, mga 3,000 lang yan, marami na yung 3,000, no? So meaning hindi siya majority. Pero we have that kind of image. But yun nga, are they manipulated to begin with? No, they know much about the social issues, and they know much about the um, the 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 political social issues. They yung mga sinasabi ko kanina, just injustice, um, lahat equality, 'di ba? Yung mga binabanggit ko kanina, alam yan ng mga estudyante. You also have to take note, no? Dapat pala pinakita ko, but I can look for that ano, no? Part of the student agency is activism. No, you have to see the delineation. No, yung activism is actually part of it. No, ayun, parang tinanggal ko yata yun sa slide kasi nga baka meron kayong conception na grabe, no, talagang inaano, no. There's nothing wrong in activism. Remember ha, for example, yung community, ano to? Community, what do you call this? Yung pantry. 'Di ba? The person who does it, so masama ba 'yon? Activist siya, 'di ba? Kasi masyado siyang volunteering 'yan, 'di ba? Hindi siya inutusan. Pero activist 'yon kasi actually the activists are the most sensitive individuals, I'd say, no, in the society. Very sensitive 'yan sa mga issues. So pag may konting ganitong issue, merong na-perceive sila na inequality or injustice, andiyan na sila agad, no? Nandiyan na sila. Hindi natin napapansin pa, pero sila andiyan na. Okay? So you have to take note also that in many countries, no, if you study the history of many countries, doon dapat ang napapag-aralan natin sa Asian history and world history. Sino ang mga nangunguna pagdating sa kunyari, like for example, Les Miserables. Alam niyo yung movie na Les Miserables, 'di ba? Sino mga nanguna against injustice? University students. Why the university students? Because they study. No, they know the ideals. 'Di ba kanina nagpresent ako ng mga ideals. 'Di ba kunyari, anong sinabi ko kanina? 'Di ba ideal lang 20 class size, pero it's not happening. 'No ba? Anong sinabi ko? Let's take an action on it, no? If not 25, just lessen. 'Di ba? Kasi ang layo natin sa ideal. 'Di ba? Even private schools have 40 students in the class. But if we're not going to take action, remember that's activism, when we take action, what will happen to us? Okay? If we will just accept it as it is. Or for example, there's this issue on a lot of things in education. If we don't work for it, work towards it, towards near the ideal, then what will happen to us? Are we just going to accept, for example? Of course, we cannot do anything. No, we just accept that there's only 2 to 3% in budget for education. Okay, 2 to 3% of the, di ba? 2 to 3% instead of the 4 to 6% na sinasabi na ideal. So kung wala tayong gagawin doon, wala mangyayari. We remain under the 2 to 3%. But take note that there are activist teachers who are lobbying for it. 'Di ba? Sino bang nagla-lobby ng increased salary? That's activism. Kayo ba hindi kayo matutuwa pag may increased salary? 'Di ba? So ganun 'yun, no? Ako hindi ako activist, never akong sumali sa rally in my 27 years of stay, 'di ba? Hindi, mula nung 1989, no? 1988 sa UP.
Um,
Doon ako nag-undergrad, MA, and PhD. I never joined a rally because I'm not that. It's not my personality. But I'm happy, for example, when even yung sa activist kasi yung mga kunyari employees ng UP, when problems are solved through their activism. No? So, yun. Because they take action, kung walang magsasalita, walang gagawa nito, hindi natin masosolve ang mga problema natin. Okay? So I hope
Yes.
that somehow dispels the image, the negative image of UP, that UP students are manipulated.
Actually, I do not have that image in my thinking. No,
Okay.
I'm not stereotyping UP, but I'm trying to emphasize that because the region, for example, Northern Mindanao, has been
Yeah.
confronted with so much manipulations, especially basic education students.
Mm.
We have lots of schools, private schools, that have insurgency issues. Matter of fact, one classic example is one IP high school we have in Malaybalay City, where parents come to the office begging that they will be staying. That's why that school now is a boarding school. And during the distance learning, DepEd knows this because we have reported that the students of this school really are staying in the school because, well, this used to be a facility of the Summer Linguistics Institute turned over to DepEd. There are lots of buildings that can house the students. And the plight of the parents for the students to be contained is because when they will be allowed to get back home, they are vulnerable for recruitment to the left. The parents are the ones talking to us about it. And the girls are also pushed to marry early. So that school becomes a model boarding school in the region where we actually support it because, well, through the issue on manipulation. And even when I was in Region 12, there's a lot of big issues about it. And vulnerable really are those that are in the far-flung Bukids, the IP learners, because I believe that the concept of manipulation, as you defined, is really evident on that note. But of course, in UP, I can never underestimate that because I know students there really know the social issues better probably than I do. No? So thank you, ma'am.
Okay, pero there's a need to solve the problem, yung kunyari, because some students in the far-flung areas travel for 2 hours going to their schools, no? So it would be good to have boarding schools, for example, na the community may decide on having those for those kinds of, imagine, no, 2 hours ang travel ng mga estudyante dumadaan sa baha, 'di ba? But when it comes to manipulation, that's why we have to strengthen our students. We have to empower, so that they won't be manipulated. I'm not saying that UP students are not manipulated. No, some may be, but what I do, for example, when they talk to me, when they talk and discuss things, talagang tinatanong ko sila para sure ako na yun ang pinaniniwalaan nila. No? So, yung malalim yung pagkakaintindi nila. Okay? So,
Okay.
I hope that answered the question or...
Thank you very much, ma'am. And we have another question from our Assistant Regional Director, Dr. Vic.
Yeah, good afternoon po, Dr. Olegario. I just was struck by your statement that in terms of curriculum, our K to 12 curriculum, you said there's no problem with it, but it's in the practice that's the problem. So I'm interested to get your perspective, no, of how we can improve the practice that it will somehow be reflective of the kind of curriculum that we are having.
Okay.
And of course, I would say that there is no hurry in having another curriculum to be implemented because, in fact, the practice is not done correctly of the present curriculum.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Take note that when the K to 12 curriculum was being developed, baka akala nyo kasi I'm for ganun no? Parang it may be political or what. When it was being developed, my stand was there's no need to add 2 years. Okay? Because what needed to be done was for us to improve the quality of education. Okay? Now that we have the additional 2 years, and it has a rationale. Now, the additional 2 years is that the high school education should be sufficient already for those who cannot go to college, for them to go to work. No, dapat na empower na sila, na equip na sila with the skills for them to be able to work. No, so dapat nasusupply na nila yung workforce by end of high school. No, so may rational siya. In paper, the objectives of the K to 12 curriculum is good. It's constructivist, no? Yun pa lang yun no? Constructivist. So meaning it's student-centered. Thus, when we do the curriculum, no? So I'm not saying yung content ng curriculum, pero yung ano no, the core principles of K to 12 is very good, no? Andun na siya. Yung mga pinagsasabi ko kanina, yun yung principles niya eh. But we are not practicing it. Eh kung constructivist kasi, for example lang, no, constructivist ang curriculum natin, it means that we start from the students. We start from where the students are. We start from their experiences. We start from what they know and we build from there. Constructivist no? So we start from the strengths of the students on of the teachers. No? So it's not top down, no? So kasi yun yung traditional no? So hindi natin na implement and then so when I see constructivist dapat yan collaborative, no? So ibig sabihin pag collaborative tayo, we also believe in teachers doing action research collaboratively. I don't know if there's a change now, but in the past, mas gusto ng DepEd yata, correct me if I'm wrong, na ano lang, no, solo yung action research na gagawin, no? Mas mataas ang points. Should not be like that, no? But action research should be collaborative because the problems are usually can usually be solved by through collaboration. No, yung mga ganun, no? So, there are many very good principles in the K to 12 that we are not actually practicing. No? That's why I'm saying that the seminars and webinars are not enough. We are not able to target the proper implementation unless we go to the classrooms and train, 'di ba? Mentor the teachers there. Otherwise, the teachers will keep on implementing the traditional, the lecture type, or the seemingly constructivist type, but still lecture. I'll give you an example. In the news, di ba, merong mga fini-feature na very good projects, but they are not actually very good projects. I'll give you one example. Teacher, for example, gives the students a project wherein the students create a video, no, and then they dance and sing, and that the course is trigonometry, for example lang, no, so they dance and sing, they compose a song on trigonometric functions, okay, formulas, and that's it, no, so yun, what's wrong with that, di ba? What are they learning? Okay, composition is creation, di ba, high order thinking yan, but in trigonometry they're simply composing a song on how to memorize the formulas. That's low order. Okay? It's not the performance task that we're looking for. What kind of performance task are we looking for? Something where the trigonometry is used to solve problems in the society. Not meaning marami namang problems na yung mga trigonometric ang problems, no? But it's on problem solving real life problems. Okay? Yeah, si Mayo, I'm part of that, no? Is doing a research whether teachers are really employing the pedagogical approaches. No? So, but I'm more after the proper implementation. No, that's why I'm after the mentoring. I've been trying to communicate that there's a need for us to mentor teachers, no? So, yun, hindi yung ano lang, no, grades, lalagyan natin ng magsasubmit sila ng every ano, yung PPST, di ba? Nagsubmit sila. And then hindi naman will that improve teaching? I don't think so. Okay? We need to go to the classrooms and help, not judge the teachers, but help the teachers implement teaching better. Yun. No? That's why no matter a change in the curriculum again, no, mag-change na naman tayo ng curriculum. Paulit-ulit na tayo nag-change ng curriculum. Will not improve the quality of education. It's in the practice. Okay? It's in how we implement the teaching and learning in the classroom that will improve the quality of education.
Okay, thank you so much, ma'am. And here's one last question from from the Superintendent of Misamis Oriental, Dr. Jonathan de la Peña.
Good afternoon, ma'am. In 1997, Singapore LN or thinking schools. No, hello, ma'am.
Oo, medyo hindi ko nakuha yung first statement.
Okay.
Naputol.
In 1997, Singapore launched a nationwide program called TSLN, the Thinking Schools Learning Nation. Singapore, launched by no less than the Prime Minister during that time. That was 1997. After 20 years, they attribute the education miracle that they have been experiencing to that program. They let their students carry with them thinking logs, thinking notebooks, so that they can write questions anytime, as specific and as meaningful as that,
Yeah.
to support what they call knowledge-based economy, their direction towards that knowledge-based economy. More than just a national reading program, my question is, can we create something bigger, like a thinking nation? No? And what would you suggest as a framework or as a paradigm? Thank you.
Okay. Yun nga, no? The constructivist framework. Singapore is actually implementing a constructivist, pero nilabel nila, di ba, Singapore math. No, but basically, their framework is problem-based yan eh. No? So, authentic problem-based. No? Everything, all subjects are problem-based. Kaya ang galing nila sa problem solving na kunyari, math. No? So, hindi yung tayo, ang math natin, minimemorize natin ng formula kalimitan eh para ma-solve yung problem. Sila, iisipin nila. No? Kaya nga, di ba yung Singapore math, dinodrawing na lang nila. Yung algebra sa atin, Sa kanila, ito-drawing lang nila para ma-solve ang algebraic problem. Yung mga model, algebra yun. Okay? So, i-visualize nila, no? So, again, yun yung thinking kasi, no? They focus on thinking. Sinabi ko yan kanina, di ba? We should focus on thinking, not on what to think. We should focus on the skills. Pag may pinapagawa tayo sa mga estudyante, especially pataas ang pataas dapat ng level, pataas ang pataas ang skills na dapat na develop niyan. Thinking skill, anong skill ang nade-develop nila? I remember, no, there's a batch, no, na very traditional sila, no, na batch, and then mga fresh sila from K to 12. Sabi ko, napaka-traditional ng batch na to kasi ang dami kong tinuro sa kanila. It's education, 'di ba? So tinuro ko sila mag-lesson plan, mag-implement, ang dami, no, too many things. Pero hindi ako traditional nga. Sabi ko, kaya mula nun sinasabi ko, I'm not a traditional teacher, ha. Don't expect me to lecture. But I will give you feedback on what you are doing, and then you will develop these skills. Ganun, sinasabi ko na ngayon. Pero noon, hindi ko nasabi yon. Imagine, some of them said, I did not learn anything. Sabi ko, ha? Eh, ang dami nilang natutunan. No, yung mga lahat ng practices na how to yung implement talagang lesson plan na high order thinking, no, constructivist na approach na lesson plan. Ganun yung pinagagawa ko sa kanila from start to finish of the semester. Paulit-ulit yon na activities, no, na ganon. So for a student to say that he or she did not learn anything, ang nasa isip siguro niya, traditional, no, na may memorize siya, nag-exam siya, grinadean siya. Eh ako, everything is a work in progress. No, I have only, for example, in one class, I just have one project, and that's action research. But each and every part of it, you learn how to do it to the point that students are able to publish their work. Okay? So ganun yun, no? We focus on products, on performance that are meaningful and problem-based nga eh. No, we solve a problem. No, what is a problem related to your subject matter? No, like recently yung class ko na cognitive learning, yun ang pinagawa ko sa kanila, no? They design a project-based learning. And one student, no, mag-isa siya sa project na yon. Ang ginawa niya, ang project ng mga estudyante grade 5, magtatanim ng mangroves. Okay? 2-week plan yon, no? So, and then they get to understand much about mangroves because for him there's a need to have mangroves in the community. Diba? So it's a meaningful project and it's a science course. So yun, no? And pwedeng mag-coordinate with a lot of things, no? Pwedeng isama sa social studies, diba? So isang project yun na meaningful and thinking project siya. Kasi mag-a-analyze yung mga bata, grade 5, diba? Analyze nila yung quality of water, etc., etc. So ang daming skills na natututunan, pero hindi siya nakafocus dun sa topic. Okay? Ang lagi kong sinasabi sa mga estudyante, don't expect me to lecture. Okay? But you have to read. Maraming pinapabasa, no? You have to read because you will need what you read in my classes. Nagkaroon ako ng may mga umiiwas sa akin, mga ayaw magbasa. Sabi ko, magiging teacher kayo, ayaw niyo magbasa, 'di ba? Parang hindi yata maganda 'yon, no? So, but you have to read. I will give you very interesting reading materials, okay? So that But when we discuss in class, we apply what you have read. I expect that you have already read them. So meaning, I don't focus on memorizing. I don't focus on the definition of terms, mga theories na i-explain nila. Intindihin mo yung theory and then we apply. Parang ganun siya, no, na level. So that can happen, no? As long as we focus on the thinking skills, of course it can happen. Kaya nga ako nandito talagang I really wanted to be here, no? So because I wanted to spread, no, the idea to spread that we can make that happen. Okay? We can be like Singapore, but we have to do it. Okay? Hindi natin gagayahin yung curriculum nila. But gagayahin natin yung process nila. Kunyari sa math, anong inisip nila? Ano yung mga useless na, ini-imagine ko lang kasi ganun yung nasa kwento, di ba? Yung Singapore math na ano yung problema nila? Problema nila, hindi lang sila nagtatap, di ba? Tayo, nasa bottom tayo, hindi pa tayo namang problema. Hindi sila nagtatap. Kaya nung 1990 na yan, yun ang ginawa ng prime minister nila. And then, talagang inaral, no? Ano yung mga hindi kailangan. So, nawala yung Roman numerals, alam ko. Kailangan nga ba natin ng Roman numerals? Diba? So, yung mga ganon. Or, ano yung pinakailangan natin? Alam ko marami sa kanila, ang pinag-uusapan nila sa math, lalo na sa lower levels, money. Kasi tayo, sa curriculum natin, pinakahuli pa ang money, di ba? Nasa bandang dulo pa yun eh. Kasi decimal siya. Pero pwedeng unahin siya actually kasi yun ang mas relevant. Kahit sa mga mas bata, ano bang mga na-experience nila, di ba? So yun eh, we just have to focus, no? Change our thinking, change our paradigm from focusing on the topics, but on the thinking skills. Yan. Oo, no? So, hindi siya passive learning. It should be active learning. Yun. So, napapagod yung mga estudyante ko. Minsan nagpapahinga rin ako kasi, yun nga, nakakapagod ang constructivism kasi ang daming pumapasok. No? Kasi pinapabasa ko sila. Talaga, no? And then they have to do research. They have to find out a lot of things. And then, but I guide them all the way. Sabi ko, guided yan from step 1, whatever I make them do, step 1 to last na. No? So I usually have one project per semester. I encourage them because most of them are teachers or future teachers. I encourage them to have one big project, not expensive but meaningful project, meaning na using everything that needs to be learned in that quarter. But it's a meaningful and then taps higher order thinking skills. You know what? So one of my students even had a proposal na the higher level students will teach reading to the lower level students. Yung mga ganun, no? Halo-halo. Or during the pandemic, they had a proposal and they did it. And this one is published and will be a Scopus journal, part of a Scopus journal. Nas in process na siya. In one semester, they were able to do it, no? Yung hindi makapag-English kasi, ang problem ng English teacher na tinulungan namin, hindi makapag-English yung mga estudyante. So, basic lang. Sabi namin, they have to speak in English and use English. But it was a pandemic. No, so it started with they were chatting, no? So they had informal chats, but they were chatting in English. No, kasi yun nga, hindi natapasan ba sila pwedeng mag-usap-usap. No, so it was a messenger class. Yun lang ang kaya ng klase. But they did it, and then later on they did TikToks speaking in English. No, so in a way, they were able to develop that. They were able to solve the problem na students not being able to speak in English because of that intervention that was only good for 1 semester or 5 months. Let's say, parang 3-month intervention yon or even less, 2-month intervention. But something really happened. No, it was a successful one, and that happened in a public school with minimal technology. Take note, messenger lang ang ginamit nila. Anything
Salam-
else?
Okay po, salamat po ma'am, and to all our participants, if you have still some questions, you may post your questions in the comment sections and we're going to send it directly to Ma'am Liz. Ma'am Liz, we sincerely appreciate you for taking out time from your busy schedule to provide us with such valuable information. All thanks to your support. We look forward to have you again as our resource person in the future. God bless you po, Ma'am Liz.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ma'am Liz, for the session entitled Reorienting the Philippine Basic Education for Sustainable Development. And with this, we would like to present this plaque of recognition. Let me read the citation. Republic of the Philippines, Department of Education, Region 10, Northern Mindanao. This plaque of recognition is presented to Dr. Liza Marie Campoamor Olegario, Associate Professor 6, College of Education of University of the Philippines, Diliman, for her meritorious contribution as resource speaker during the hybrid regional convergence of educational leaders on curriculum instruction at the Audiovisual Center, ABC, DepEd Region 10, Zone 1, Upper Balulang, Cagayan de Oro City, given this day, January 10, 2023, signed by our Regional Director, Dr. Arturo B. Bayocot, CESO 3. A round of applause, please. And again, thank you so much, Dr. Liz Oligario.
Thank you.
Yes po. And now we shall proceed to our next plenary session, and this is our third. And interestingly, if Dr. Liz was mentioning about student agency, this time this is about the role of teacher agency. The title of this session is The Emerging Role of Teacher Agency in Basic Education Curriculum Implementation and Evaluation in a Post-Pandemic Era in the Philippines. To introduce to us our next speaker, please help me welcome Education Program Supervisor Dr. Ellen Dilante Cabahog. A round of applause, please. Okay, we received instruction from our very own speaker that before he will be introduced, he will be sharing to us some sort of an energizer. And yes, I know this is a heavy afternoon for us all with all the information that we are receiving from our speakers. So, Sir Ralph, please tell us if it's okay already. Ayan. So, of course, no, we have 199 with us in the virtual Facebook page joining us in today's activity for our regional convergence of educational leaders on curriculum and instruction. And I think we're ready for our energizer now. May we request everyone to please stand so we can perhaps dance, or we do not know, loosen up a bit. Of course, not to shake the groove no in us. Ayan. Okay, let's all dance.
개울가에 물고기 한 마리 꿈을 헤엄치다 다리가 쏜 앞다리가 쏜 팔딱팔딱 개구리 됐네 올챙이가 다리가 쏜 앞다리가 쏜 팔딱팔딱 개구리 됐네 개울가에 올챙이 한 마리 꿈을 헤엄치다 다리가 쏜 다리가 쏜 살짝살짝 개구리 됐네 올챙이가 다리가 쏜 다리가 쏜 살짝살짝 개구리 됐네
Okay, thank you very much. That is a Korean nato na energizer. So again, thank you so much. We have coffee at the back, no? And of course, working break po siguro, Ma'am Eps, no? Later in a while, snacks will be served for everyone. And so to resume with our plenary session, let us again welcome Education Program Supervisor Dr. Ellen Cabahog to introduce to us our next speaker.
Thank you, Sir Butch. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great pleasure for me to introduce our second speaker this afternoon, who is going to talk to us about the emerging role of teacher agency in basic education, curriculum implementation, and evaluation in a post-pandemic era in the Philippines. He earned his bachelor and secondary education degree in biology chemistry cum laude as a Santa Rosa de Lima University scholar from the University of Santo Tomas. He was also awarded the distinguished UST Benavides Award for Excellence. He earned his Master of Science in Teaching Biology degree from De La Salle University, Manila, as a De La Salle University SFA University Scholar. He received his doctorate degree in curriculum studies from the University of the Philippines, Diliman. He is well experienced in instructional planning and design as an author and content editor for science textbooks for various grade levels. He also served as a speaker and educational consultant for several areas in education, such as curriculum and instruction, assessment, professional development, program evaluation, and STEM education. He was a DepEd PAYAC national trainer and a CHED national STEM advisor. As a researcher, he is interested in curriculum implementation, curriculum studies, teacher agency in curriculum making, argument driven inquiry, science education, and STEM education. He has published and presented scientific papers at various national and international conferences. He has received various research awards, such as Young Researcher Award in Thailand in 2015, the Best Research Presentation at the National Conference on Digital Learning in 2021, and Best Research Paper at the 6th International Congress on Action Research, Action Learning in 2022, organized by De La Salle University, Manila. Currently, he serves as a review board member of the Association of the Advancement of Computing in Education, or AACE's Contemporary Issues in Technology and Teacher Education Journal, and Semeo Rexham's Journal of Science and Mathematics Education in Southeast Asia. He also serves as a board of director of the Biology Teachers Association of the Philippines National Governing Board and an associate member of the National Research Council of the Philippines. Currently, he serves as the assistant dean of the University of Santo Tomas College of Education. He also serves as the supervising teacher for science at the UST Education High School and UST Center for Innovative Teaching and Educational Delivery core facilitator. He is currently involved in several development projects with IDEUS Shanghai, Gokongwei Brothers Foundation, DepEd Pasig, UST College of Information and Computing Sciences, UST College of Tourism and Hospitality Management, UP Pahigunod, and Volon Teaching Philippines. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome our speaker for this afternoon session, Dr. Louis Bringas Dasas. Let us give him a warm of applause, please.
Thank you so much for that warm introduction. Magandang hapon. Magandang hapon po sa lahat. May I request my slides to be put up also? Thank you. All right. First, I would like to acknowledge some key people for this afternoon. We have our regional director, Dr. Arturo Bayucot. Good afternoon, sir. Our assistant regional director, Dr. Victor De Gracia Jr. Our chief education, Mala Epra Manaog, chief education supervisor of the region, okay, on curriculum and learning management division. Our regional chiefs, um, eight functional divisions of Region 10, our division superintendents and assistant schools division superintendents, our chief education program supervisors, and our district supervisors. Magandang hapon po sa lahat. Yeah, let's greet each other. Everyone, good afternoon. I purposely did put, sabi ko kay Doc William kanina, can we put the video as energizer before my part? I insisted because, of course, number one, it's a very long afternoon. It's a very long day, in fact, for you. And I feel that it's very important for us to energize or at least do some movements in order for our minds to work better. No? I always advocate for teacher wellness. And even if you're all leaders, no, and movers in your region, kailangan pa rin ng ano, wellness, no? While learners always advocate for wellness and teachers also are pushing for teacher wellness, syempre, education leaders like us also need wellness, hindi ba? Okay? And the mind cannot function if the body is not well. So I hope that short, nakita ko yung mga pag-induct ng iba sa inyo kanina. You were very much into the groove, ika nga. So I was very happy to see that. Very happy to see you at least moving, because with movement we tend to activate more neurons, and I'm a bio major by training, and with that we get to think better, we get to establish connections in our brain better. Okay, so magandang hapon po sa lahat. Ito ang I will be talking about the emerging role of teacher agency in basic education, curriculum implementation, and evaluation in a post-pandemic era in the Philippines. Meron lang po akong clarification. Wala pa po tayo sa post-pandemic era, no? Of course, you may have heard of China, Singapore, variants emerging, but we are slowly getting there, no? The fact that you're able to gather in one hall, sharing your stories and meals together, that means we are almost, fingers crossed, at the end of this pandemic. Okay? So I think there has been much introduction about me, so I will not talk about myself too much, but I would like to just share that I've been in the education field for quite some time. No, as young as I may seem, I've been in the education realms for quite some time, and part of what I enjoy is actually conversing with teachers and of course, education leaders like you. So thank you very much, Sir William and the region for the invitation. And uh, sharing the same stage as Dr. Olegario earlier, this is indeed an honor to be here with you today. Yeah, so magandang umaga. Hapon na pala, no? I'm Louie. And I would like to ask very quick lang, how are you doing? Kumusta? Kumusta ang ating mga education leaders ng Region 10? Okay pa ba tayo? Okay pa ba ang ating mga schedules? Okay pa ba ang ating mga sleeping schedules? No? Allow me to begin my short session with a statement that describes school leadership. School leadership in a post-pandemic world means school leadership that's so different pre-pandemic. So school leadership indeed changed a lot, no? Before, we used to handle our schools from our desk, from the comforts of our desk, where we juggle, no? Whatever your work description will be, you juggle your everyday interaction with teachers, parents, master teachers, head teachers, and hand in hand with that would be the management of our faculty, our staff, and of course our students. Part of what you do as leaders is, of course, to juggle, no, decision making. But come the pandemic, things became different. No? Those who are streaming with us in Facebook, can you type an O in the chat box if you agree that the pandemic made your leadership more like this? No? The picture on the right of your screen. No? Nag-iba. Nag-iba ang type of leadership natin. Nag-iba rin ang pakikitungo natin sa isa't isa. Before, emails were not a thing, especially for some people, but now it's really our primary means of communicating. And this afternoon, allow me to talk about this reality further in the context of teacher agency and what Dr. Elegario has mentioned earlier about curriculum. Okay? More specifically, for Philippine basic education. Okay? So, this is my session outline. Marami po yan, pero I just clustered them together for things to be more digestible, ika nga. No? So, of course, we'll talk about the scenario of Philippine basic education and COVID-19 pandemic, the ongoing pandemic. I'll introduce the concept of teacher agency, and then, of course, the ecological model of teacher agency I borrowed from Priestley, the dimensions of this ecological model of teacher agency, the role of teachers as curriculum thinkers, and of course, moving forward, reform processes on curriculum implementation and evaluation post COVID-19. Very important itong mga insights na ito as we try to, earlier this morning I was listening, no, as we try to envision our learning recovery post COVID-19. Okay? Sige po. Let's begin. Of course, our setting is the pandemic. The COVID-19 pandemic rippled worldwide education disruptions and raised critical questions about post pandemic education trajectories. A 2020 World Bank report, as mentioned by Dr. Olegario earlier, underscores a huge learning loss and the need for high impact learning recovery program. Despite the Department of Education's claim that distance education is successful, the World Bank report reveals otherwise. It actually highlights that the country's basic education distance learning program lacked effectiveness and impact. A recent 2022 report on education by the World Bank, together with UNICEF, FCDO, OSAID, and the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, presents dismal findings that 90.9% of Filipino children aged 10 appear to be in a situation of learning poverty, while 90.4% are classified as suffering from learning deprivation. Additionally, 5% of Filipino children at that age remain unschooled. At present, several public and private schools have already reopened classes. In November, there was really full implementation of in person classes, especially in the public schools. More than ever, it's fitting to look into how basic education curriculum will move forward in the near and distant future. Now, let's talk about this thing, no, called curriculum. For several teachers and even for leaders like you, curriculum is what's required to teach. No? This is the commonplace of curriculum for most educators. Going beyond literal and institutional constructs of what a curriculum is, the curriculum must be viewed as a highly symbolic concept according to Pinar. Pinar described curriculum as a complicated conversation. I love this definition. This is wherein it occurs in a particular space and time where teacher, student, and the curriculum material interplay in the co-production of self, others, and more importantly, culture. Thus, in this case, a state-mandated curriculum, such as that of the Philippine Basic Education Curriculum, may not be construed as what Pinar and the reconceptualists would call lived curriculum. The idea is further supported by Ted Aoki's call to legitimize the lived curriculum and embrace the curricular landscape of multiplicity, digressing from simply viewing curriculum as plan. Ito yung madalas na view natin. Curriculum is a document. Curriculum are set of topics. Curriculum is what you're supposed to teach. But based on Aoki and all the reconceptualists, curriculum goes beyond that. As I always tell my students at the graduate school, curriculum is a living organism. And based on this characteristic of what curriculum is, Aoki views curriculum implementation as something situational rather than instrumental action within the bounds of implementation fidelity. I'm very much aware that there had been curriculum audits that may have been conducted, not just in your region perhaps, but nationwide. Seeing now, ito yung mga learning competencies, nagawa ba? Hindi. Naituro ba? Hindi. And as a teacher, okay, I have several friends in the public school. Sila rin mismo, while it's a reflective exercise, it's very much oriented towards the fidelity perspective. How much of the curriculum were you able to cover and implement? And if you reflect further, when you view curriculum like that, you are actually measuring the extent or the success of curriculum implementation based on na-implement ba ang competencies? Na-cover ba ang competencies? Bakit hindi na-cover? And when the teacher says not cover, there needs to be an explanation. It's very intimidating like that. If we try to look at curriculum implementation and curriculum as situational praxis, it requires a deeper understanding of how curriculum is implemented and not just implemented, transformed within a specific situation and context. In this case, the teacher acts as a central actor who makes decisions based on underlying assumptions, interests, values, motives, perspectives, and more importantly, contextual variables. You would agree with me when I say that the decisions made by teachers at Region 10 are far different from that of Manila. When you talk about context, your context coming from another big island in the Philippines would differ from those that live in rather small islands. Teachers in a fishing village would vary in terms of contextual variables compared to teachers in the city or in the urban area. And based on PNAR's notion of curriculum as a complicated conversation and what Aoki referred to as situational praxis, the future of basic education curriculum in the Philippines warrants looking at the key actors of curriculum implementation. At sino ba sila? The teachers. It's also fitting to explore, more importantly, teacher participation in the curriculum evaluation process. Okay? So teachers are key actors. Teachers are lead actors. Sometimes when you try to review this conception of curriculum, you would say, what? Isn't it that curriculum makers should be lead actors? Isn't it that students should be lead actors? Well, of course, it varies per paradigm. You would say that the decisions that teachers make, whether to implement your curriculum in this manner or another, is actually within their locus of control. Okay? Now, a recent report from the UP Diliman Assessment Curriculum and Technology Research Center in partnership with the Department of Education reveals the findings from the Philippine Basic Education Curriculum Review, otherwise known as the K-12 review. The said report describes that teachers are indeed key actors in the K-12 curriculum implementation. Even before the pandemic or even before this report, my work as my work at the UP College of Education during my doctorate also revealed that the teachers are the key actors. Teachers assume planning, executing, decision making, and subsidiary role in curriculum implementation. Valuable decisions are made by teachers based on students' characteristics, school, the community, and classroom contexts. In light of the current pandemic, teachers assume the role of educational frontliners. Tama po ba? Yes. However, literature reveals that their decisions are mostly short term rather than long term. This may be explained by the uncertainty of the pandemic, number one, given the surge in cases, emerging COVID-19 variants, changing restrictions. But aside from this, we also have to understand that the being short term of the decisions of teachers also rely on the lack of clear policies that come from who? Us, education leaders. There's no denying that this is a first time for us. So it may be very much justified that some of the policies may sometimes change. However, we have to realize that as education policymakers and leaders, teachers remain to carry out influential decisions in the classroom during the pandemic and even beyond. So, may I invoke you in a thought provoking inquiry? How do teachers use their agency to make curriculum related decisions at the time of COVID 19 or post COVID 19? Building on this inquiry further, how can teacher agency inform curriculum implementation and evaluation processes? Now, ano nga ba itong teacher agency na to? No? And what is their relationship with teacher decisions? The concept of agency has been well discussed and described by many scholars. They have theorized how contextual factors influence human agency. There has been an ongoing conversation on conceptualizing agency in education and teacher education. Agency results from the interplay of an individual's capacities and environmental conditions. This means that rather than simply acting in the environment, we should see agency as more of a potential to employ the environment, as the attainment of agency is influenced by an individual's effort, resources, cultural, and even structural factors. Tayo yon as leaders. How agency is achieved can be understood from an ecological perspective, gaining particular attention to the ecological conditions, okay, and circumstances. If you're very much familiar with Bronfenbrenner's ecological systems theory or model of ecological development, this is the one that you see on the left of your screen. It very much describes how one person develops with respect to microsystem, mesosystem, exo, macro, at wala pa yung chrono system, no, a function of time. Now, looking at this ecological perspective to agency suggests that the achievement of teacher agency will always result from the interplay of one's efforts, availability of resources, and contextual and structural factors as they come together in particular and in a sense always unique situations. So, as such, agency is both temporal and relational. It occurs as a product of one's thinking, but it also relates to one's immediate environment. Therefore, agency occurs over time and it describes the relations between the actors, the teachers, and the environment in and through which they act. Interesting. No? Drawing on the earlier work of Ermin Bayer and Misch, the ecological model of teacher agency has both temporal and relational components, with the interplay of routine, purpose, and judgment. Put simply, agency should be understood as a configuration of influences from the past, orientations towards the future, and engagement with with the present. So past, future, present. Hence, teacher agency at the time of COVID-19 can be viewed as teacher engagement with the current pandemic coupled with influences from past curriculum and educational experiences pre-pandemic and orientations with the future of education with and post COVID-19. Now, let's try to draw the picture more. Ano na ba ang past natin? Ang past natin ay yung lockdown, yung high restrictions. Ano na ba ang ating present? Ang present natin ay yung slowly transitioning to in-person classes or full implementation of face-to-face classes. And where is our future? Where are we headed as a country with respect to all these problems as early as Earlier, Dr. Oligari was talking about learning losses, gaps, health status, among others. Where are we headed in this regard? This model is from Priestley, and the ecological model of teacher agency emphasizes the achievement of agency as a temporal relational phenomena containing three dimensions: iterational, projective, and practical evaluative. Now, let's go to the first component. The iterational dimension refers to the activation of accumulated patterns and thoughts, including actions from the past. In the case of the teacher, these are the knowledge, beliefs, and values based on personal, life, and professional histories, which, when combined, constitute a teacher's professional competence. Therefore, a teacher's knowledge, beliefs, and values concerning his personal and professional experience implementing the K-12 curriculum remain to be valuable as these are incorporated into teacher curriculum activities. At the time of COVID-19, we can refer to this as the K-12 curriculum identity. Allow me to engage you in a quick reflection. No? As a leader, or if you're a teacher handling classes, no? Pero I know most of you are not anymore. What makes up your K to 12 curriculum identity? As education leaders, what makes up your teacher's K to 12 curriculum identity? As education leaders, how long have your teachers taught their current grade level? Gaano na sila katagal nagtuturo? How often do you change teaching assignments? How often do teachers change teaching assignments in your particular divisions or districts? Why? What's the reason for changing? How do your teachers' personal and professional histories contribute to their decision making with respect to curriculum implementation? And more importantly, how is curriculum evaluation part of this planning process? The past. So if we try to reflect on it, our experience during the pandemic is now a thing of the past. Okay? Our lockdown experience, our struggle to adapt to technology, lahat yon parte yon ng ating past. Okay? How do we call it? The iterational dimension. Allow me now to move a little bit and focus now on the projective dimension. The projective dimension contains short-term and long-term aspirations that shape one's actions with one's possible future trajectories. So ano ba to? In the case of the teacher, directional areas set by organizations such as, of course, DepEd. At the international level, we have what Dr. Olegario mentioned as the UN Sustainable Development Goals. And I agree with her when she said that Sustainable Development Goals are not just taken individually, but collectively. They are interrelated. What else? The OECD Learning Compass 2030. Who among you are familiar with this? Learning Compass 2030. Pakitaas po ang kamay. Nakikita ko naman po kayo. Kaway-kaway kayo dyan. Ayan. So, Learning Compass 2030, ambition natin 2040, all of these no, serve as important precepts, directional areas that shape our actions, our efforts with regard to educational pathways. Kung kanina ang tawag natin sa iterational dimension ay K to 12 identity, we can call this K to 12 trajectory. However, the uncertainty of the current pandemic, the ongoing pandemic, the lack of apparent medium and long-term directional areas in education, and if I may assert, especially at the Central Bureau, obscures teachers' aspirations and actions. Therefore, it's very important for us, especially at the regional level, to outline clear, coherent, and systematic recovery plans, not just continuity plans. A welcome development, I know for a fact that in 2022, alam ng mga ano to, no? Mga supervisors and district superintendents and of course everyone here in the room. DepEd has already began talking about learning recovery plan, no? Di po ba? Mahaba ang mga report, maraming hinihingi, ano? Pero this is a very good direction, no? The learning recovery plans. Papaano, saan tayo tutungo? How do we address learning gaps? How do we patch learning losses? But now I ask, in your crafting of learning recovery plans, how are teachers involved in the ideation and more importantly, implementation of these plans? Kasama po ba ang teacher sa papaanong paraan? More importantly, how do these learning recovery plans intertwine with the previous and the current K-12 curriculum review? How aligned is it? DepEd has recently concluded or announced that it's almost done with its curriculum review. Are teachers involved in the process? What's the criteria for selecting teachers involved in the K-12 curriculum review process? Now, we're done with the past, then with the future, punta tayo sa gusto natin, the present. No? This is called the practical evaluative dimension. Yeah, this is the present. The practical evaluative dimension entails the actor, the teacher's capacity in a present situation to make conscious judgments among alternatives while engaging in cultural, structural, material conditions which could be perceived as enablers, constraints, or resources. These alternatives emerge from both iterational and projective. In short, the past and the future play essential roles in shaping current practices and decision making made by teachers. Parang ganito lamang yan. Nung kayo ay nagtuturo, kung magtuturo kayo ulit ng bagong school year, ang tanong mo ay, paano ko ba to itinuro noon? The past. And how do I want to teach it this school year? The future. And that would define the present and the decisions that you make. Some crucial questions again. What influences, how do teachers decide what and how to teach in their classes? What influences these decisions? How do teachers assess student learning? And what contextual decisions do teachers make concerning your learning continuity, or if I may be more politically correct now, learning recovery policies? Let's talk about it further. Curriculum presage, as defined by Murray Print, refers to the activities and forces influencing curriculum developers and thinkers, in the case of this conversation, the teachers, in their curriculum decision making tasks. Using Priestley's ecological model of teacher agency, curriculum presage is the new in the new normal can be realized from the iterative, projective, and practical evaluation dimensions of teacher agency as they make collective meaning of the Philippine K-12 educational experience before and with COVID-19. Now, this is my main argument. I argue that there's a need to reconsider the ecological model of teacher agency to curriculum and instruction paradigms and how it can ripple, reform on key curriculum development processes. And more importantly, the implementation of Philippine basic education. My dear leaders, teacher decision making processes in education during the pandemic inform curriculum and instruction moving forward post COVID 19. After all, teachers serve as frontliners in education, and the contextual decisions that they make about how learning outcomes are set, what content is taught, what approaches are utilized, and how assessment is carried out make up our curriculum implementation. At this point, let me discuss how teacher agency can inform organization and decision making about curricular elements. No? Apat naman yun, no? Intent, content, approach, and evaluation. After all, teachers are the central actors to what we call curriculum sense making. And perhaps as leaders, let's see, where do we come in? Saan tayo pwedeng pumasok? How can we better support and assist teachers in making informed decisions? No? Informed and valuable decisions. Let's begin with curriculum intent. First, teachers prioritize outcomes and focus on what is truly essential. Totoo yan, no? Now, during the pandemic, because of the need to continue learning via distance education, the Department of Education reduced the competencies in the basic education curriculum. This was 2020, about June, kung di ako nagkakamali. DepEd claims, allow me to read the quote, that by streamlining the learning competencies to the most essential, teachers will be made to focus on the learning activities and resources while having sufficient time for coverage and mastery. End of quote. Despite the claim, 60% of the 60% of the competencies were reduced. I think you can see that at the bottom of this table that you have here. There was variability in the learning competency reduction per area or subject. I think I have pointed out some examples here. For example, English had a 92% reduction. Ganda yun, no? About 93. Using this table, 93% reduction. Mother tongue has 92% reduction or learning competencies removed. However, if you see science and math, other core subjects, only had 34 and 27 learning competency reductions respectively. So what does this mean? This means na marami pa din. Congested pa rin. No? Teachers also noted the lack of regard for prerequisites. You may have heard this from your teachers, your head teachers or master teachers. Yung ibang prerequisites na wala. No? And these prerequisites are very important for them to reach the competency. Therefore, anong ginagawa ni teacher? Teachers had to prioritize outcomes. They had to see, okay, ito yung most essential learning competencies. Tapos, but how do we fill the gaps? How do we scaffold the learning competencies to make teaching and learning more seamless? How did teachers prioritize the outcomes? And what processes and sub-processes were used? I know for a fact that for some regions, divisions even, you have come up with a document called DBAW, no? Definitive Budget of Work, wherein you tried to prescribe which competencies and how teachers will divide it. Question, mental exercise lamang. Was the implementation of DBAW helpful or has it become more prescriptive rather than reflexive? How were teachers represented in the identification of definitive budget of work? At the end of the day, when you try to prescribe this should be week 1, week 2, week 3, week 4, we are prescribing. Pero paano kapag ang bata hindi pa niya kayang mag-move to the next competency? What happens? Some more reflection. With the shift to in-person classes, no, I know for your case, wala nang hybrid, no? Mostly in-person classes. How do teachers identify which outcomes are required to be able to fill the learning gaps and losses? Yung ibang outcomes dito baka galing pa sa previous grade level. Allow me to use an example. Okay, in mathematics, you will be teaching students how to do multiplication and division. This is grade 3, grade 4. But if they have not mastered addition or subtraction, paano na? Ito yung sinasabi ko, teachers still have a say in terms of identifying the intent. Whether your DBAW says they should be here, 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 when they see that students, oh, wait, students cannot do addition and subtraction. I have to fill the gap. And as public schools move to full implementation of in-person classes, is everything really back to normal? You know the answer to that. Teachers play a critical role in determining which curriculum learning outcomes must be put first. Using AOK situational praxis, curriculum development in the new normal must consider how outcomes are transformed relative to situation and context. Situation and context. Let's move to the next one, curriculum content. Intent pa lang yun. Curriculum content needs to be rethought and teachers convert large portions into bite-sized chunks. With this, we can look into how teachers organize content to design learning in a systematic manner. At the time of pandemic, teachers digress from the congested curriculum content and they use their content knowledge to determine which aspects of the content must be taught first and last. Importante yung alam ng teacher. Kasi, ay, dapat mauna to, ay, dapat ito muna. Okay? Kasi hindi talaga yan matututunan ng mas maayos. The recent K-12 curriculum review reveals a very congested K-12 curriculum that suffers from content overload. In 2020, the OECD underscored an existing curriculum overload, not just in the Philippines, but in several countries worldwide. In the same report, OECD emphasizes the need to avoid creating mile-wide, inch-deep curriculum. Mile-wide, too much to cover, pero ang lalim, kakarampot. I argue a thorough examination and articulation of teacher agency concerning curriculum content would greatly inform our process moving forward. In addition, teachers' knowledge of content must be given due attention. Dr. Aligario, I think, mentioned this already, the importance of teacher training and not just training, mentoring. Teacher confidence says it all. No? A recent World Bank report revealed alarming findings from teachers' content knowledge. Knowledge of subject matter among elementary and high school teachers, especially in the subjects of English, science, and math, is low in most subjects. Nakakalungkot. How do you address this? How do you beef up content? Kasi kung hindi maayos ang pagkaalam ng content, edi hindi niya alam kung paano, hindi lang paano ituro, which one comes first, how to reduce it in bite-sized content, right? Kung alam ng teacher ang content, kesa hudang gisingin mo siya ng madaling araw, makakapagturo siya, even without anything, even without a PowerPoint presentation. Third, curriculum approach. Curriculum approach in the new normal can be reconfigured by looking at the interplay of structural, social structures, and material utilization by the teachers. The pandemic exposed the digital and educational divide, especially in the Philippines. Kaya ako din, I really wanted schools to go back to face-to-face classes kasi yung digital divide, it really affected the way education was delivered. No? Now, the digital divide prompted teachers to reflect on their approaches from the lens of effectiveness over efficiency. Hindi yung basta makapagturo na lang. No? During the pandemic, teachers see that it's essential to realize that they do not simply settle for what works, but rather what does not work. Okay? They try to look at curriculum approaches, how they teach, no? From the lens of what matters. Ano ba yung what matters? Ano ba yung dapat? The recent OECD report emphasizes the need to shift to a paradigm of curriculum centered around student well-being. Dr. Eligari was talking a lot about that, student agency. This means that it's crucial to look into how teachers shift curriculum approaches from where wellness comes first, learning only second. Can we all repeat that in the hall? Wellness comes first, learning only second. Sige, 1, 2, 3. Wellness comes first, learning only second. Focusing on student wellness adheres to a multitude of literature reporting the psychological and psychosocial impact of COVID-19 to many Filipinos. Thus, in terms of curriculum approach, teachers teach with the learner in mind. And as leaders, I think we have to embrace this. Hindi lang, na-cover ba yung curriculum, na turo ba? Okay? I think it's also important, paano yung wellness ng bata? Yun ang ating priority. Last, I have very limited time. Assessment in the new normal. Assessment in the new normal needs a lot of revisiting and reflecting. Assessment decisions of teachers must be examined whether or not they sample actual knowledge, skills, and dispositions. Do teachers' assessment practices require integrating multiple kinds of knowledge and skills used in real life situations? Or do they stick to traditional paper and pen assessments that collect evidence of learning in a very straightforward manner? Ilan ang regions in the Philippines? Ano ang capital? Saan matatagpuan ang durian? Recall, ano? It is underscored that while teacher agency as applied to assessment is greatly inspired by existing policies, i.e. DO8 series of 2015. No? These are these are set up by the Central Bureau. Education leaders, our orientation towards assessment would also matter. Why? Most of us would see assessment as measurement. How much did students learn? Okay? And this exerts a lot of influence on the teacher's assessment practices. Case in point, DepEd through DO31 series of 2020 suggests the removal of quarter exams. Tama? And focusing on performance-based assessment. However, there are still some schools, I'm not sure in your region, but I know of some schools in Metro Manila that still impose written examinations as a preferred measure on how well the students learn. I think it's very important for us to really embrace the power of performance-based assessments. Pero sabi nga ni Dr. Alagario kanina, hindi lamang performance-based assessment na MEMA. May magawa, may maipagawa, at may i-assign. No? It's very important for us to look at performance-based assessment from the lens of actual knowledge and skills intertwined. No? So it's significant to look into how policies by school leaders influence teachers' decisions. More so, what factors affect the planning of assessment tasks. You may have heard from your teachers, ang bababa ng scores nila ngayon. Ang daming bumabagsak sa assessment. Ang tanong, well, these are realities, how do you intervene? How do you use assessment as a measure or as a way to determine how to assess your students? How to map our roadmap towards learning recovery and filling of learning gaps and losses. Allow me to introduce to you the concept of curriculum leadership. And curriculum leadership is defined as connecting curriculum, instruction, assessment, and evaluation in an effort to improve learning and understanding. As leaders, it's very important for us to see our role as curriculum leaders. And as curriculum leaders, we do not just use a measuring stick or a ruler to determine na, oh, eto na, oh, na-implement natin lahat, very good tayo. You have to look at the lived experiences of your teachers. As they implement the curriculum, what are the constraints? And listen to them. And listen to them big time. When they say, ang hirap po ng materials, wala pong materials. Assist them. That's our role as leaders, to be able to establish support mechanisms to ensure that the delivery of the curriculum is what it is intended to be. Dr. Olegario mentioned overwhelmed teachers, too much work. Ilan lamang yan. But I think as curriculum leaders, tayo rin mismo, let's try to see, not just via observation, no? Let's try to see via interviews how teachers are. Kasi sa totoo naman po, when you observe classes, magpe-prepare naman ng teacher. Magpe-prepare yan. Kahit gaano yung kapagod, when the district supervisor comes, the teacher will prepare. What do you see? The best. Okay? But, what really happens on the ground? Kailangan ni-unearth natin yun. And we have to, sabi nga ni Dr. Olegario, we have to be accepting of the fact. Sabi nga, di ba, kung mahal mo ang isang tao, tatanggapin mo lahat, lahat sa kanya. The good and the bad. The pretty and the ugly. Because we love education and we love our educational system too much, so much, we have to also embrace the fact that hindi lamang yung maganda, meron ding hindi masyadong maganda. And those are rooms for improvement. That's true curriculum leadership. Okay? And how do we advance curriculum leadership forward? We need to get to know our teachers. I was talking about teacher agency in the last 30, 40 minutes, and now I would like to lighten up the mood a bit, no? When you try to see sino bang teacher ang aking titignan, sir? Sino bang aking kakausapin? Sa isang eskwelahan, sa isang institusyon, there are three types of teachers. Of course, we have the superstar teachers. Okay, these are the teachers most likely who propose action researches. These are your coordinators, your best teachers. They are the ones who win best demonstration teaching. Alam ko, nag-virtual demo pa rin kayo, no? Despite the pandemic. And that's good. These are your superstars. Okay? Your superstars, they don't need any guidance. In fact, they can be mentors. Okay? You should teach them how to mentor. They are irreplaceable, ika nga. Kumbaga, lahat tayo as leaders, gusto natin lahat ng ating teacher ganyan. Ay, innovative siya. Ay, nagtatry siya ng something new. Pero ang totoo, hindi naman. Hindi naman po, ano, ang saya natin kung ganyan lahat. Hindi po. Yung ibang teachers natin, actually, let me just, yeah, yung ibang teachers natin, I call, and forgive me for using this word, for lack of a better term, the mediocres. Yung iba dyan, o ano daw gagawin? O sige, pasa. Okay? Ang tawag ko po dyan, my personal note, 15:30. Bakit 15:30? Lalo na yung sa DepEd, applicable na to, no? O, 1, 2, 3, 15. 1, 2, 3, 30. They wait for the salaries. Wala na silang pakialam whether they are doing well, wala na silang pakialam whether they're performing, they're innovating. Minsan, yan yung mga problema natin. Ano? Yan yung ating problema. Pero, as leaders, what should we look at? Do we look at the superstars? No, they're good. Do we look at the mediocres? Diyos ko po, syempre hindi. Ano? Sasakit lang ulo natin. We have to look at the backbone teachers. The hard workers. Ito yung mga masisipag, wala lang spotlight. Ito yung mga, okay, may bagong memo assessment daw. Ay, assessment. O sige, gawin natin. O sige, susundin natin. O sige, aaralin ko. when you try to look at your teachers, ito yung mga usually left behind ba? Ito yung mga tipong hindi mo masyadong napapansin pero nandyan sila. Nagtatrabaho sila. They do important decisions. And more importantly, literature says that the backbone teachers, these are the teachers that care for the students. They have genuine care for the students. Where should you get your data on teacher agency? Go to the backbone. Go to the hard workers. Go to yung mga hindi masyadong napapakinggan. Yung hindi masyadong nagde-demo. Pero hindi naman pasaway. Hindi naman mediocre. Hindi naman 15-30. Listen to them. Speak to them. Make them heard. Because they make up a big chunk of the decisions that are occurring on the ground. Take note, ha? Sa isang 100, sa isang grupo ng 100 teachers, ilan lang ba dyan ng superstar? Hindi naman marami, di ba? In the same manner, hindi rin naman marami ang mediocres or 15-30. Yung pasaway, sabi nga natin. Marami dyan, backbone. Listen to them. Value them. During the 2020 World Teachers Day, Audrey Azoulay, the Director General of UNESCO, together with the Director General of the ILO and UNICEF, okay, and Education International, provided a statement that valued the contribution of teachers in this ongoing pandemic. Allow me to read. Sabi, in this crisis, teachers have shown, as they have often done so often, great leadership and innovation in ensuring that learning never stops, that no learner is left behind. In short, teachers are taking the lead. I hope we can spend more time conversing and I am giving more time for the Q&A. Allow me to summarize my very short presentation with this insight. The future of education remains volatile, uncertain, complex, ambiguous. May nadagdag na nga no? May disruptive, no? In the realms of simply reimagining. Instead, leaders in education must reflect on making teachers, may S po yan, no? Making teachers not only heard, but rather empowered. There is much to learn from teacher agency about how reform efforts can be carried out. It is about time to decentralize policies from the macro level to what Priestley calls meso level, the school and the classroom level. After all, the pandemic made us realize that every educational setting varies in context. Every classroom varies. Hence, the metaphor is that we should not be using a meter stick to measure liquids, such that educational events at the time of a pandemic remain in an ever fluid state. We must consider teacher agency and teacher leadership not only as measuring tools, but rather our means of moving forward. Sabi nga, no, trust that teachers got our back as leaders. Maraming salamat po. These are my references and thank you so much for listening and for having me this afternoon.
Thank you very much, Dr. Louis Dasas. Please accept our sincere appreciation for the outstanding presentation this afternoon. Thank you so much for sharing your time and experiences with us. Your presentation was particularly appropriate at this time when we are considering new initiatives in providing quality basic education in the new normal. So the floor is now open for questions. Feel free to raise your hand or approach the mic for questions to our speaker this afternoon. You may also post your questions in the comments section. Do we have questions? requesting our educational leaders who are here this afternoon to post some questions to our speaker. Okay, if there's no question, I guess our participants have clearly understood the presentation made by Dr. Adasa. Once again, thank you for sharing your ideas to us, and we really appreciate your interest in this very important issue. If you still have questions, feel free to post them in the comments section. Once again, our heartfelt gratitude to Dr. Louis Dasa.
Okay,
Thank
thank
you.
you so much, Ma'am Ellen, for facilitating the open forum. And with this, we would like to present this plaque of recognition. Let me read the citation. Republic of the Philippines, Department of Education, Region 10, Northern Mindanao. This plaque of recognition is presented to Dr. Louis B. Dasas, Faculty of the College of Education in the University of Santo Tomas, Philippines, for his meritorious contribution as resource speaker during the hybrid regional convergence of educational leaders on curriculum and instruction at the Audiovisual Center, DepEd Region 10, Upper Balulang, Cagayan de Oro City, given this day, January 10, 2023, signed by our Regional Director, Dr. Arturo B. Bayocot, CESO 3. Dr. Louis, thank you so much for imparting to us very significant inputs about the role of teacher agency.
Thank you so much po. Maraming salamat. May I just
Yes,
say a please? Since walang tanong, magko-comment na lang po ako. I think very important lang na as leaders, minsan kasi when we have a vision as a leader, we try to bring our members towards that vision. No? Parang I want our division to be like this. Pero ngayong pandemya, na-realize natin that without the teachers, we're nothing. No? Parang kahit anong vision meron tayo, if the teachers do not share that same vision, if the teachers do not see the relevance of this vision to them, they will not work. They will not be they will not have our back. In short, sakit ng ulo natin sila. So this notion of teacher agency that I'm actually proposing democratizes the way we set our vision. So it's not just a leader vision. It should be a shared vision for everyone. Kasi at the end of the day, sama-sama naman tayo. Tsaka teachers ang nagtuturo on the ground. So more than ever, they should have the vision, a clear vision of where we want to be headed as a region, as a district, as a division. So, listen to them. Kailangan lang ng kausap, promise, para hindi kung ano-anong ang kumakausap sa kanila. No? So, we listen to them as leaders. And it takes time, it's difficult, pero we will all get there. No? Maraming salamat po ulit sa invitation at maraming salamat po sa napakagandang plaque. Maraming salamat po.
thank you so much, Dr. Louis. Once again, a round of applause to Dr. Louis Dasas of the University of Santo Tomas. And ladies and gentlemen, we are now down to our last session for this afternoon for our regional convergence of educational leaders on curriculum and instruction. This is entitled Curriculum and Instruction Updates. To introduce to us our speaker for this plenary session, please help me welcome Education Program Supervisor, Mr. Ramon Abrera. A round of applause, please.
Thank you very much, Sir Butch. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Our next resource speaker finished her BS Education and Master of Arts in Education, major in Curriculum and Instruction at the University of the Philippines, Diliman. She was a recipient of the Australia Leadership Award in 2012 and pursued her Master of Educational Management and Leadership at the University of Sydney under the Australia Development Scholarship. She served as the high school principal of Lourdes School of Quezon City And in 2012, she joined DepEd and served as Director 3 of the Bureau of Secondary Education. She also became the OIC Executive Director of the National Council for Children's Television. She is currently Director 4 of the Bureau of Curriculum Development, Chair of the Senior High School National Task Force, President of the Association of DepEd Directors Incorporated, and President of CESOS, Saldiwa Batch 19. She has been recently assigned in a concurrent capacity as the lead official in the Private Education Office. She is also the department's gender focal point, global inventory of regional and national qualifications framework, and global citizenship education. Her assignments include being governing board member, CIMEO RELC board, a member of the Commission on Population Board of Commissioners, and co-chair of the Technical Committee of the Philippine Schools Overseas. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome Director Jocelyn Andaya.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you're all okay. Thank you, RD Art, for again inviting me to this very important convergence of educational leaders on curriculum and instruction. I hope I can be heard well.
Yes, Director Joyce, we can hear you po.
Thank you. Also, that what's this? There are really important updates. As you know, the DepEd Order Number One, Series of 2023, has just been released, and there are many changes to the structure of the Department of Education, especially in the central office. You'll be able to take note of that later. I believe that it's going to be released. I think it was already released, but according to Attorney Poa, at 5 p.m. it's all over the DepEd website. But that some of the important changes that were made were the following. Number one, uh, the curriculum and instruction, or CI strand, will no longer be called CI. It will be called CT, curriculum and teaching. And I think that it's apt that we focus our attention not just on the curriculum but also on those that will deliver, because once teachers are able to deliver well, then learners are helped. And so it's now curriculum and teaching. So CT, that's our the name of the strand, but that the bureaus are the same, of course. Additional update is that the PEO is no longer lodged in the CI or the city. It's going to be lodged now in the regional operations under ASEC Bringas, so PEO, and many more changes that you'll be able to discover later. But suffice it to say that the management review that was conducted sometime last year is really able to pinpoint which offices need to manage those programs, and hopefully realize the goal of our secretary, not just to streamline the bureaucracy, but at the same time also to ensure that we operate according to our mandates. So magandang hapon muli, Region 10. Ako yata ay suki ng Region 10, but that I'm very happy to be part of your convergence. And what better way to start the year than to shift the focus to curriculum and instruction? Why? Because this is the heart of the Department of Education, where the curriculum, being the core of all other processes, is defined, and at the same time uh, pinpointed. The curriculum looks into the different areas where these can be implemented. And I believe Dr. Dasas, kanina, I caught the tail end of his discussion, and I'm happy that he's able to give you the basics of curriculum and instruction and highlighted the importance of teacher agency. Indeed, indeed. the curriculum will be just a piece of paper unless enlivened in the classroom. And it's the teacher that enlivens it in the classroom. And so the support that should be accorded to the teachers is very much important in order for us to make a dent in our educational system in terms of educational outcomes. So, may I now start my presentation? Uh, can you please show it now? Thank you. So I have titled my presentation as Recalibrating the K-12 Curriculum and Instruction, Responding to SDG Challenges and Issues. And the highlight will be, of course, the changes that we've made, the proposed changes that we've made in the curriculum, and perhaps give you also some ideas regards the upcoming activities of the CI. Okay. So in the next slide, okay. May I just remind you of the cycles of curriculum development where sometime in 2013, we initially implemented kinder and grade 7 curriculum. And then because it is a phased implementation, we were done with all the other phases. And the first batch of the senior high school graduates that have undergone the K to 12 will be in 2023, 2024. So we've come full circle in terms of our products under the K to 12 curriculum. And also, because we've reached the 5-year mark as regards curriculum implementation. We have reviewed the curriculum, and then we've redesigned, of course, the curriculum, and I will be presenting later on what the redesigned curriculum is all about. And then I'll also give some inputs as regards the release of such curriculum. Next slide, please. So again, when we conducted the curriculum review, it wasn't just about the intended curriculum. When we refer to the CGs as, of course, the intended curriculum, plus the K to 3 materials and key competencies. When we refer to implemented curriculum, we refer to teachers delivering the competencies, teaching the competencies, and looking at other pedagogical approaches to develop the curriculum, but also in keeping with what is contained in RA 10533 and tested curriculum. So we have the NAT results, ELNA, and BEA or BIA, the Basic Education Exit Assessment, and attained curriculum. So that's the span of the review. Next slide, please. Okay, so how did the review happen? Actually, we ensured that the review commenced in the first quarter of 2019, and we were able actually to finish the review in 2020, and then made the revisions in 2021, 2022. So we mapped the competencies, we identified the prerequisite skills, and of course, we analyzed the data that we've been given. And then in the implemented curriculum, we asked the questions: is there curriculum overcrowding? Is there adequate time to teach the intended curriculum? Have learners mastered the prerequisites? And is the curriculum too hard? For tested curriculum, we looked at the alignment of the national assessment with curriculum standards, and for attained the suitability of graduates. These have all been done already. And this is in partnership with the other bureaus and with our external partner, ACT-RC, okay, which is based in UP. Next slide, please. So what's the new value of the revised K to 10 curriculum? Let me just briefly discuss those changes and the focus of the revised curriculum. Next slide. So the curriculum framework remains the same because it is a sound curriculum. There are just some changes that need to be made because, of course, when we were able to implement the curriculum, there were some gaps and challenges that were met, and that's why the need to review and revise. So the learner is still the focus of the educational endeavor, and we have to make sure that they possess the necessary 21st century skills, and that these curriculum is supported by not just sound approaches, by not just assessment, learning resources, but our partners also outside of DepEd that have a stake in our educational processes. The curriculum exit are at the moment the same. Why did I say at the moment? Because we're also gearing up for the review of the senior high school curriculum, and we've made several consultations as prelude to the revision of the curriculum. So at the moment, for the senior high school curriculum, we've started consulting stakeholders, the academe, business associations and organizations. And in February, we'll be going to the regions so that we will hear the voice also of course, the superintendents, the directors, the supervising education specialists, so that we are armed with the data that we'll be able to gather uh, before we conduct the review proper. And so the curriculum exits, as you very well know, refer to higher ed, uh, entrepreneurship, employment, and middle level skills development. And foremost of the question that was asked was actually, do we still have four exits, or do we do two exits only, employment and higher ed, considering that many of our graduates uh, in the senior high school do not proceed to middle level skills development, and only a handful go to entrepreneurship. So do we have only two exits or just one? Because considering that some of our graduates uh, do not really find employment, but still proceed to higher ed. So these are the questions that we will be asking once we revise the curriculum, and it will entail a lot of consultations. Next slide, please. So, what were our references in doing the curriculum review? What were our bases? So that we looked at the demands of the future in terms of the VUCAD world, the 21st century skills exit assessment, which was made available sometime in 2018, if I am not mistaken, or 2019. And we looked at the indicators and results of our national achievement test, PISA, of course, the results of the TIMS, and primary learning metrics. Aside from those, we looked also in the next slide, we considered SDG 4, and at that time, Sulong Edukalidad and the PDP, okay, plus the Philippine Skills Framework, and at that time, the newly minted BEDP. Okay, next slide. Um, I'd like to put into context also that the review also covered our FGDs with teachers, with students, and with other sectors in basic education. So, um, can you please show everything already? Yeah, in this particular slide. All right. So, uh, in the K to 10 curriculum, it's standards based. So we have learning standards at the end of key stages. We also have standards at the end of grade levels. Okay. So in the revised curriculum, it's not just about standards based curriculum, but we also focused on the big ideas, something that was missing in the K to 10 curriculum. Of course, the integration of the 21st century skills, but in the revised curriculum, we have articulated clearly these 21st century skills framework. And we have redefined the interplay of the different languages as opposed to the emphasis on the MTB MLE only. And then integration of values education in K to 10, but here we have intensified GMRC and values education, and then strengthened science education in K to 10, but now we're really emphasizing engineering design process in STEM education. Next slide. Yeah, please show everything. All right. So for key stage one, sorry, go back first. Thank you. Uh, we have 7 subjects, if you still remember. I mean, at the moment, we are implementing 7 subjects in key stage one. That's mother tongue, Filipino, English, math, Arlimpan Lipunan, MAPE, 7 subjects. But in the revised curriculum, we're streamlining the number of learning areas to only 5 learning areas. Okay, what those 5 are, I'm not at liberty to say at the moment, but that we'll have an opportune time again, I think next month, to show the new learning areas. Well, not really new, but that some of those learning areas have been integrated in other learning areas, at least for key stage one. And then introduction of TVL specialization in the junior high school. That's what we did. Remember, we introduced that in grades 9 and 10. But here, we have sectoral TVL specialization. And then in the current curriculum, the students are studying traditional Asian studies curriculum in grade 7, but we have redesigned the Arlimpan Lipunan curriculum in the junior high school. And then uh, also we have integrated literacy and numeracy program in the languages and maths, but in the revised curriculum, we are offering the National Reading Program, the National Culture of Peace Program, and there is a TWG constituted that we look into the National Mathematics Program. Okay, so literacy and numeracy are very much emphasized under the revised curriculum. Next slide. Let me just quickly walk you through the different features of the revised K to 10. Number one is that we focused on big ideas. Remember, in the current curriculum, it's really about the standards-based curriculum, but now we added the focus. We focus on the big ideas, which are actually generalizations, principles, and key concepts important in an area of learning. For instance, what concepts do our students really need to learn, which are musts for them to learn in specific grade levels, so that when they leave the school, they possess these skills as well when they deal with real and actual scenarios. Next slide. So, what are examples of big ideas? In languages, Filipino, English, and mother tongue, it's literacy, language, and text. For math, an example of a big idea is proportionality. And this one is present from grades 1 to 10. Okay, so it's a big idea, and that can be found in any of the grade levels in math. And in science, energy, for instance, is a very important big idea. And Aralimpan Lipunan, critical thinking, looking at critical issues in our community, in the country, is very much important in Aralimpan Lipunan. Next slide. So the next one, aside from the big ideas, is the emphasis on the development and mastery of foundational skills and competencies. So we put emphasis on the development of foundational skills, and this requires sufficient time for acquisition and practice, thus necessitating the curriculum to streamline learning standards. Central to this process are big ideas, and I have already explained that. And it's through connecting ideas and understanding that these ideas form a coherent whole that learners are able to grasp the essential features of events or phenomena. So, and that's why we have the National Reading Program and the National Math Program, because even our VP Secretary articulated the importance of emphasizing the foundational skills and competencies in key stages 1 to 3. Next slide. Sorry, in key stage 1. The other feature is that of the 21st century skills. This is an adoption of BEDP 2030, wherein the four macro skills are there, but that the articulation, next slide, of the other skills are also important. And then there's a redefinition of the interplay among languages, specifically on literacy, literary text, and language. So the baseline is still mother tongue, and then Filipino, then Philippine English language before they move on to foreign languages. And then the foreign languages are introduced in junior high school. Next slide. Okay. So, what's the amendment to the MTB MLE policy? It has been articulated already that there will no longer be mother tongue. The mother tongue as a subject has been removed. And so the language framework needed to be changed. Next slide, please. Okay. In mother tongue, we put emphasis on the importance of learning using the language and literacy resource that the child knows best and can use most effectively in order to establish a strong foundation for further education and literacy development. What we're saying here is that we are not doing away with mother tongue as a medium of instruction. What we're saying is that it should be multilingual. For students whose mother tongue is not the mother tongue, for instance, in Region 10, but their mother tongue is English, by all means, use English. For students whose mother tongue is Filipino, then by all means use Filipino. We are not going to tell them that they can't use Filipino or English as medium of instruction. In fact, we need to encourage our teachers and our students to use the language that everyone understands. Next slide. So what has changed? Next slide. All right. So in this MOTL, the medium of teaching and learning continuum, in key stage 1, you find out that MT is still very much indicated here or used until grade 3, and then the color fades so that it makes way for Filipino. That's why Filipino, from lighter orange, it becomes darker, because the emphasis now will be Filipino and English. Okay? So, this one, we still need to get the approval of our execom in order that this will be now the material that we'll be using. Next slide. So here, please do not include any more mother tongue as a subject, but that this is the progression. But that, like I said, this language arts continuum will have to be changed again because of the directive that Filipino and English will also be used as starting point for as for oracy purposes also. So what will happen now to our materials in the mother tongue? We'll still be using them as supplementary learning resources, especially if we will lack resources for Filipino and English. The mother tongue will still be used. Okay? Because these are foundational naman. Sige, next slide. All right. Sige. Next slide. So empty now, or mother tongue, as the base and language and literacy resource. then Filipino and English, and then foreign languages. This is how we have articulated this. But like I said, it will again undergo several changes as we revise the revised K to 3 curriculum. Meron pa kasing pinapagawa si Yusek Gina. Next slide. Okay. But that even as we still will finalize the medium of teaching and learning, we have made sure that the big ideas in the languages, such as language, text, and literacy, are all incorporated in our curriculum. Next slide. Okay. So, for instance, in Key Stage 1, the focus is on literacy. Okay, di ba? Learning how to read, to write, and the like. Language and text will play a smaller role as compared to literacy. But once they proceed to key stage 2, language is now the focus with help from literacy and text. And key stage 3, it will now be text that will be predominant and supported by language and literacy. So that's how we see the evolution of the big ideas in our languages curriculum. Next slide. Okay. So through the language curricula, curriculum integration is strengthened and in turn allows learners to use their plurilingual awareness and knowledge within and across learning areas. Next slide. The next feature, aside from languages framework or the interplay among the different languages, is the intensification of GMRC and values education. And this is a response to RA 11476 or the GMRC and Values Education Act. And it addresses the need to complement the knowledge and skills of learners with values development and allows learners to become more holistic as it strikes a balance between competence and character. So what will happen is that in grades 1 to 6, GMRC as a nomenclature will be used, and there's a new curriculum for this already. And then for grade 7 to 10, values education is also the nomenclature. No more ESP. Okay. For grades 11 to 12, this will the values, skills, and concepts will be integrated in the different learning areas. That's how the change of ESP will happen next school year or when we finally get to implement this. Next slide. Okay. We also emphasize the engineering design process. So in the past, we already have STE, remember, or even science, technology, and math. Okay. We always say that we have incorporated STEM, but the engineering design process really should be about looking at real world problems, doing prototyping, so that it equips our learners with skills and competencies to take on the challenges of the 21st century. Next slide. I've already explained that in the rationalization of TVL specialization, you note that currently there are specializations in the junior high school, specifically in grades 9 and 10. In this new curriculum, there is no specialization, individual specialization, like for instance, plumbing, carpentry, and the like. There is no specialization in junior high school, for instance, in home economics, such as barbering, cookery, and the like. These are sectoral specializations. The individual specializations will happen in senior high school in keeping with what we've done for the other strands or and tracks where the specializations are lodged in senior high school so that it will not be resource intensive in junior high school. Next slide, please. So in Aralimpan Lipunan, let's take a look at grade 7. The focus is Araling Asiano. But in the 2022 revised curriculum, it's now limited to Pilipinas sa Timog Silangang Asya, Southeast Asia. And then in grade 8, Kasaysayan ng Daigdig, it will now be Kasaysayan ng Asya at Daigdig. And then economics, in the current curriculum, but in the revised curriculum, it's economics tungo sa likaskayang pag-unlad. And then contemporary yung issue at mga hamong panlipunan, yun pa rin sa grade 10. Okay, next slide. So I'm moving on to, I think, my last slide here. What's in store before the end of the school year? There will be a national reading program that will be implemented. RD Art is part of the TWG. We're just working on some important processes, specifically as regards what materials will be used. Number two, what assessments, what form and kind of assessment will also be implemented. At the same time, do we really use dedicated time for the NRP, or is it just integrated in the languages? We have our own proposals. I cannot discuss those just yet because these have not undergone the vetting of our USEC. But that once it's done, then we will conduct an orientation, especially to the superintendents and the CLMD and CID. We will also offer the National Culture of Peace program. This is one of the priorities, the newest one of the priorities of VP Sara, and according to her, it should be launched sometime this April. So we only have a small window to do all those things that are necessary in order to launch this. But it's in the pipeline already. Next slide. Next slide, please. So what are the other important programs and activities? For this year, we'll be able to release the K to 10 basic education curriculum once we are done with the K to 3. Yun na lang ang kulang pa namin because there were some revisions that needed to be made. And then the National Reading Program will also be launched prior to the opening of the school year in the hope that we will be able to implement this in school year 2023-2024. And then we've done and we're doing our senior high school consultation with various stakeholders. Next slide. Okay. And then once we are done with the consultations, we'll start writing the shaping paper that will guide our development of standards in the making of competencies. That's why it's very important that we have a shaping paper. And then we hope to finish the revision of the curriculum for senior high school in December. Next slide. Okay. I already mentioned about peace education, and then we'll also be conducting surveys on work immersion. I hope that your divisions and the region will be able to help us out with that in terms of really determining what immersion activities are best for our learners, specifically in other tracks and strands. And for TVL, we hope to finish the rationalized TVL specializations by the end of the year. Next slide. Okay. We also will be releasing all the CGs for the special curricular programs. We heard some feedback that there are no available special curricular programs CGs. That's not true because it is found in DepEd order. I forgot the number, but that it was released in 2020 together with the MELCs for the regular program. So please take a look at that because it's all there. All right, except for STEM, because we encountered several issues as regards STEM. But that, like I said, we hope to be able to release all the special curricular programs, CGs, by the third quarter of this year, or if not at the end of the year. So please be assured of that. And then Filipino Sign Language and Tracer Study in my discussion and orientation of the senior high school tracer study, we have exhorted the regions and the divisions, even the schools, to conduct their own tracer studies because this will prove invaluable in terms of charting the direction and the offering of the region and the division as regards on the offering of senior high school specializations. So it's important and imperative to know where your students go after graduating from senior high school. Do they proceed to university? Do they find employment? Do they put up their business? Or do they undergo middle level skills development? If you don't have the data as a division, I think it's high time that you should start doing that, gather it, because at a certain point we'll be of course asking the regions and the divisions to submit and share with us their data on the tracer study. It's important because we need to determine what exits will be available to our learners once they graduate from senior high school. Next slide, please. So, of course, we'll do the usual JDVP coordinators conference, and we're finalizing the basic education entre program policy in support of one of the exits in senior high school. And then we are intensifying our preventive drug education program. Next slide. Okay. So what are the other activities? The Bureau of Learning Resources will be releasing a DepEd order on supplementary materials so that the regions and divisions are guided on what to purchase and under what conditions and what are the mechanisms for such. And then for the Bureau of Educational Assessment, there is a national achievement test for grade 12 learners, and you know that this coming, I think, last week of January. It's for both public and private, and it's census, meaning everyone should take the NAT. Yeah, but it will serve as baseline data for us. Where are we now in terms of learning outcomes? And then our proposed dates, because it will be Region 10 that will host this, is on July 17 to 21, RD Art and Mamperi. But that we still need a concurrence of Execom on these proposed dates. But that's the proposed dates that we placed in the draft DepEd order on or DepEd memo on the National Schools Press Conference and the National Festival of Talents. And according to Director Lai, the National Festival of Talents will be hybrid, but that it will coincide, if possible, with the holding of the National Schools Press Conference. We want to start early so that the palaro, okay, we will not have, what do you call that? Overlapping with Palarong Pambansa, which will be done, I think, July 27 to August 5. Okay. Next slide, please. Tapos na yata ako. All right, sige. So those are the updates that I think you need to know. And I think there are other updates that will be given perhaps sometime last week of January as we transition to the new structure that was just that was just released today. So many exciting things that are going to happen, and I know that the region and the divisions are very much ready to take on the challenge of transforming education and leveraging what we have done in the last several years of uh, doing online learning so that all learning opportunities are given and afforded to our learners. Muli, maraming salamat at magandang hapon.
Ayan. So maraming salamat po, Director Joyce Sandaya. Indeed, no, curriculum is intended to address the needs of the society in 10 years, in the coming 10 years. And if I understand po, ma'am, when curriculum is not planned, it's not properly aligned with all the things that we'll be needing, the tendency is that the repercussion is a non-functional graduates and below proficient learners. So yun po yung mangyayari. Kaya it's really nice to have an update for the curriculum and instruction presented straight from the source of Central Office, Director Joyce Andaya. Palakpakan po natin ulit si Director Joyce. This time around po, we would like to ask all participants whether they have questions or they want to raise any concerns regarding the presentation of Director Joyce. This is now the proper time po. Anyone? Yes po, Director Art.
Ma'am Joyce, can I ask you a question?
Yes, please, RDR.
Actually, hindi siya question. We just want that the memo on NSPC and NFOT shall be released very soon so we can prepare the preliminaries. You know that competing at the national would require levels or layers of activities. So we want that soonest possible time. Number two, there's a problem we have surfaced, Director Joyce, regarding the NAT. Although this does not concern you, but this is really part of your strand, no?
Yes, and we have a workshop tomorrow with all the other bureaus, so I can surface that during our discussions.
That's very good. The not grade 12 on June 30 is really a problem to us, and I think not just to us but to all. Considering that, for example, in Region 10, I will send you the memo dated early of June last year. We had a harmonized workshop to ensure that the subjects in the senior high school really are harmonized. Because if they just schedule the core subjects according to their comfort, if there are students who will transfer within the semester, that's a problem because the subject he is taking might be different in the school where he will transfer. Now, in our harmonized effort, there are two subjects, core subjects, the media information literacy and
MIL.
creative Filipino, contemporary Philippine arts. These are two core subjects which are still to be taught second semester. And since we have just started the semester, it is unfair for the students to be tested in NAT soon, June 30, when we are still starting to deliver this. And I'm sure for the regions that did not harmonize, there is so much problem as to among the 31 core subjects, saan kaya ang hindi pa naturo? And even in the division, if the division did not also harmonize, schools also have different pay offerings, schedules, no? So our problem is, don't you think it's not fair? Don't you think it is fair to conduct the NAT on January 30, when on our end, at least two subjects are still starting to be taught?
Yeah. Can I answer now? Yeah. Okay. Number one, for NSPC and NFOT, we have the draft. It's being circulated. RDR. We hope to be able to give a copy to you so that you can take a look at it preliminarily. And unless there's really a major change or revision, then we'll inform you as well. But it's important that you have a copy. Number two, for NSPC, we have trimmed down the number of participants as discussed last week or last week yata, RDR, when you were attending our NRP, to mean that from the number, I think 5,000 plus, it's now trimmed down to 2,800. So more or less parang kalahati or just 60% of the total number of participants in the previous NSPCs. And number three, that we are funding the transportation and board and lodging, the registration of our participants, at the same time the the transportation expenses also of our participants in the national level so that hindi masyadong maging problema ng ating mga regions where to source out the funds. Now, as regards the not grade 12, I think as articulated by Director Nell, subjects are not going to be tested. It's not subject specific. Instead, the 21st century skills as contained in the senior high school curriculum will be tested. So, yun yung isa sa mga, how they're going to do that, wala pa kasi, hindi nagkaroon ng briefing or I can't recall, no? Hindi naman siguro hindi. But that, um, I know fully well that if the NOT is subject specific, then it will really be unfair to our grade 12 students who have not been able to tackle core and applied subjects. Kasi yung specializations, hindi naman kailangang i-test yun eh, but the core subjects need to be tested. And for these core subjects, dapat ang 21st century skills ang tinitest. So that's my short answer at this time. But that Director Art, tomorrow I'll surface this during our discussion with all the city na pala kami, hindi CI, directors so that this can be also answered by Director Nell.
Uh, yes, I understand that, Director Joyce, because it was in our Mancomat Antipolo that Director Nell explained that it's not the subjects, it's 21st century skills. But in the national memo that BEA released, it articulated that the core competencies of the core subjects will be incorporated in the test. So that does not still exempt the competencies of the core subjects in the examination. So I hope
Sige, I
you
think
will bring
that's
that
the
back.
very important question, RD Art. Yeah, I'll ask.
I'm looking at a memo right now. The PED memo 1 2023, what did it say? Masagod na. Core senior high school learning areas
Core. Sige.
of languages, humanities, communication, math, and all that. So I'm sure, although it is not very huge in terms of fraction, but I'm sure these are also being incorporated in the items. So thank you
Yeah.
very much for your intercession, Director Joyce.
Thank you, RD Art. But I really will bring this up. Okay, what do they mean when they say core competencies in the core subjects?
Ayan. So thank you for that, Director Joyce. Any other question po from the audience? Ay, ayan. From ASDS Amit po.
Thank you. Good afternoon po, ma'am.
Good afternoon, sir.
My question is, this regards with our graduates from the senior high school, particularly the HUMs, those who opted to take humanities, when they, because there are really learners who are graduates of HUMs who opted to enroll in college, which is not leading to their course, like those who instead, after sudden change of probably with the decision of the parents, to let them enroll in engineering, to let them enroll in education, to let them enroll in courses in college, which requires entrance examination. Now, on this particular entrance examination, most graduates from UMS would fail because there is no algebra, no advanced mathematics in UMS. But entrance examinations in colleges and universities here in Region 10 includes these advanced mathematics competencies, of which graduates from UMS would definitely fail. So perhaps in addition to those who are in the pipeline of, uh, perhaps we can also consider revising our UMS such that our graduates can be at par with graduates of gas if they should choose to enroll in college, ma'am?
Yeah. Thank you, SDS. It's just that for GAS, it's the same core subjects plus smorgasbord, meaning a sprinkling of subjects in the ACAD strand, right? Therefore, they should have, if ever, the same problem as Humes if you're talking about advanced algebra and the like. But that these have been tackled already, especially in junior high school also. Um, w- See, it is disturbing if our graduates from UMS are not able to pass the entrance exams because these are basic skills that they should have been able to master. But like you said, in our consultations, I'll surface that also to several universities. We have invited several universities in the consultations. And what they did was that for those students whose senior high track is not aligned with their college course, what they did was actually to provide a bridging program. Meaning, when they say bridging program, two subjects are added to their current to their list of subjects. For instance, in freshman year, they're supposed to just have 30 or let's say, 30 subjects. But to those whose track is not aligned with the course, they add two more. So it becomes 32, for example. But that is when they passed. Your example or your scenario is that these students do not even pass the entrance exam, especially because they fail in some subjects that should have been tackled already in junior high school or even in senior high school. So I'll take that into account, sir.
Ayan, so maraming salamat po, Director Joyce. We are actually live in Facebook right now and there are some other questions in Facebook. Meron po tayong ika-capture po na isa. Sir Ralph, paki-show. Ayan po. So, can we expect some changes in terms of alignment of basic education with the higher education offering, ma'am?
Yeah. Under the administration of VP Sara, she was very clear that DepEd and CHED should work together. So I think that Yusek Gina just mentioned it this morning that there will be again another what do you call that, a meeting, or perhaps a TWG will be formed so that DepEd and CHED can sit down together with TESDA so that there's alignment of all our efforts, and so that there will be no problems once we introduce senior high school. So as to the question, yes, there will be some changes.
And so it's indeed a convergence of all institution, TESDA, DepEd, and the higher education institutions.
Yes.
Maraming salamat po, Director Joyce. Seeing no hands raised po. Maraming salamat once again.
We have
Palakpakan po
one
natin si
we
Director.
have one
Ay,
more.
meron pa po pala from ARD Vic. ARD
Hi,
Vic.
ARD.
Yeah. Good afternoon, Director Joyce. Hirit lang.
Yeah.
Uh, yes, can you elaborate further on your statement and what is already being implemented, the change of nomenclature of curriculum and instruction to curriculum and teaching? What significant policy changes are we expecting with the change in nomenclature from instruction to teaching, or is just a change in name?
It's just a change in name because
Okay.
according to Yusek Gina, instruction is parang does not capture really the importance of the teacher. So now we're highlighting yung kaninang pinag-usapan nyo na teacher agency. A lot can be, transformation can happen really if the teachers are very much involved. So highlighting teaching, because if the teacher is able to do this, to teach well, then it will redound to better learning outcomes. So, yun yung kanyang, the long and short explanation of such. So, it's just a change in nomenclature. It doesn't parang involve a policy change or, yeah, a policy change. Except those that I have mentioned na mga kailangan for the different bureaus. Change
Okay.
of name lang.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Director Joyce.
So indeed, the quality of teacher cannot exceed the quality of our learners. So maraming salamat po, Director Joyce. Once again, palakpakan po natin si Director Endaya.
Thank
Thank you.
you.
Thank you so much, Sir Kaloy, for facilitating the open forum. And thank you so much, Director Joyce. With this, we'd like to present to you this plaque of recognition. Let me read the citation. Republic of the Philippines, Department of Education, Region 10, Northern Mindanao. This plaque of recognition is presented to Director Jocelyn D.R. Andaya, Director 4 of the Bureau of Curriculum Development, for her meritorious contribution as resource speaker during the hybrid regional convergence of educational leaders on curriculum and instruction, hopefully CT soon, at the Audiovisual Center, DepEd Region 10, Upper Balulang, Cagayan de Oro City, given today, January 10, 2023. Signed by our Regional Director, Dr. Arturo B. Bayocot, CESO 3. Dr. Joyce, thank you so much for that
Thank
time.
you. Thank you very much.
Okay. And ladies and gentlemen, we are done with day one. Can we give ourselves a big round of applause? Day one of the regional convergence of educational leaders on curriculum and instruction. Just to give you a little of synthesis of what transpired today, we had a total of 4 topics, 4 fora, and 4 open forums. We discussed about developing reading leadership. Then we proceeded with reorienting on the Philippine basic education for sustainable development. Then we have the emerging role of teacher agency. And lastly, a boatload of updates regarding curriculum and teaching. And tomorrow would be our day two. Looking at your notebook, at the back cover, inside of it is our program for day two. Di ba? We are designing our contextualized notebook with the programs for day one and day two. Tomorrow, we will have an RD's time, of course, with our RD art. And we will be hearing 4 presentations, research presentations, which will be presented to you by our regional education program supervisors. And that is all for today. Thank you very much. RD art, if you'd like to add something.
What time do we have now? 4:52. It's really 5 o'clock na. So tomorrow I'll just take up. I have one strong suggestion and we'll make it as a strategy in the region as far as reading is concerned. We have done this when I was superintendent of Zamboanga del Sur. We saw greater results, but we'll do it experimental. But the experimental approach we shall do should be implemented in all the 14 schools divisions. It does not require all schools, all classes, but we'll just have to ensure that we have a program in curriculum that will have a certainty in terms of getting the desired results. Actually, baka nagawa na rin nyo ito, which is also done in NCR. Tawag nila looping, but actually hindi siya looping, no? Probably in the advent of NRP implementation or the National Reading Program implementation, we'll choose very good reading teachers, probably in one central school or in, I don't know how will you do it in terms of coverage. And this grade 1 teacher handling could be starting from kindergarten, will transition the following or succeeding years as she should still be the same teacher of the same cohort. So if I am your teacher and you are my students, we will be together, living together until you finish. But siguro, it's too long kasi in Zamboanga del Sur, I did it from grade 1 to grade 6. And I'm very proud, hindi sa pagbubuhat ng sarili kong bangko, yung ITO ng Zamboanga del Sur karon, who happens to be my nephew, was a product in Buog Central School, your municipality, Edwin, when that was implemented, when Sibugay was still part of us, no? And no less than CID Chief ngayon, Evelyn Importante, was the teacher of my nephew from grade 1 to grade 6. And the very strong foundation of the literacy of my nephew, and as a matter of fact, even if he's IT, he does a lot of lectures on curriculum, no? Kasi ganun yun. So, we'll do that as an approach, as an innovation. I know you have done it bits and pieces, but we'll do it massive the coming year, especially on the issue of NRP implementation. And let's do it. Ang skepticism ko diyan lang is, paano kung mahina ang teacher? So, 6 na taon ni maghihirap yung mga bata. No? Kaya sabi ko, hindi pwedeng pangkalahatan nito. Kasi we have to train first the teachers before expanding it. No? But meron naman tayong talagang mga strong teachers which we can build on. No? We can build on. So, ganun. Anyway, I'll see you tomorrow. Thank you very much. I really appreciate that you have come. First meeting natin. I'm supposed to conduct MANCOM this week, regional MANCOM, but I defer it because tomorrow I will have my time for the topics that I'm supposed to deliver during our MANCOM. I have a meeting at 6 o'clock tonight with the directors and the USEC RevC, but our national MANCOM will be on Monday, Monday, 1 o'clock. Alan Mansalades, are we not moving the schedule of the DEDP presentation? Kasi mag-MANCOM kami sa Monday. Okay ba kayo na we will move? Tuesday. Hindi na pwedeng itagal pa yan, no? So, Ay, ang hotel pala ang problema. Ang hotel because it's booked na. And we are paying their hotels? Oh, we are paying your hotel. Saan ba yung hotel na yon? Pearlmont Hotel. So, we have to push through with that. Ako lang naman ang mawawala para sa National MANCOM. But I'm also sitting down with one panel. We are creating several panels for several cohorts so that the presentation can just be contained in one day. Kasi kung plenary, hindi tayo matatapos. No? But I will be sitting down in one cohort. But again, we will resume at 8 o'clock tomorrow. Pasensya na hindi namin nasagot yung tulog at kain ninyo. No? Charge nyo na lang yan sa MOE ninyo.